Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 77. Wood Style. Jiraiya also received the invitation. He looked at the invitation letter and was silent for a long time. It's okay to do it secretly, but you actually put the prohibited experiment on the table. Orochimaru, I don't understand you more and more. Swish. Jiraiya couldn't help but clench his palms, and the invitation letter was crumpled into a ball of wrinkles. 3 days passed quickly. In the technical development department. Everyone, please follow me. Nara Shintaku appeared and leisurely led the invited audience into the internal experiment. Everyone's eyes flickered and followed with different moods. As soon as they entered the laboratory, everyone's expressions changed slightly. There were glass jars with various biological tissues and living specimens soaked in them. In fact, there were even human hands, feet, eyes, and heads. Many people felt uncomfortable and had goosebumps on their skin. Is it really a human experiment? Obviously, this cancer of the root has been eliminated. Alas, the technical department has inherited the poison of the root. Mataku-kun is only 8 years old. He is involved in human experiments so early. What will happen in the future? Yes, because the snake master will lead him astray. The visiting ninjas whispered. In the laboratory, Orochimaru's sensitive hearing heard what they said, and his mouth twitched. I led him astray. It's the other way around. It was an old monster who led me astray. Of course, these words cannot be spoken out loud. Orochimaru can only complain in his heart. Welcome everyone to this report meeting. Nara Mataku walked in front of everyone leisurely and said with a smile, I am very happy to share a good news with you. That is, our technical department has developed a surprising result from wood-style cells. Physical enhancement potion. While speaking, Hiraha walked up from the side and took out a tube of light red liquid. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised and looked at the tube of light red liquid in confusion. Physical enhancement potion. What is it? Isn't it wood-style cell transplantation? What are Shintaku-kun and Orochimaru researching? Everyone was stunned. 22. Including the third Hokage, he looked at Orochimaru and Nara Shintaku in surprise, thinking to himself, it's different from what Danzo is researching. Is this what you said, going on a different path? I'm a little looking forward to it. Next to him, Jiraiya, who had been staring at his expression, showed a strange expression. He murmured, from the looks of it, it seems that you are not coveting the power of wood style. Orochimaru, you haven't fallen yet. That's great. This is a low whisper. With Orochimaru's current life level and strong 5 senses, he naturally heard it clearly. A hint of darkness flashed in his eyes, and he sighed in his heart, Jiraiya, you can no longer understand me. In the center of the crowd. Physical enhancement potion. Tsunade looked at the tube of light red liquid, first relieved, then puzzled, is this something developed from wood-style cells? Enhance physical fitness. Wood-style's power, can it also be used in this aspect? She glanced at Nara Shintaku, and became curious. In the field. Nara Shintaku continued, as we all know, the power of wood-style cells is too overbearing and will erode anyone's normal cells. Just like violent natural energy, people cannot accept and use this power. But in the same way, we can also use the method of dealing with natural energy to deal with wood-style cells. Nara Shintaku said, waving his hand. Captain Beiruo, let everyone try the enhancer. Yes. Bailiu smiled and handed the potion in his hand to an invited ninja in front of him. The other party's face twitched and he hesitated to take it. It was as if he was taking a hot potato. When he thought that this was the product of wood-style cells, he felt like he was holding the corpse of the first Hokage, which made his hair stand on end and his body feel uncomfortable. Hey! But the moment he took the potion, his expression changed. He looked at the potion in his hand in surprise. Through the glass, he could actually feel the rich and gentle ecological history inside. It was like a warm fire. Holding it in his hand, his palms were warm. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Is there something wrong with the potion? Everyone was surprised and asked. No. You will know after you take a look. The man hesitated, shook his head, and handed the potion in his hand to the next person. The next person took it with doubt. Hey! In an instant, he made the same surprised sound as the first person. Then, the potion was passed to the next person. What? This feeling? Too. How did you do that? Such a rich vitality. Everyone who took the potion showed a surprised expression. Soon, the potion fell into Tsunade's hands. The moment she took it, she was surprised to find that the potion condensed a gentle and rich vitality. She could feel the warmth in her hands through the glass bottle. Is this pure vitality? Tsunade felt incredible and said to herself in surprise, there is no trace of wood-style cells at all. In other words, this thing has nothing to do with wood-style. She held the glass bottle for a while before handing the potion to the third Hokage. The third Hokage took it and was also surprised, feeling the rich vitality inside. More importantly, this vitality is very pure, without a trace of will or other power, and will not have the terrible corrosiveness of wood-style cells. Unbelievable! The third Hokage looked at the potion in shock and whispered, Teacher Tobirama and Danzo have been researching for decades, but they have not been able to solve the problem of erosion. No results have been achieved. But you have come up with something in less than 2 months. At this moment, the third Hokage clearly felt the gap between himself and his apprentice Orochimaru. Asterisk. The third Hokage sighed secretly in his heart. Orochimaru was indeed well prepared for the showdown that day. The potion finally fell into Jiraiya's hands. He took it with surprise, feeling the warm vitality on it, with a look of admiration. Even the stable fairy chakra after refinement is not so gentle. And there is no trace of wood-style power in it. How did Orochimaru do it? Jiraiya looked at the potion for a long time, but couldn't see anything. He shook his head and returned the potion to Hirako beside him. In the field. Seeing that everyone had seen the potion, Nara Shintaku smiled and said, Teacher Orochimaru and I successfully neutralized the corrosive properties of wood-style cells. Then we used technical means to extract the power of wood-style. Finally, we used biotechnology to transform layer by layer to prepare a liquid close to the blood composition, which is the potion you see now. Nara Shintaku paused and said, because the composition is close to human blood, it can be directly injected into the blood vessels. At the same time, there will be no rejection reaction. The vitality inside can be perfectly absorbed by the human body to achieve the effects of healing injuries, repairing hidden injuries, and improving physical fitness. After speaking, everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at Nara Shintaku in disbelief. Repair hidden injuries. Really? Hidden injuries are a problem that all medical ninjutsu cannot solve. Can it also improve physical fitness? Is the effect so amazing? You are kidding, Shintaku-kun. Even the third Hokage and Jiraiya couldn't help but be moved. Ninjas have been practicing intensively for many years, and fighting and killing each other, so they have long been left with hidden dangers and injuries of all sizes in their bodies. People often feel uncomfortable in middle age. Although there are limb reconstruction surgeries that can directly replace the injured parts. But many hidden dangers cannot be found. In fact, many old injuries are hidden on weekdays, and only at a certain moment will they suddenly break out and send people away unexpectedly. This is a problem that all ninjas have to face. Isn't it natural to repair hidden injuries? Among all the people, only Tsunade looked indifferent, thinking secretly the so-called hidden injuries are injuries and recovery ability, forming a temporary balance. It can neither make people obviously weak, nor can it be completely healed. Replenishing life will naturally promote healing and restore the injuries to their original state. As a medical ninja, Tsunade's knowledge is much higher than others. How effective is it? The third Hokage couldn't help asking, how many % of hidden injuries can be repaired? According to our calculations, using 3 potions can repair all hidden injuries 100%. Nara Shintaku answered with a smile. Hiss. Everyone present took a breath of cold air. In an instant, their eyes all became hot. 100%. What an amazing effect. It's hard to imagine that ninjas will get rid of the trouble of hidden injuries one day. What is the production of this potion? Someone asked a question of concern. Production. Production is very important. When this question was asked, a gleam of light flashed in Nara Shintaku's eyes. Orochimaru next to him also flashed a light in his eyes. Here it comes. *2. The two of them thought at the same time. The output is not very impressive. Nara Shintaku pretended to be regretful and shook his head, considering various factors such as technology, resources, and manpower. It takes about half a year to produce 1 bottle. Only 1 bottle in half a year? Everyone was slightly stunned and frowned. Does it take a year and a half to get a ninja rid of the hidden injury? The output is a bit low. Yes, almost all ninjas have a demand for this kind of medicine. Is there any way to increase the production capacity? Everyone looked at Nara Shintaku expectantly. If we increase the manpower and improve the proficiency, it should be possible to produce 1 version every 3 months. Nara Shintaku frowned in distress, as if thinking hard, and said, it's mainly because this kind of thing involves research at the cell level. The materials in my hands and the teacher are too few. Not only wood-style cells, but also normal human cells lack a lot of data. Everyone couldn't help but stagnate when they heard this. Is it still related to human experiments? But they looked at each other and exchanged glances. Compared with the effect of this drug, what is a little human experiment? The expressions of the people began to change. Only the third Hokage and Jiraiya changed their expressions slightly. They realized that this was an open conspiracy. Haha, teacher, Jiraiya. Orochimaru smiled slightly and appreciated the changes in everyone's expressions. Humans are all profit-seeking. When I put huge benefits in front of them, everyone will rush over like wild beasts. Can you stop it? Tay. In the crowd, Tsunade sighed slightly. She also realized that this was an unsolvable open conspiracy and couldn't help shaking her head in her heart. Konoha, I'm afraid it will become another look. But now there are not many places that people like in such a village. It's not a bad idea to change it. In the field. Oh, I almost forgot to say it. Nara Shintaku seemed to remember something and suddenly added, the essence of this potion is to replenish the missing vitality of the human body. So after using the potion, life will be extended. A bottle of potion can probably extend life by 8 months. Boom. When these words were spoken, it was like a building collapsing and the earth shaking. Instantly, it caused a storm in everyone's heart. Extend life? Are you kidding? Can it really be done? Doesn't it mean that using this potion can make people immortal? Everyone present stared closely at the physical potion in Beiraho's hand. In the mind, the string of reason was a little shaky. No one can resist the temptation of immortality. Any sentient creature will be afraid of death. Extend life. I can't bear the temptation anymore. It's bad. Jiraiya's expression sank, and he said to himself with an ugly face, the ninjas in the village will go crazy. This potion seriously destroys the balance of nature. 1. The world will also become chaotic because of this. His philosophy cannot accept this potion that prolongs life. Jiraiya believes that everyone has an innate responsibility. After fulfilling the responsibility, you can die calmly. Too much attachment to this world is not good for yourself or others. Prolong life. Tsunade was also shocked, lowered his eyelids, and murmured, "That's right, aging and death are essentially the loss of vitality. Potion replenishes vitality, which is to replenish life. I didn't expect that wood style also hides the power to make people live longer." At this moment, the hand was in a complicated mood. It's hard to tell whether it's information or worry. Or, more of a fear. Are you releasing this potion to cause chaos in the ninja world? Tsunade looked at Nara and Orochimaru in confusion, frowning and thinking, what do you want to do? Everyone. In the field, Nara spoke loudly, interrupting the fluctuating emotions of the crowd. What I said just now was a little inappropriate, and you may have misunderstood something. This potion cannot make people immortal. Because humans have a limited lifespan, just like a wooden barrel that is constantly used, it will age and rot over time, and eventually it will not be able to retain the clean water in the barrel and become dry. These words were like a basin of cold water. It was poured on everyone. What do you mean? Someone couldn't help asking. It means that life is like water in a bucket. No matter how much you add, you can't change the process of the barrel rotting. Nara Shintaku said slowly, even if you use the potion, you can only live to 120 years old in the end. This is the limit of human life. Of course, there are slight differences in the limit of life between different people. For example, families with the inheritance of yang escape power, Akamichi, Senju, Uzumaki, etc., may be able to live to 130, but in the end they won't exceed much. After saying this, everyone calmed down. The string of reason was pulled back from the edge of collapse. Can you only live to 120 years old? Sure enough, people's livelihood is not that simple. It's already a luxury to live to more than 100 years old. Yes, the average lifespan of a ninja is only 40. With this potion, you should be satisfied to live a few decades longer. Everyone was full of emotion and exhaled a long breath. Although they cannot live forever. But being able to live long and reach the life limit of 120 years old is enough to make them extremely excited. Chapter 78. Jiraiya relaxed. If it's just longevity, it's not a big problem. Can't live forever. The third Hokage felt regretful and relieved, secretly relieved. I almost lost my composure. Only Tsunade didn't think so. She stared at Nara Shintaku closely, whispering to herself, just tell me, your purpose is not that simple, Shintaku boy. As expected. In the field, Nara Shintaku smiled, suddenly changed the subject, and said, however, this potion is only a preliminary research result, and the potential of wood style has not been fully tapped. If there are more experimental materials, there may be a breakthrough. At present, Orochimaru and I have already had an idea, and we are preparing to develop the second version of the physical potion, called Bloodline Limit Development Potion. Hearing this, everyone's heart beat violently. They all heard that Nara Shintaku emphasized the matter of materials. Aren't the so-called materials just people? This is not a hint, it's an explicit statement. The hook is straight and the bait is salty. But no one won't take the bait. Excuse me, what is the effect of this bloodline limit development potion? Someone couldn't help asking. As the name suggests, it can help people develop the power of bloodline limit. Nara Shintaku smiled and replied, wood style can be regarded as the highest level of yang escape bloodline. Through the stimulation of wood style power, ninjas can awaken part of the bloodline power of yang escape nature. If it is used by the Senju or Uzumaki clan, it can even increase the blood concentration and achieve a certain degree of atavism. This bloodline limit development potion is a technology that makes the wood style power safe and exciting. These words were spoken. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Especially the ninjas of the Senju clan, their expressions changed, and their eyes flashed with excitement. Develop bloodline. Increase blood concentration. This is also an irresistible temptation. Is it only useful for the Senju clan? Asked an Uchiha ninja. No, it also works for others. Nara Shintaku shook his head, it's just that the effect is more significant for the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. Everyone's heart was a little hot when they heard this. They remembered something. The first Hokage once disbanded the Senju clan and let the clan members integrate into Konoha and the village's heritage. Add to that the marriage during the Sengoku period. Now, more than half of the ninjas in Konoha have the blood of the Senju clan. This even includes the Uchiha clan. Can this potion be reserved? A ninja from the Abarame clan raised his hand and asked. Not far away, a Senju ninja directly scolded back, if you want to reserve, our Senju clan is in the front. Hey, even if you are a Senju, you can't be so domineering, right? We also have Senju blood flowing in our bodies. Don't take all the places. Others were dissatisfied. In the face of absolute interests, even if you are a Senju clan that built the village, you have to step back. Soon. Everyone was arguing. Promise a lot of money to make the ninjas willingly help you do human experiments. Jiraiya saw this scene and his face was ugly. Orochimaru, do you want to drag the whole village down the wrong path? He hesitated and wanted to say something. However, the atmosphere on the scene made it difficult for Jiraiya to speak. Jiraiya knew very well. If he spoke out to stop it at this time, no one would listen to him, and it would even cause resentment. Next to him, the third Hokage had a calm expression and nodded in his heart, use interests to drive the ninjas instead of forcing them with force. Well done, Orochimaru. This is what a Hokage should do. You are much stronger than Danzo. The showdown that day made the third Hokage realize how powerful Orochimaru is now. Even though he is so strong, Orochimaru, however, did not use force, but indirectly shared the benefits and used the benefits to drive others. This was obviously very restrained. The third Hokage was pleased with this. Bloodline Development Potion. Tsunade frowned and looked at Nara Shintaku deeply. By developing this kind of thing, you really want to drive the ninja to death. In the field, Nara Shintaku finished his story and walked aside. Orochimaru took over and walked in front of everyone. Seeing this, everyone stopped arguing and quieted down. Everyone, the negotiations between the village and Sand Shinobi have not been finalized. Orochimaru put his hands behind his back, with a deep momentum and a smile on his face. They are unwilling to pay the ransom to redeem Yekeng and Luo Shat. Not only that, they are also secretly planning something and secretly gathering teams. It just so happens that the second batch of students in the technical department has also started to be recruited. I ask the second batch of students to follow the main force after graduation and go to the Sand Shinobi battlefield to make contributions. What do you think? Sand Shinobi battlefield? Everyone was moved when they heard this. If it was an ordinary personnel transfer, there was no need to ask for their opinions. But Orochimaru directly brought it up, and combined with what Nara Shintaku said just now, it is not difficult to associate it with that this is a hint for them to go to Sand Shinobi to collect research materials. Anyway, they are not their own people, so there is not much burden. The Senju clan has no objection. The Senju ninja agreed without thinking. The Inuzuka clan has no objection either. The Inoshika CH is at your service at any time. The Abarame clan highly agrees with Lord Orochimaru's decision. Everyone understood what he meant and nodded. In the face of physical enhancement potions and bloodline limit development potions, catching a few sand, what's the point of using shinobi as research material? Even if you feel guilty, you can bear it. I don't agree. But at this moment, Jiraiya suddenly objected. The harmonious atmosphere in the field suddenly stagnated. Everyone looked at Jiraiya with inexplicable eyes. I don't agree to attack Sand Shinobi. Jiraiya's face was livid, and he looked at everyone seriously and persuaded. After losing Raza and Yekeng, Sand Shinobi no longer has the strength to compete with us on the front battlefield. The war between Konoha and Sand Shinobi is over. Fighting further will only cause meaningless casualties and hatred. Jiraiya spoke passionately and emotionally. But everyone present had no expression on their faces. No fluctuation. Casualties? Hate? What's the big deal in the face of huge benefits? Just like after having a limb reattachment surgery, all the Konoha Shinobi on the battlefield are willing to gamble their lives for a chance of wealth. Talking about feelings in the face of interests is like persuading a tiger not to eat meat, naive and ridiculous. That makes sense. Sand Shinobi is indeed not qualified to participate in a frontal war. Orochimaru nodded, arranged Jiraiya lightly, and said, "The dangerous Cloud Shinobi now needs a ninja with sufficient strength to serve as the commander on the front line. Leave it to you, Jiraiya." As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, others smiled, nodded, and praised. Orochimaru-sama is right. The Cloud Shinobi battlefield needs you, Jiraiya-sama, to take charge. Please, Jiraiya-sama. You are the only one who can withstand the attack of Cloud Shinobi and protect the peace of the village, Jiraiya. The safety of the rear depends on you. With you in charge, it will definitely reduce the casualties on the front line. Everyone held Jiraiya up high. Ballot box with check mark. Jiraiya looked around blankly, and his heart was cold. He was held up. The Cloud Shinobi people are attacking. Since you, Jiraiya, keep saying that it is for peace, then go to the front line as a commander and stop Cloud Shinobi. The peace of the rear and the casualties on the front line all depend on you. What? Not going? Then what nonsense did you just say? It's decided. Orochimaru waved his hand, not giving Jiraiya a chance to refuse. Jiraiya, there was no way to refuse. Even though he knew that this was to transfer him away from Konoha, he could not refuse. Because the pursuit of peace is his ninja way. Go to the front, Jiraiya. The third Hokage also sighed and stood on Orochimaru's side. The front battlefield needs you. Yes, Jiraiya, Orochimaru is in the village, don't worry, Tsunade also said with a smile. Jiraiya was shocked, and a strong sense of loneliness and pain rose in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to be abandoned by everyone. Why? Jiraiya whispered to himself, his eyes confused. And the others? Already surrounded Orochimaru, enthusiastically asking for more information about the two potions. No one took care of Jiraiya. Nightfall. Technology Development Department. Nara Shintaku looked at the system panel in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Current template, Kurotsuchi Mayuri. Development progress, 54%. Developed technology, blood armor technique, dynamic blood armor and static blood armor, flying sickle kick technique, exclusive sage mode, yin-yang escape kid, soul activation ascension technique, soul weapon forging technique, blood limit development technique, life shell creation technique, physical enhancement potion, blood limit development potion. In the column of developed technology, there are two more names. Physical enhancement potion. Bloodline limit development potion. In the eyes of the system, ninjutsu is a technique, and potions are also a technique. The development of these two potions brought Nara Shintaku 4% of the panel progress. Hehe, they don't know that Orochimaru and I have already developed the bloodline limit development potion. Nara Shintaku's mouth curled up with a smile. Not taking it out all at once is just to hang you. It's like a carrot hanging in front of a donkey. Only when you see it but can't touch it can it stimulate the child's motivation. Humans are the same. Nara Shintaku is well versed in human nature. The 996 career in his previous life made him understand that there is no need to rush to show the results of work. The work that was originally asked to be completed in 3 days, if you completed it and handed it in 1 day. Next time, you will be asked to complete it within 1 day. Moreover, physical potions and bloodline limit development potions are just superficial technologies. It's just a byproduct. They don't know what Orochimaru and I have really researched from wood-style cells. Nara Shintaku said, looking at a culture tank in front of him. Above the tank, there is a 24-hour temperature-controlled light. Under the light, a small sapling, rooted in the soil, grows quietly. Several leaves have grown on the young branches of the sapling, which are lush and green and full of vitality. At the same time, in the hospital of Konoha, boys and girls from all families and tribes, the best among the civilians, were summoned. They waited with doubts. Do you know what's going on? I don't know, they just asked me to participate in an experiment, and that's it. It's the same here. I don't know what the experiment is it dangerous? I heard that it's not dangerous, and there will be benefits. Oh, good things, it's our turn as marginalized people in the family. The boys and girls nodded. Even the ninjas of civilian origin showed an expression of approval. They are marginal people with no talent among their peers, and they are usually not taken seriously. If there is a good thing, it would have been snatched up by the higher UPS. Is it their turn as low-level ninjas? 1. At this time, Bai Luo appeared, followed by a group of medical staff. The young people were silent. Don't be too nervous. You are about to receive physical enhancement potions and blood limit development potions developed by Shinsho-kun and Minister Orochimaru. Safety is guaranteed. As for why it is you, it is because some people dare not try it first, but because of this, you have picked up a bargain. Bai Luo said lightly. The expressions of the young people changed a little. Mataku-kun? Minister Orochimaru? The names of these two people are simply well known. As a ninja of Konoha, no one does not know the famous names of these two. Senior, are you telling the truth? Someone asked carefully. Of course. Bai Luo nodded. If there is a safety risk, we will not use our own people for experiments. Things that can be used publicly are mature products. At this point, Bai Luo paused. Why am I telling you this? You don't need to know too much about the technical department. Bai Luo shook his head and called the medical staff to inject these young ninjas with physical enhancement drugs. Technical department? But because of the news that Bai Luo inadvertently revealed, many young people's eyes flickered. They also heard it. The second batch of students in the technical department began to wave. And the conditions were relaxed a lot, and the number of admissions was expanded many times. Technical department? Maybe it's a good place. With my identity, if I want to change my fate, I can only go to a higher platform. The eyes of a group of young ninjas flickered. Bai Luo secretly observed and took in the changes in their expressions. Not bad. Bai Luo nodded secretly and smiled in his heart. This time, I can also recruit some assistants. The physical enhancement potion was quickly injected. That night, this group of young ninjas had various strange phenomena in their bodies. Vomiting, diarrhea, restlessness, excitement, fever, muscle weakness, bone pain, etc. Various physical sensations during the growth period reappeared as if time was reversed. Although there was no danger to life, but Bai Luo needed to use arrows throughout the process to prevent someone's body from reacting too violently and causing shock. My strength has become so great. A young man had a fever, but his eyes were particularly bright, and he clenched his fists in disbelief. As soon as the voice came out, others responded one after another. Me too. My strength has almost doubled. The amount of chakra I've refined has also increased. My injured knee seems to have recovered. I have a lot more muscle in my arms. My body seems to have become much stronger. Everyone shared their feelings, their eyes brightened. Before, they still had doubts and concerns. Now, it is completely gone. Only surprise and excitement remain. Okay, line up and follow me to take the test. Bai Luo appeared, taking a group of excited young people to check their bodies. Outside the room, a group of older ninjas looked at the newly released report and opened their mouths in surprise. After using the physical enhancement potion, the physical fitness generally doubled. This double is not a single improvement. It is a comprehensive improvement in strength, physique, speed, reaction, recovery, resistance, etc. With the improvement of physical fitness, the refined chakra will naturally increase. Incredible! Just one potion can have such a big improvement. Some of them even awakened new chakra attributes. What an amazing effect! These young people's talents have at least doubled. That's right, Chunin used to be the end, and now I hope to become special Jainin. Everyone looked at the data and was amazed. They no longer had any doubts. They immediately applied to the Technical Development Department for Physical Enhancement Potions and Bloodline Limit Development Potions. Chapter 79. As for the production, the young people who tested tonight alone used 27 of them. The claim that only one can be produced in a year is obviously a lie. But they are not the ones who master the medicine technology. Everyone can only pretend not to notice and let Nara Shintaku offer the price. They completely believed it when he said it was one a year. The border of the Fire Country. In the front-line camp of Cloud Shinobi. In the main tent, the atmosphere was depressing. The faces of Cloud Shinobi Jainin were full of worries and frowned. The battle situation was very unfavorable. Blood suit technique is too tricky. That flying sickle technique is troublesome. It attacks from the sky and we have no countermeasures at all. Yes, we have been suppressed for 3 months since the war started. That improved 5 elements escape technique is also very difficult to buy. The Cloud Shinobi Jainin lamented again and again. They underestimated the information given by Hōgyoku. Flying sickle kick technique, blood armor technique, improved 5 elements escape technique, improved Inoshika CH3 family secret technique, limb reattachment technique. These powerful weapons were used to beat them back step by step. If it weren't for the fact that almost all Cloud Shinobi ninjas use lightning style to temper their bodies and have a strong physique, they would have been defeated long ago. Of course, the current defense line is already shaky. Don't worry. In the tent, Dode Jainin, as the leader, had a calm expression and even a faint smile. Master Dode. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Faced with this situation, the village has already made corresponding arrangements. Dode smiled and said, "Otherwise, why did I call you to a meeting today?" Everyone was shocked. Has the village made any plans? Does it mean that Lord Bubi will be sent? Bubi is the 8 Tails Jinchuriki at this time. After his death, Killer Bee will succeed him as the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. It is very likely. Lord Bubi will definitely be able to suppress Jiraiya on the opposite side. Yes, Jiraiya is too difficult to deal with. Facing everyone's speculation, Dode smiled faintly and said slowly, calculating the time, it should be about the same. Everyone, wait another 5 minutes, and then it's time for us to act. Everyone was stunned, and then their expressions became ecstatic. All the people present were Jainin, and they knew that Cloud Shinobi had a special tactic Tensong technique. This is a space-time ninjutsu that can teleport people over long distances. With this technique, people can be teleported to other villages to carry out rear-end destruction/decapitation missions. I see. The rear of Konoha was attacked, and the ninjas on the front line must be restless. That's right, we take advantage of the chaos to attack, and we have a chance to break through Konoha's camp in one fell swoop. I can't wait. A group of Cloud Shinobi got excited. Konoha Village. A Konoha Shinobi 300 wearing a green vest stood in his living room with an indifferent expression. He cut his wrist with a kunao, and blood flowed out. With the help of blood, he painted a huge barrier array on the ground. This array is extremely complex, involving a large number of techniques, nested layer by layer, forming a closed loop. Even the painter couldn't understand the array. But he knew that as long as he drew it exactly the same, it would be fine. The man finished painting, formed seals with his hands, and injected all his chakra into it. Swoosh! Instantly, the magic circle lit up. The complex rituals activated, forming a unique barrier that anchored the surrounding space. The moment the space was anchored, the barrier covering the entire Konoha produced a wave. It's an abnormal space-time wave. Someone has illegally set up a space-time barrier. There is an enemy. Everyone, let's go. In the barrier class, everyone looked solemn and went out with all their equipment. At the same time, in Cloud Shinobi village, in front of a huge magic circle, 4 bronze-skinned men stood aside with a defiant look on their faces. The 4 men all had bulging muscles, sharp eyes, and exuded a fierce aura. You are the most powerful Jainin in the village, with outstanding strength and rich experience. Everyone has made a name for themselves. The third Raikage stared at them solemnly and said slowly. The mission of beheading Nara Shintaku, only you can complete it. Hearing the words of the third Raikage, the 4 men grinned, their expressions frivolous and relaxed. Don't worry, third generation, I will bring his head back. I have never failed in my mission career. I kill people very quickly. Maybe there is still a chance to kill Orochimaru too. The 4 of them were very relaxed. It was as if teleporting thousands of miles to another village to carry out a decapitation operation was just an ordinary small mission. They were not nervous or worried at all. This is an old tradition of Cloud Shinobi. 10 years ago, several of their Chunin dared to travel thousands of miles to kidnap Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and they almost succeeded. In the future, there will be another envoy who will kidnap the Hōgyoku clan. Although it also failed, it shows the temperament of this group of people. It's good that you have confidence. The third Raikage smiled, nodded with satisfaction, and said, I repeat the information, Nara Shintaku's activity trajectory is very fixed, either in the technical development department or in the Nara clan. After Tian Song technique sends you there, you will split into 2 teams. One team goes to the Nara clan, and the other team goes to the technical department. Kill the target if you find it, kill people randomly and sabotage if you can't find it. In short, create chaos to give the front line a chance to break through the Konoha camp. The mission is clear. The 4 people nodded seriously without any doubt. Okay, you guys go up. The third Raikage looked at the barrier array of Tensong technique and waved his hand. The array lit up and propped up a translucent barrier, causing the surrounding space to condense slightly. This means that the signal has been received and the barrier at the other end has established a coordinate anchor point. It can be teleported. Yes. Asterisk 4. The 4 Cloud Shinobi walked into the array calmly. I wish you good luck in martial arts. The third Raikage saluted the 4 people with a solemn expression. Swoosh! More than a dozen ninjas around them formed seals at the same time. Chakra was injected into the magic circle. Suddenly, the magic circle shone brightly. The light shot out into the sky, like a mountain pillar connecting heaven and earth. The space was violently torn apart. The 4 people in the magic circle were swept by the light and thrown into the torn space crack. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 4 people disappeared. The light disappeared, and the crack in the space slowly recovered. The ninjas who were casting spells around were sweating all over and exhausted their strength. Konoha village. Swoosh! The magic circle in the living room tore the space, and a burst of light emerged from the flat space. In the light, 4 sturdy figures appeared. Snap! At the edge of the magic circle, the person who injected chakra fell to the ground and lost his life. He died of exhausting chakra. Rest in peace. The 4 people's expressions were slightly moved, and they showed admiration in their eyes. It was because of these loyal spies that they were able to cross thousands of miles and carry out the incredible mission of beheading people in the rear. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the living room was kicked open. A team of ninjas flashed in. At the same time, the figures of Konoha Anbu appeared on the balcony and surrounding windows of the living room. Hey! The leader of the Cloud Shinobi raised his eyebrows. You came so quickly. Have you been monitoring this place? No, if we were monitoring, we wouldn't have the opportunity to use the Tensui technique, so we must have discovered it temporarily. The other 3 Cloud Shinobi reached out to their weapons and looked at different directions expressionlessly. What a big deal, using the Tensui technique to send people over a long distance. The Konoha Shinobi who entered the living room scanned the barrier array on the ground and sneered, if it weren't for Shintaku-kun who improved the village's barrier and increased the effect of detecting space-time fluctuations, I'm afraid you would have succeeded. The leading Cloud Shinobi narrowed his eyes and murmured, Nara Shintaku? He even knows barrier techniques. Such a genius should be killed in advance. As soon as the voice fell, the killing intent boiled. A fierce murderous intent burst out from the leading Cloud Shinobi. ZZ. His whole body was covered with electric light, and he actually took the initiative to attack, suddenly rushing towards the Konoha Shinobi in front of him. Lightning-style Thunder Blast Punch. Bang! The attacked Konoha Shinobi blocked with both hands, but was still knocked back. Instantly, the fierce electric current was transmitted to his body, jumping wildly, destroying the electrical signals between muscles and nerves, and crippling people. At the same time, the other 3 Cloud Shinobi cast spells one after another, releasing powerful lightning-style. Lightning-style Leopard Strike. Lightning-style 5 Thunder Prison. Lightning-style Super Sensing Wave. Boom! Instantly, a large amount of electric current emerged and spread like a wave. Bang bang bang! The high temperature brought by the electric current caused a strong explosion. The entire living room was blown up, and countless furniture was burning in flames. The Konoha Shinobi around them all dodged. Taking advantage of this opportunity to dodge, the 3 Cloud Shinobi smashed through the wall, left the living room, and ran outside. In the living room, only the Cloud Shinobi who had just thrown a punch was left to hold back the Konoha's men. Although your blood-wearing technique is powerful, it requires complicated seals to activate. This Cloud Shinobi looked defiant, retracted his fist with disdain, and said, in front of me, you have no chance to make a seal. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at the others without even looking at the Konoha Shinobi who was knocked away by him. In his opinion, this Konoha Shinobi was already dead. His thunderstorm fist was a high-intensity electric current. Once touched, not only will the muscles be paralyzed, but it will also cause cardiac shock. Nerves burned. Even if they don't die on the spot, they will become disabled. It's your turn. Cloud Shinobi grinned and looked at the other Konoha Shinobi, and the current burst out of his body again. He can perform part of the B-rank lightning style without seals. This is why he ranks among the top Jonin. AG. However, the Konoha Shinobi around him did not move strangely and chuckled. What are you laughing at? Cloud Shinobi frowned and stared at the person who laughed. Are you looking for death? Just thinking about it, there was a sound of debris being pushed away not far away. Cloud Shinobi's eyelids jumped and he looked over in surprise. The Konoha Shinobi who was knocked away by his thunderous fist pushed away the debris on his body, stood up as if nothing had happened, and patted the dust on his clothes. Hiss! This Konoha Shinobi tore off the clothes that were scorched by the lightning style. Then the skin under the clothes was smooth. No injuries. Not bad, your lightning style. The Konoha Shinobi grinned, it actually hurt me. You must be a famous strong man among Cloud Shinobi. Impossible. Cloud Shinobi was horrified and said in disbelief, without the defense of the blood-equipped technique, you should have been shocked by my lightning style. Puff. The Konoha Shinobi around laughed contemptuously. These laughs made Cloud Shinobi's heart sink. The Konoha Shinobi in front of him was very powerful, and he was afraid that he would not be able to hold out for long. Your lightning style is good, but unfortunately, I am from the Senju clan. The Konoha Shinobi took off his burnt ninja vest. The lining underneath was exposed, and the clan emblem of the Senju clan was embroidered on the lining. Ninja technique. The Senju ninja made seals with both hands, and a blue light like a circuit appeared on his skin. Even if you are a Senju, you can't withstand my lightning style without injury. Are you a direct descendant? Cloud Shinobi's expression became suspicious, and the current on his body suddenly became strong. It was like a layer of gauze, draped over his body. Whoosh! The next moment, the two moved at the same time. A dense and jumping electric light, a blue and stable blue light. The two lights collided fiercely. Boom! Like a meteorite falling to the ground, a huge shock broke out between the two. The air whistled and the ground cracked. Bang! 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 The two exchanged fists and feet, swinging at each other fiercely. At the same time, the fierce lightning style was like a spear, piercing into the defensive force field of the blood suit technique. The two forces collided, and cancelled each other out. I remember, you are Cloud Shinobi's fierce fist, no wonder you have such a strong lightning style. The Senju ninja smiled slightly, stepped closer, and threw 10 ordinary straight punches. This punch was pure physical strength. The opposite Cloud Shinobi had a bad look on his face and also threw a punch. The fists collided with each other. Crack! Cloud Shinobi's face changed instantly, and there was a cracking sound on his wrist. The power of the opposite Senju was so terrible that it was like a huge rock falling down, directly breaking the brittle bones of his wrist. Senju Yings is really a pervert. The power is terrible. I saw him a few days ago, and he could actually break a kunai with his palm. Hiss, he is indeed a powerful clan Senju, the bloodline power crystal is so powerful. The people around sighed. Bang! Senju Yings raised his foot and kicked Cloud Shinobi in the abdomen like a pile driver. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out again. Cloud Shinobi's face suddenly lost color, his legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. There was a bowl-sized dent in his abdomen that could be seen with the naked eye. The broken ribs pierced his intestines, making him feel miserable. You are so young, but you have such outstanding strength. Cloud Shinobi knelt on the ground, looking at Senju Yings with cold sweat on his forehead, and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you a direct descendant of Senju? Why hasn't your name been spread? Has the Senju clan been hiding you?" Hearing such words, Senju Ying's expression was a little strange, and he shook his head and said, "I am not a direct descendant, just a marginal member of the clan." Impossible. Cloud Shinobi gritted his teeth, stared at Senju Yings and said, "How can you withstand my lightning style if you are not a direct descendant of Senju?" Senju Yings shook his head and kicked Cloud Shinobi in the chest. Bang! The huge force made Cloud Shinobi's heart ache, his eyes went black, and he fainted. With my bloodline strength, there are at least 80 people in the village now. Senju Yings answered his doubts. The Konoha Shinobi around laughed. Don't be too modest, Yings. Yes, not everyone can awaken the bloodline power of Senju after using the bloodline limit awakening potion. You didn't even awaken your bloodline originally, and you reached the level of a direct descendant after awakening. This is not something that anyone can do. Many people have used it, but it only slightly increases the concentration. In the final analysis, it is you, Yings, who has the potential. Listening to his companion's words, Senju Yings smiled, but shook his head in his heart. He was one of the first people to try the potion for free. Beiliuhu Jainin appreciated my hard work and secretly gave me the second awakening potion, which made me reach the level of a direct descendant. Chapter 80. Otherwise, I would just get a small amount of bloodline power like everyone else. In other words, anyone can reach the level of a Senju direct descendant by using 2 awakening potions. Such a so-called Senju direct descendant like him is not rare at all. The Technical Development Department can produce a large number of them anytime and anywhere as long as they want. When Senju thought of this, he couldn't help but feel awe in his heart. The Technical Development Department is so scary. The most mysterious bloodline limit in the ninja world can be awakened by simply injecting potions. How many amazing technologies have they mastered behind the scenes? At this time, outside the living room, 3 Cloud Shinobi escaped. For what happened, they had various contingency plans and backup plans. In this situation, once teleported, they fell into Konoha's encirclement, which was also a corresponding response plan. The captain stayed. The others rushed to the Technical Development Department as soon as possible and started a killing spree. Even if Nara Shintaku was not found, they had to create as much chaos as possible to undermine Konoha's confidence. Go separately. We are very fast, they can't stop us. Go. The 3 Cloud Shinobi decisively ran in different directions. On the surrounding streets, many Anbu ninjas and ninjas from the barrier class looked at them quietly without any action. Hey! One of the Cloud Shinobi frowned strangely and said to himself, no action. The guys from Konoha, are they so confident that they can stop us? Hehe, then eat dust behind me. A scornful expression flashed across the face of this Cloud Shinobi. He suddenly ran into an alley. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the alley. It was a young man with a fang mask on his face, looking at him carelessly with a lazy smile. It seemed to say that he alone could solve you. Looking for death. Cloud Shinobi was furious, and his hands quickly formed seals, spitting out a beam of dazzling electricity from his mouth. Lightning-style leopard attack. Swish! The spitted-out electric current turned into the shape of a leopard, rushing towards the young man in front. The young man did not dodge or evade, but instead stepped forward and crashed into the lightning leopard that was rushing towards him. Swish! The moment before the collision, the young man's skin was covered with a blue light like a circuit. Still blood suit technique. Crack! The thunder leopard crashed into the young man and exploded into countless electric currents. These electric currents bounced around, scorching the surroundings of the alley, but they could not break the defense of the static blood suit and hurt the young man. You've been fooled. Cloud Shinobi followed closely behind the thunder leopard, and Tien smiled and flashed over. We have already known about your blood suit technique. When using the defensive type of static blood suit, you cannot use the dynamic blood suit technique at the same time to increase strength and speed. In other words, you are now just a passive punching bag. Whew! While speaking, Cloud Shinobi raised his knee and slammed into the cliff with a fierce knee strike, carrying a strong airflow. Really? The young man raised his palm nonchalantly. Snap! The palm and knee collided, and the huge force directly shattered Cloud Shinobi's pants. But the young man's palm did not move at all, and completely resisted the fierce knee strike. Impossible! Cloud Shinobi's face changed drastically, and he said in horror, my body has been tempered with lightning style for more than 10 years, and my strength should be stronger than yours. Yes, you are very good, and you are also a well-known character in Jainin. The young man nodded lightly, raised his other hand, and made a hand knife gesture. But obviously, my strength is stronger. Sizzle! The hand knife chopped down, the air vibrated, and it actually made a sound like being torn apart. Cloud Shinobi's eyes shrank and he blocked with his hands. Crack! The next moment, the sound of bones breaking rang out from Cloud Shinobi's arm. The young man's knife was like a train, with terrifying force, directly crushing Cloud Shinobi's arm and slashing his neck. Bang! The huge force caused the cervical vertebrae to dislocate. Cloud Shinobi's head shook, and he fainted. So weak. The young man looked at the fainted Cloud Shinobi and sighed softly, if it were a year ago, I, a mere special Jainin, would never be able to beat an elite Jainin. But now, it's as easy as beating a child. Masahiro-kun, it's really scary. The technique developed can make a person's strength undergo a complete change. Dex. Dex. As he was talking, a large ninja dog came out from the corner with a groan. The ninja dog looked at the dry young man, and then looked at Cloud Shinobi on the ground. A human-like expression of grievance appeared on its dog face. Okay, I just want to test my improved strength this time. The young man stretched out his hand with a smile and rubbed the ninja dog's big head. Even if I awaken the blood power of the Senju clan, I am still a member of the Inuzuka family and will not abandon you as a companion. Ao. The ninja dog regained his spirit and shouted happily. A similar situation also happened to the other two fleeing Cloud Shinobi. They all encountered a single opponent, and then were easily beaten to death in a one-on-one head-on battle. These 3 Cloud Shinobi's enemies. No, it should be said that these 4 Cloud Shinobi's enemies are all the younger generation of Konoha Shinobi. They received physical enhancement potions and blood limit awakening potions, all of which improved their life potential and awakened the blood power of Senju. The strength has increased tenfold compared to before. This is not an exaggeration. The bloodline of the Senju clan is the top bloodline power in the ninja world, and can compete with the famous Uchiha Sharingan. This top bloodline shows a strong physique. Strength, speed, physical fitness, resistance to blows, recovery, etc. are far beyond ordinary people. Especially the power of the direct bloodline of the Senju. The strength is so exaggerated that it can easily break the kunao and can be said to be crushing iron into mud. In the eyes of these people, all adults are fragile babies, and a slight touch may break their hands and feet. So that the 4 elite Cloud Shinobi are no match at all. They were taken down directly. After the 4 Cloud Shinobi were taken down, they were quickly sent to the Anbei for questioning. The news was also sent to the Technical Development Department and the Hokage office as soon as possible. Cloud Shinobi actually used the Tensui technique to carry out ultra-long-range attacks. Orochimaru heard the news and showed an interested expression. What a creative idea! The teleport barrier array is still there, should we fight back? Nara Shintaku looked at the information sent and smiled. Orochimaru immediately raised his eyebrows and said excitedly, good idea. The two immediately left the Technology Development Department and went to the scene of the incident. There, a group of Anbu set up a warning circle to protect the barrier array. The people in the barrier class are studying. Orochimaru-sama. Shintaku-kun. Orochimaru-sama. Shintaku-kun. Orochimaru-sama. Shintaku-kun. When the two arrived, all the ninjas saluted spontaneously, their expressions full of respect. At the same time, the third Hokage, who received the news, also hurried over. Orochimaru. Shintaku. The third Hokage looked at the two in surprise, and asked in confusion, you are here too? It's no wonder that the third Hokage was confused. The Cloud Shinobi who came from the Tensong technique didn't even touch the door of the Technology Development Department. The moment the barrier array was activated, they were discovered. The barrier class and Anbu went out together and quickly captured the 4 elite Cloud Shinobi who were teleported. In this case, there is no need to alarm Orochimaru and Nara Shintaku. Teacher Orochimaru and I think we can use this array to fight back to the Cloud Shinobi village. Nara Shintaku smiled and said, the ancients said it well, it's impolite not to return the favor. As soon as these words came out, everyone showed a surprised expression. Fight back. The third Hokage opened his mouth in surprise and said in disbelief, can this be done? I heard that the Tensong technique puts a lot of pressure on the teleporter. The teleportation process is very risky. Hearing this, Nara Shintaku did not answer immediately, but glanced at the magic circle on the ground. Orochimaru also touched his chin, showing a careful expression. After a few seconds, both nodded at the same time. Nara Shintaku, no problem. Orochimaru, Shintaku and I can modify it to ensure safety." The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone was even more shocked. This is a teleportation array involving time and space. The layers of spells on it are so confusing, and the barrier class still has no idea. "Are you serious?" The third Hokage was stunned. "If you study for a while and say you have mastered the Tensui technique, I would believe it. But just come to take a look, and Orochimaru, Shintaku, this is not a simple matter." The third Hokage's expression was earnest. "Going there is a problem, and coming back is also a problem. Cloud Shinobi planted spies to set up barriers, provide coordinates and anchor space, so that ultra-long distance teleportation can be achieved. Now Cloud Shinobi has no coordinates to provide. And no help to stabilize the space on the other side. Just give it a try and you will know." Orochimaru didn't care, and looked up at the ninjas around him. "Is there anyone willing to go?" In less than half a second, people around him raised their hands. "Me. Add me, Lord Orochimaru. I am willing to go. This is a rare opportunity. Look at me and destroy Cloud Shinobi village." Everyone was very enthusiastic. Even some of the masked Anbu raised their hands and excitedly expressed their desire to participate. You guys." The third Hokage was at a loss. How come young people nowadays are not afraid of danger? He didn't realize it. With the series of ninjutsu they developed, plus physical enhancement potions and blood limit awakening potions, how much do young ninjas admire Orochimaru and Nara? From the perspective of personal prestige alone, Nara and Orochimaru completely surpass the third Hokage. The attitude of young ninjas towards the two is fanatical worship. "Haha, then go ahead." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will let you go, I am sure you can do it." As he spoke, Orochimaru raised his hands and clapped them gently. Snap! The barrier array on the ground suddenly twisted. The spell inside seemed to come alive, twisting and turning, crawling like a snake. In the blink of an eye, the spell array changed drastically. It became more complicated and delicate, like the most sophisticated mechanism, one ring after another, without any extra space. Wow, so amazing! Such a complex array was perfected in an instant. Orochimaru's barrier attainment is as strong as a god. I don't understand it at all. It's strange that you can understand it. The people in the barrier class were amazed. At the same time, Nara Shintaku stretched out his hand and shook it. Boom! Everyone present suddenly felt their bodies sink. It was as if the air solidified and turned into an invisible shackle on them. What is this? The space is anchored. No, not just anchored, it is directly solidified. Really? Is this something a human can do? Everyone was shocked and looked at Nara Shintaku in disbelief. Not only the barrier class, but even other Enbu ninjas saw the value of Nara Shintaku's move. The space of 100 meters was directly locked. Locked space. What an incredible method! The third Hokage's pupils shrank slightly, and he thought in shock, what Orochimaru said that time was true. This kid Shintaku is even stronger than him. I've walked farther than him. No matter what everyone thinks. Orochimaru saw that the space was anchored, nodded, squatted down, and gently patted the barrier array with one hand. Swoosh! The modified array suddenly lit up. 0. The light rushed up to the sky, as if it was an unstoppable torrent, carrying a momentum. But once it fell into the surrounding anchored space, the light immediately solidified. It was like a jade pillar composed of light, standing in the living room. It was obviously a dazzling light, but it could not be emitted at all, and all of it solidified in place with the anchored space. Hiss, what a beautiful light! It's not just beautiful, it's a force that can tear space apart. This force is completely locked. Mataku-kun has such a terrifying space level. Everyone was amazed. Go in. Orochimaru glanced at the light column and nodded. Yes. N. Dozens of Konoha shinobi walked out excitedly and stepped into the magic circle without hesitation. The next moment, the light submerged them. The third Hokage sighed quietly beside him. At this point, he could no longer stop it. The current Anbu is more willing to obey the orders of Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru than his orders. If he and Orochimaru are not a master-disciple relationship, I am afraid that he has been sidelined now. Cloud Shinobi Village. The ninja who originally performed the Tensong technique was helped down. The next batch of ninjas stepped forward to fill the position. Not only did they send people over, they were also preparing to bring them back. With the strength of the four of them, not many people in Konoha can stop them. The third Raikage thought to himself, 5 minutes is enough to complete the task. Even if we can't find them, we can still wreak havoc. Hit Konoha's will to fight hard. The cloud shinobi around him nodded when they heard this. They thought so too. The four adults are the elite among the elite. Even if they encounter Konoha Sunin, they can escape unscathed. And we have mastered the weakness of the blood-geared technique. Yes, the people of Konoha will suffer greatly. I heard that Orochimaru is also stationed in the technical department. Maybe there is a chance to kill Orochimaru, one of the Sunin. Everyone talked with laughter. They didn't take Konoha seriously at all. Even the famous second Hokage died in the hands of their cloud shinobi. What else is there for Konoha to fear? Don't relax too much. The third Raikage scolded, but there was a smile on his lips. He thought so too. Third-generation adults, there is nothing to worry about. Yeah, the Ye family is a group of cowards. Always talking about peace and peace, you are really stupid. Do they dare to fight back? As soon as the voice was finished. Swish! A dazzling light suddenly lit up on the barrier array. The space was torn apart. A large amount of white light gushed out, like a wave, surging out. In an instant, the area of 100 meters around was submerged in the dense white light. What's going on? The third Raikage was shocked and quickly looked at the person in charge of using the magic circle and shouted, "What did you do?" The ninjas around the magic circle shook their heads in panic. We didn't do anything. The magic circle activated itself. Someone teleported here. Hearing this, the third Raikage and the other cloud shinobi looked at the magic circle and their faces changed drastically. Thanks to the Big Brother soul for the urging vote. The current outline is to clear Hokage first, then go to the next world, and open the next template at the same time. Chapter 81. Figures wearing green vests walked out of the light. It was the Konoha shinobi. They actually used the barrier array of the Tensong technique to teleport here. Assholes! The third Raikage was furious, and a thick electric light came out of his body. Crackling! The electric light condensed into a ball, forming a blue bodysuit wrapped around the body. Lightning armor. Hell thrust four-handed. The figure of the third-generation movie suddenly disappeared. In the eyes of the crowd, a blue electric light broke through the air, pounced out like a mad dragon, and fiercely penetrated dozens of Konoha shinobi in the array. Bang! 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 All these Konoha shinobi were knocked away and ejected like cannonballs. However, at the moment of collision, a layer of circuit-like azure blue light lit up on the skin of all Konoha shinobi. Blood stasis technique. The force field created by this blood stasis technique greatly offsets the power of hell thrust. Bang! The Konoha shinobi who were flung out fell to the ground, creating deep pits on the ground. But the next moment, Fatty stood up as if nothing had happened. What a terrible power! The blood stasis technique is completely invincible. As expected of the third Raikage, the ninjutsu hell thrust is well deserved. These Konoha shinobi patted the king on their clothes in a daze. The light of the blood stasis technique on their skin completely disappeared, and this technique was forcibly broken by the hell thrust. At the same time, the remaining power knocked them all away. But the strange thing is, They were clearly knocked away, but they had no injuries at all, not even a broken skin. Impossible. The third Raikage's expression became serious, and he said to himself, even if it was 4 fingers, the power of this technique is enough to penetrate their bodies after breaking the blood-wearing technique. Why are you not injured? The last touch is a little wrong. These guys' bodies 313 seem too tough. Senju people. The third Raikage narrowed his eyes, and his mind flashed. In front. The Konoha Shinobi who were knocked away stood up and dusted themselves off, then suddenly scattered and ran in all directions. Not good. They are going to destroy the village. We have to stop them quickly. Third generation, let Anbu go. The Cloud Shinobi around looked at the third Raikage anxiously. The third Raikage, however, had a calm face and said lightly, they can't make any waves, don't worry about it. The problem now is this teleportation barrier array. He looked at the magic circle. In the magic circle, neither gushed out. The Tensong technique did not stop. Can this thing be destroyed? The third Raikage pointed at the magic circle and asked. No. A ninja in charge of the magic circle said with sweat on his forehead, the opponent has locked the space, there is no way to stop it. Swish. The air was sharp. The third Raikage turned into lightning, and his 3 fingers stabbed fiercely at the magic circle on the ground. Bang! His 3 fingers were bounced off, as if stabbed on an indestructible shield, and could not be destroyed at all. I think so. The third Raikage calmly put down his hand and nodded, since the opponent dares to use our magic circle to teleport, it is certain that it is fixed. The Cloud Shinobi around them couldn't help but tense up. Everyone knew that it was a terrible thing that the teleportation array couldn't be closed. This meant that Konoha could send people over at any time to attack their Cloud Shinobi base. Damn it, it was clearly our plan. Damn Konoha! What should we do now, third generation sir? Everyone looked at the third Raikage nervously. Don't worry, let Bubi come. The third Raikage snorted coldly, if they don't close the array, I'll let Bubi throw the tailed beast bomb over and see who can last longer. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Good idea. Go ahead. I'm here. The third Raikage waved his hand, you go call Bubi, and then cooperate with Anbu to besiege the teleport Konoha Shinobi. Yes. N. Everyone obeyed the order and left excitedly. In the original place. The third Raikage took off his clothes, revealing a body of bronze muscles, standing like a hill in front of the magic circle. Crackling. The lightning clothes on his body were highly condensed, emitting high-frequency electric current sounds, and a few flashes of lightning jumped out, blasting several bowl-sized holes in the surrounding ground. Bubi can maintain the tailed beast for a long time, and 8 Tails is also very cooperative. If we really fight, we can perform tailed beast bomb several times. At worst, we can bring the little girl Wooden Golem. Although Wooden Golem cannot completely control the power of 4 Tails, it can also provide some help. The third Raikage thought in his heart and sorted out his thoughts. However, this detailed arrangement still could not eliminate the uneasiness in his heart. The third Raikage looked intently and saw a tall figure in the white light, which was blurred. This figure was far away in the other side of time and space, in Konoha village. It was not very clear. However, the third Raikage felt a strong fear from this figure. There was a needle piercing his forehead, and his body was trembling. Instinct reminded him that if he didn't run away, he would probably die. If I'm not mistaken, this figure is Orochimaru, right? The third Raikage narrowed his eyes and frowned, thinking, when did he become so strong? On the other side, the Konoha Shinobi who was teleported to Cloud Shinobi was chased and blocked by a large number of Cloud Shinobi. Bang! A Konoha Shinobi wearing sunglasses was intercepted. Lightning style emotion wave. Lightning style lightning column. 2 Cloud Shinobi cast a spell, creating a strong electric current, and fell on this Konoha Shinobi. Ninjutsu Blood Suit Technique. The man in sunglasses did not dodge, and quickly completed the seal, and the circuit-like light reappeared on the surface of his skin. Pa! Pa! 2 lightning bolts fell on the man in sunglasses, cancelling out the static blood suit technique. During this period, the man in sunglasses rushed in front of the 2 cloud shinobi, holding kunao in both hands, and stabbed them fiercely in the stomach. Without the blood suit technique, you still dare to get close to us? Boy, cloud shinobi ninjas are known for their strong physique. The 2 cloud shinobi were overjoyed, and pulled out their kunao and swung them. They wanted to fight the man in sunglasses in close combat. Ding ding ding! The kunao collided quickly, splashing sparks. Impossible! How is it possible? The 2 cloud shinobis' faces changed immediately. Every time the kunao collided, they felt a huge force, like a hammer hitting down, shaking their hands numb. Shua shua shua! The man in sunglasses waved his hands quickly, leaving after images, and his speed was completely faster than the 2 cloud shinobi. The 2 cloud shinobi were defeated. He was actually fighting 2 cloud shinobi at the same time by himself. With this kind of strength and speed, are you from the Senju clan? One of the cloud shinobi frowned deeply. And it's not an ordinary Senju, at least it's at the main vein level. The other cloud shinobi also frowned. The 2 secretly groaned. If it was the Senju clan, their physical advantage would be completely invalid. Because the Senju clan is good at physical strength. Bang! After dozens of collisions, the kunao of both sides could not hold up and broke at the same time. The corners of the eyes of the 2 cloud shinobi twitched. Because their hyukao had been torn and bleeding. The sunglasses man in front of them was too strong, and they couldn't bear it at all. We must keep our distance. I'll cover you. The 2 cloud shinobi looked at each other and quickly reached a tacit understanding. They were about to change their tactics. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from the feet of the 2. Ah! The 2 cloud shinobi turned pale, and they were in so much pain that they couldn't stand up and fell to the ground together. What is that? Bugs. They looked down at their legs and were horrified to find that they were covered with black bugs. These bugs were eating their flesh, nerves, and bones. It has already climbed up to my thigh. This is a parasite. You are a Senju, why do you have a parasite from the Aberame clan? The 2 cloud shinobi looked at the man in sunglasses in shock. When did I say I was from the Senju clan? The man in sunglasses pushed his glasses and said lightly. Wow! More parasites flew out of his sleeves, completely submerging the 2 cloud shinobi. Ah! Not far away. A young man with a handsome face, who was obviously a man, but had a feminine temperament. He also engaged in close combat with the 2 cloud shinobi. Blood suit technique and lightning style were exchanged. Both sides entered a fast-paced close combat stage. Bang! After dozens of fights, the kunao of both sides broke at the same time. At the same time, the handsome ninjas of Konoha, the 2 cloud shinobi, both began to form hand seals. Illusion. However, the handsome ninja of Konoha was faster. He only used 2 seals to complete the spell. Swish! A high-quality Yintun chakra fell on the 2 cloud shinobi. Illusion. What is this kind of interference technique? The 2 cloud shinobi sneered and were about to start their own chakra flow. But they didn't have time. A strong sense of sleepiness surged up, like a tide, drowning the consciousness of the 2. What a strong illusion! This Senju ninja is also good at illusion? The 2 cloud shinobi fell asleep. Puff! The handsome man threw 2 kunao and pierced their temples. I didn't expect that after awakening the Senju bloodline, it actually stabilized my mental state and allowed the Kurama clan to exert its full power. The handsome man showed a hint of surprise on his face and murmured. Similar situations occurred in various places around. A team of Cloud Shinobi Anbu who arrived late, silently scanned the battlefield. Even through the masks, you can feel that they have a pained and helpless expression on their faces. There are too many ninjas from the Senju clan, right? How can anyone be a Senju? No, those guys are from other ninja clans, but they have the power of Senju. The rumor that the first Hokage disbanded the Senju clan and integrated into Konoha is actually true. The Anbu were surprised. They were silent for a moment and looked ahead. A sturdy young man with a masculine face walked towards them holding a ninja sword. Which family are you from? An Anbu couldn't help but ask in a nagging manner. Don't worry, I'm a real Senju, not one of those mixed blood guys. The young man smiled and pointed at the Senju emblem on his shoulder. That's good. Cloud Shinobi Anbu breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, both sides rushed towards each other without warning. The previous chat was just a disguise, the purpose was to let the enemy relax their vigilance. But unfortunately, neither side was fooled. Swish! The Senju young man swung a powerful and heavy knife, pulling the air muffled. A Cloud Shinobi in front of him, his eyelids jumped under the mask, originally intending to block with one hand, changed to holding the kunai with both hands to block the knife. Crack! The slash fell, cutting off the kunai. This Cloud Shinobi was directly separated from the right shoulder and split in half. What? This kind of power, how is it possible? Who are you? Other Cloud Shinobi Anbu was stunned, and their hearts trembled. Their expressions under the masks were horrified. Didn't I say that? The Senju youth kept smiling, rushed towards the other person with a knife, and said with a smile, I am a real Senju clan. Shua! The powerful and heavy slash fell again. The speed was very fast. There was no time to dodge. The second Cloud Shinobi Anbu was cut in two with one sword. Since he is a real Senju, he must have a stronger bloodline than a mixed blood. The Senju youth ran towards the third person without stopping. Swish! He swung out the slash again, with great force and lightning speed. No fancy moves. Just simple and rough. Fast. Accurate. Fierce. Ah! The enemy had no time to react, could not dodge, could not block. A whole team of Anbu. They were cut in two by this Senju youth. At the barrier array, a young man with long hair, one side white and the other dark green, used the body flicker technique to hurry on his way. As soon as he received the news, Cloud Shinobi set off. It only took him 1 minute to reach the location of the barrier array. Third generation master. Bulabai looked serious and asked the man standing like a hill in front of the magic circle, should I use the leader now? Yes. The third Raikage nodded, looked at the barrier and said, Konoha doesn't seem to want to give up, so we can only use violence. Go ahead, Bulabai. Just use tailed beast bomb. The voice fell. Moo. A long and powerful sound came from Bulabai's body, like the cry of an ancient beast. In his body, in a sealed space, a huge beast with a cow's upper body and octopus tentacles in the lower body raised its head and roared. Moo! A large amount of violent chakra gushed out from the beast and was injected into Bubai's body through the seal. Use it as you like, my power. In reality, gurgle gurgle. A large piece of blood-red bubbles emerged from Bubai's body, wrapped him up, and formed a layer of light red bubble clothes. Tailed beast clothes. At the same time, a violent and chaotic breath began to spread outward. A radius of 1 kilometer. All ninjas felt a cavity in their chests, breathing became difficult, and their minds became irritable uncontrollably. This suffocating and irritable feeling made them 5.9 faces change at the same time. 8 tails. Did the third generation use Jinkra Ki? Such a terrible power, is this the tailed beast? Even if it is hundreds of meters away, it is affected by the tailed beast's chakra. Countless Cloud Shinobi looked up with solemn faces and looked in the direction of the tailed beast's chakra breath. And the Konoha in the battle shinobi, however, was not panicked at all. They were not affected at all. This was a high degree of trust in Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru. In front of the barrier array, Bubai's expression was somewhat painful. Even if 8 tails allowed it, the tailed beast chakra alone was too much for him to bear. But the tailed beast coat was just the beginning. To use tailed beast bomb, one must enter the stage of tailed beast transformation. Gurgle gurgle. More red bubbles emerged. These bubbles gradually condensed, forming a violently flowing dark red epidermis on the surface of Bubai's body. At the same time, a thick tail began to grow from his coccyx. B. 2 equals *R. 8. After all 8 tails grew, Bubai was wrapped in the tailed beast chakra and turned into a huge beast. The lower half of his body was octopus tentacles, and the upper half was a cow's body. Tailed beast transformation. 8 tails Jiki. Instantly, within a radius of 3,000 meters, all the ninjas showed painful expressions. The violent tailed beast chakra dissipated unconsciously. The dissipated chakra aura alone made the ninjas feel irritated, their killing intent boiling, and all kinds of negative emotions emerged in their hearts. Even the small animals hidden in the corners were affected. Countless insects, mice, snakes, birds, cats, and dogs frantically pounced on each other and bit each other's bodies. The power of the tailed beast has too many side effects. The third Raikage was also affected, frowning at the huge Jiki in front of him. He used his strong will to forcefully suppress the restlessness in his heart. Chapter 82. Bubi, can you withstand the erosion of the tailed beast chakra? The third Raikage murmured with a worried expression. Huff. Bubi, who had transformed into a tailed beast, exhaled 2 large breaths. His eyes flashed with irritability, and the thought of killing kept flashing through his mind. But he held back, opened his mouth to the magic circle, and began to refine the yin and yang chakra at a ratio of 2:8. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The air began to flow rapidly, making a friction sound. A purple-black sphere appeared, dead and deep, like an extinguished sun, hovering in front of 8 tails' mouth. As the yin and yang chakra continued to be injected, the purple-black sphere expanded rapidly and finally became as big as a house. Is this tailed beast bomb? A cloud shinobi looked up, first startled, then ecstatic. Konoha is doomed. No one can stop the tailed beast bomb. Konoha is going to be blown up. All the cloud shinobi looked at the huge Jiki excitedly. The ninjas of Konoha felt their hearts sink. They could see clearly that 8 tails Jinkriki wanted to release tailed beast bomb, and blast it to Konoha through the space crack of Tensui technique. Oh no! Tailed beast bomb, there is no good defense. Should we shut down Tensui technique? The Konoha shinobi were in a heavy mood. If Tensui technique is shut down, they can't go back. But before they came, they had already realized it. At the same time, on the opposite side of Tensui technique, Murakumi. Through the beam of light, the third Hokage also saw the tailed beast bomb mentioned by 8 tails. His pupils shrank sharply, and he said in horror, "Not good. The other side wants to blow tailed beast bomb over here. What should I do?" He looked anxiously at Orochimaru and Nara Shintaku. Now the only way seems to be, shut down Tensui technique. This is also the purpose of the third Raikage on the opposite side. Don't worry. But Orochimaru smiled slightly, raised his hand slowly, and casually made a ninja seal. Swish! After the ninja seal was made, a phantom of a huge white snake emerged and crawled out from behind Orochimaru. The moment the white snake phantom appeared, the air suddenly became cold. It was as if winter had come all of a sudden, and the temperature dropped by dozens of degrees. What is this? The third Hokage opened his mouth in astonishment. He felt a huge chakra from the white snake phantom, almost as strong as the tailed beast. Diffdent. The white snake phantom spit out its tongue, crawled into the magic circle, and was teleported to Cloud Shinobi village through the light column. Hey! The third Raikage and Byobi frowned at the same time. A huge white snake phantom passed through the magic circle and was teleported over. Snake! Orochimaru! The two were wondering. Diftoit! The white snake phantom crawled out of the magic circle, suddenly drained some energy from the surrounding environment, and its body was hollowed out and descended on in the world of Cloud Shinobi village. Hiss! Instantly, a chilly breath emanated from the white snake. The power spread. The temperature dropped suddenly within a radius of several kilometers, as if entering the deep winter season. It's so cold. What is that? A white snake. Something's wrong, my body can't move. Chakra too, seems to be suppressed. The Cloud Shinobi shook their bodies, and then their faces changed drastically. The chilly breath emanating from the white snake seemed to have an invisible freezing force, suppressing their physical and mental energy. Not only did their strength decrease, but the extraction of chakra also became slow. It was like a river in the deep winter, frozen into ice, unable to flow. Not only that. The influence of Eight Tails' chakra was also swept away by this gloomy breath. Everyone on the battlefield was forced to calm down. In front of the magic circle. How is it possible? Buliu's eyes became clear, and the erosion of the tailed beast chakra disappeared under the influence of this gloomy breath. His mind was clearer than ever before. But Buliu was not happy but shocked. This gloomy breath, while helping him to expel the erosion of the tailed beast chakra, also froze his mind and strength like the cold wind in winter. His body seemed to be filled with lead, heavy and sluggish. Chakra was like dead water, no matter how it was manipulated, there was no response. What's more terrifying is, his thinking has also become sluggish. Every thought appears dozens of times slower than usual, and the brain seems to be rusty, even thinking has become difficult. Asterisk. Buliu was shocked. But he could not move, and could only watch the white snake stretch out its tail, and gently pick up the tailed beast bomb like picking a fruit. The deep-tailed beast bomb seemed to be completely silent on the white snake's tail. It actually solidified into a purple-black ball. Hiss! The white snake opened its mouth casually, and swallowed the tailed beast bomb into its stomach like eating a fruit. Impossible! How could this happen? That's the tailed beast bomb. It was taken away just like that? Why didn't it explode? What is this white snake? Cloud Shinobi looked at this scene in disbelief. The Konoha Shinobi around him were also shocked. They didn't expect that the powerful tailed beast bomb would be solved so easily. Sage. At the same time, in the body of Cloud Shinobi, Eight Tails stood up in surprise, revealing a horrified expression. Still a young immortal. Impossible. In the current environment, how could anyone find a way to become an immortal? Immortal? When Buliu heard this word, his heart was shocked. You mean, the immortals, like the three holy lands? 05. Intermittent thoughts came. Through the connection of chakra, Eight Tails understood what Buliu meant. It nodded and said solemnly, yes, it is the immortals like the three holy lands. Theoretically, this road has been cut off and it is impossible to pass through. But if someone passes through the broken road, there is only one possibility, that person is terribly strong. Eight Tails warned solemnly, Buliu, you are definitely not his opponent, find a chance to escape quickly. It is very optimistic about Buliu. This is a rare human who can withstand its chakra, and it does not want to die casually. Buliu conveyed bitter emotions through chakra. His mind and body were frozen, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. At this moment, the third Raikage suddenly let out a roar, his hair and beard were furious, and his momentum exploded. Ah! An even more intense electric current flashed around him, and the original blue electric current coat faintly formed a solid armor. The third Raikage actually broke free from the influence of Orochimaru's power. Hell stab one-handed. He turned into a blue dragon like lightning and suddenly pierced through the white snake's body. Poof! A blood hole exploded in the white snake's abdomen, the edge of the hole was charred, and the flesh was burned into charcoal by the electric current. A burnt smell emanated. But the white snake didn't care, and a playful look flashed in his eyes. His body suddenly collapsed and turned into countless small white snakes, which were ejected in all directions. Damn it! When the third Raikage saw this scene, his expression became extremely ugly. At this moment, a new figure appeared in the light column of the magic circle. It seemed that someone in the Konoha village across the way approached the teleportation array and cast a look at him. The third Raikage turned his eyes and glanced at him. He saw a pair of eyes shining with gold and silver. These eyes were ethereal and lofty, like gods looking down upon the earth, indifferent and cold, with an unpredictable, mysterious and noble temperament. Being stared at by these eyes, the third Raikage's consciousness was unconsciously dazed for a moment. However, he himself did not notice his daze. Looking for death. The third Raikage turned his head and rushed into the distance, with lightning flashing, like an angry dragon swimming across the earth, and rushed straight into the Cloud Shinobi village. Third Generation Master. All the Cloud Shinobi were shocked. The next moment, the third Raikage's hell stab pierced through all the Cloud Shinobi on the road and tore their bodies apart. Puff puff puff. Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew. Third Generation Master, what are you doing? We are one of us. Wake up, Third Generation Master. Stop it, Third Generation Master. Third Generation Master is under illusion. The Cloud Shinobi were horrified. However, the third Raikage's attack could not be stopped. Lightning flashed in Cloud Shinobi village. In a breath, hundreds of Cloud Shinobi were pierced and their bodies were smashed to the ground. The strange thing is, the Konoha Shinobi along the way were all avoided. The only ones attacked were Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Humph, damn Orochimaru! The third Raikage snorted coldly, his expression cold. In his eyes, he didn't kill his own people, but the white snakes that fled in all directions. He was fighting the enemy. Across the magic circle, Konoha village. Orochimaru looked at the third Raikage who killed his own people, with a surprised look on his face, and said, "You are really amazing, Shintaku. It's just a trivial illusion." Nara Shintaku smiled indifferently. Kaika Suijutsu and Hokage native illusion. Slightly combined. Then imitate the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and activate it by looking at each other. So, it became what it is now. In the moment of eye contact just now, even the peripheral vision was enough for Nara Shintaku to exert an influence, completely distorting the sense of the third generation movie. You also call this insignificant? Beside him, the third Hokage was sweating coldly. He looked at the third Raikage on the other side of the magic circle. The other party was flashing with lightning, turning into a thunderous dragon, rushing with an unmatched posture. Such a terrifying power and speed, the third Hokage believed that he could not resist. If it were on the battlefield, I'm afraid he could only be beaten. But now, Nara Shintaku used a technique and means that he didn't know, and easily controlled the third Raikage. The lightning-style chakra mode that the third Raikage was proud of not only failed to kill the enemy, but became a tool to efficiently kill his own people. Fortunately, I have decided to retreat. The third Hokage thought tremblingly in his heart. We have to retreat. Jiraiya was assigned to the front line by Orochimaru because of his different opinions. Physical Enhancement Potion and Blood Limit Awakening Potion, these two killing weapons are displayed. The ninjas and civilians will go crazy. The third Hokage sighed in his heart, if I don't leave, I will stop them from grabbing benefits. I'm afraid I will be kicked out of my position. The third Hokage knows the horror of human hearts. The magic circle can last for another hour. Let the ninjas in the village play when they have time. Orochimaru glanced at the magic circle and turned to walk out. Third generation, I'll leave this to you. Nara Shintaku also left. Eh? The third Hokage was stunned. Are they leaving now? Little did he know that the two had watched the show and had a great time. The rest, let the people below clean up. Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru left not long ago. Teams of Konoha Shinobi excitedly passed through the teleportation array and headed to Cloud Shinobi village. At the same time, in the main tent, Jiraiya was discussing the battle plan with a group of Genin. Suddenly, an emergency information channel was transmitted. Jiraiya flipped it open and his face changed. Cloud Shinobi used the Tensui technique to teleport over long distances, to the village to cause damage. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Many people's expressions changed immediately, and their eyes were extremely angry. A whole. Damn Cloud Shinobi! I must kill them. Anyone whose home was stolen would be furious. Wait. Jiraiya called them, looked at the information, and then said, the village's barrier has been improved by Shintaku and Orochimaru, and it has the effect of detecting space-time fluctuations. The teleportation was discovered at the first time, and Anbu and the barrier team joined forces to capture the teleport Cloud Shinobi. Everyone was relieved when they heard this. As expected of Shintaku-kun. Yes, and Orochimaru Tianran. With these two, the back of the village must be the safest. But Jiraiya frowned. He looked at the second half of the intelligence, deciphering it in cipher, and his expression changed. 807 What's wrong, Master Jiraiya? Someone noticed his expression change. Are there any other situations? Mataku and Orochimaru, in turn, used the teleportation array to send our people to Cloud Shinobi village and sabotage them behind them. Jiraiya's expression was a little heavy, and he said in a low voice, the sabotage effect is very good, hundreds of Cloud Shinobi have been killed, and Mataku and Orochimaru have taken action to solve the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and the main generation movie. Now, our people are winning a great victory in Cloud Shinobi village. The village asked us to attack simultaneously and eliminate Cloud Shinobi's frontline camp. Jiraiya read out the content of the intelligence. The last order made him frown. In his opinion, it was enough to stop Cloud Shinobi's sneak attack plan. But sending people to teleport to Cloud Shinobi village in reverse, using the same means to cause destruction and mass killing. This cruel practice made Jiraiya unacceptable. Cruel revenge will only intensify the chain of hatred. Jiraiya thought sadly in his heart, you also want us to attack Cloud Shinobi's frontline camp simultaneously, are you going to kill all Cloud Shinobi? Too cruel. Shode has worked hard to establish the current stable situation. Jiraiya's emotions were surging. He raised his head and wanted to persuade everyone to give up attacking the Cloud Shinobi camp. But the moment he raised his head, he was stunned. That's great. I want to kill that group of Cloud Shinobi for a long time. Haha, Shintaku-kun and Orochimaru-sama did a great job. Clear Cloud Shinobi, today. Gentlemen, let's cut the grass and root it out. Everyone gnashed their teeth, killing intent boiling, eyes full of hostility and murderousness. Jiraiya's heart thumped. He realized he couldn't stop his subordinates. This slaughter was bound to happen. Kill. Fire style Haoryu fire technique. 8 trigrams empty palm. Konoha style 3 moon dance. The ninjas of Konoha were like locusts passing through, quickly strangling Cloud Shinobi's living forces. Blood suit technique. Flying sickle technique. Improved 5 elements escape technique. Physical enhancement potion. Bloodline limit awakening potion. After these 5 enhancements, even if it was just a Genin, it could fight against Cloud Shinobi's Genin. And the original Genin, their strength has expanded to the edge of cage level. The overall strength of the two sides is not at the same level at all. As soon as they came into contact, the Cloud Shinobi ninjas were crushed and slain, unable to resist. Not to mention, there is also an efficient human meat grinder, the third Raikage, to help. Damn it! Damn Konoha Shinobi! I will never let you go even if I die. A white-haired, brown-skinned girl looked at the Konoha Shinobi in front of her with resentment. Chapter 83. She held a kunao in her hand and pointed it at her neck. I would rather break than surrender. Ding! But the Konoha Shinobi raised his hand and knocked her kunao away, and at the same time dodged and used a knife to knock the girl unconscious before she could react. It's a little guy with good appearance, maybe Shintaku-kun is interested in it. The girl heard this sentence vaguely before she fainted. Similar situation appeared in many places in Cloud Shinobi at the same time. A few hours later, in the cell of the Technical Development Department, 3 girls with outstanding appearance woke up. Am I dead? Where is this place? How is the village? The 3 girls were terrified and checked their clothes and bodies at the same time. After confirming that there were no strange marks, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at each other and exchanged information. My name is Wooden Golem. A girl with pigtails and a mature look was the first to speak. What about you? I haven't seen you before. Are you also a ninja in the village? Another girl with white hair and wheat-colored skin raised her eyebrows. She is the new Jinkriki of the Two-Tailed. It's normal that you don't know her. The third girl with golden hair spoke. She has a cold expression, but a mature and fiery figure. She is obviously in her early teens, but she has already reached a considerable size. Jinkriki of the Two-Tailed. The white-haired girl was surprised. Yes. The 2 wooden golems nodded calmly. They were all trapped in the cage, and no identity was important. My name is Samui, you may have heard of me. The blonde girl said. The other 2 people's expressions moved slightly. This is the direct lineage of Cloud Shinobi Village. Special naming method. They have indeed heard of this name. My name is Mabi. The white-haired girl also said her name. She was also a direct member of Cloud Shinobi Village. The 3 girls confirmed each other's identities and breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were captured, at least they had companions around them. Damn Konoha, how dare they capture me? The 2 wooden golems bit their lips and said angrily, the 3rd generation will definitely counterattack and rescue us back to Cloud Shinobi. Mabi nodded after hearing this. She thought so too. The 3rd Raikage's strength is like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, weighing on everyone's heart. Give up this idea. The blonde Samui said coldly, before I was captured, I saw the 3rd Raikage die with my own eyes. What? Impossible. Yuzu Wooden Golem and Mabi were shocked. How could the 3rd generation adults be so strong? How could they die? Yes, who can break the defense of the lightning armor? That is the strongest shield in the ninja world. The 2 did not believe what Samui said. Samui sighed and said in a low voice, the 3rd generation adults woke up at the last moment. He used the hell spike to pierce his own heart. Boom! Yuzu Wooden Golem and Mabi were shocked and their expressions were dull. The 3rd generation adults committed suicide? The lightning armor is the strongest shield, that's right. But the 3rd generation adults' hell spike is also known as the strongest spear. Samui said sadly, it sounds reasonable that the strongest spear breaks through the strongest shield. Yuzu Wooden Golem and Mabi's brains were blank and there was no reaction. Outside the cell. In a laboratory of the Technology Development Department. I just don't understand. Nara Shintaku said to Orochimaru speechlessly, what do they think of me? Any good-looking female ninjas are sent to me. Am I usually very hungry? 2 Yuzu Wooden Golems, Mabi, and Samui. 3 girls with outstanding looks were captured alive and sent to the Technical Development Department intact. It was said that they were used to study the lightning style of Cloud Shinobi. Everyone knew what was going on. You can send the people back. Orochimaru said with a smile. Then forget it. Nara Shintaku waved his hand, how can you not eat the meat that is delivered to your mouth? Orochimaru shook his head and laughed. What an old guy who says one thing but does another. However, after living for thousands of years, he can still maintain his passion for the opposite s*x. This old monster's mental state is really good. Orochimaru thought secretly in his heart. Maybe, I should also find a hobby to maintain my mentality? Nara didn't know that Orochimaru's misunderstanding of him was getting deeper and deeper. However, it was not a big problem. The two chatted and walked to the depths of the laboratory and opened a secret door. After passing through the door, there was an ecological park-like area inside. But the strange thing was that in such a large area, there was only a big tree with lush branches and leaves, planted in the middle. There was nothing else. What a beautiful creature! Orochimaru looked at the tree in admiration. Is this the source of chakra, the appearance of the sacred tree? Strong, vigorous, and vigorous. It has the dual characteristics of plants and animals, and is a physical creature and an energy creature, like a spiral of all contradictions, a perfect fusion of yin and yang. Orochimaru's eyes were lost, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. It's not the original sacred tree, it's not even a sub-body, at most it has a little power. Nara Shintaku said lightly. The real sacred tree, even if it has lost its power, is still 10,000 meters high. It's as majestic as if it holds up the world. But the one in front of him is at most a special tree. A little power is enough, as long as enough natural energy is provided, it can slowly develop into the level of a sacred tree. Orochimaru did not give up, but showed expectation, and even if it doesn't reach the level of a sacred tree, it can produce some fruits. Yes. Nara Shintaku nodded. If it weren't for your reminder, I would never have thought that the violent wood-style cells are essentially missing a part of their power. Orochimaru couldn't help but say, after the completion, it will show its true form. What I can't imagine is that the complete form is actually a plant, a tree. This makes me wonder, isn't the first generation fire a human? Orochimaru was full of emotion. Under Nara's reminder, he cultivated the wood-style cells into the tree in front of him. At first, it really scared him. He even felt resistant to the first Hokage. But then he thought about it, his current body has become a big snake, not a human. That tree doesn't seem to be a big problem. Stop talking nonsense, start cultivating. Nara said coldly. That's right, business is more important. Orochimaru nodded. The two of them personally arranged the ritual to create a special barrier. This barrier has the effect of gathering energy, which will condense natural energy, increase the concentration of this area, and accelerate the growth of this tree. At the same time, Tsunagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village, two hidden villages, were breached one after another. A large number of corpses and living people were sent to the Technical Development Department. Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru buried all the worthless materials in the soil, allowing the tree to absorb nutrients from human flesh and blood. Humans are also part of nature. So absorbing humans is also absorbing natural energy. This is easy to understand. With a large supply of materials and high concentrations of natural energy, the tree grows very fast, almost changing every day. In just 1 month, it grew to a height of 20 meters, with twisted roots and leaves like a cover. At first glance, it looks like a century-old tree. It is completely impossible to tell that it is only 2 months old. And as the tree grows vigorously, its higher nature gradually emerges. The tree gradually comes to life. Or rather, it is him. It began to quietly explore the surroundings. When no one is around, its roots will emerge from the soil, like octopus tentacles, groping along the ground inch by inch. At the same time, its branches and leaves will tremble and grow longer, like arms, swaying the ceiling and the surrounding walls. All this happens when no one is around. Whenever someone approaches, it will immediately return to its original state and restore the surrounding soil. His nascent mind is filled with evil and greedy desires. This greedy malice that regards humans as food is silently emanating and quietly spreading in the technical development department. I don't know what's going on, I always feel uneasy recently. Me too. I can't sleep well. It seems that there is a dangerous guy hiding in the corner. I feel the same way. I feel like I'm being watched. Yes, yes, yes. I've been getting goosebumps from time to time recently, and I feel dangerous for no reason. Technical Development Department. The second batch of students talked with frowns. No exception. Since I don't know when, everyone has a strange feeling. Uneasy, scary, terrible. It seems that there is a monster hiding in the dark. It is secretly spying on them. Could it be, those materials are used too much? A student guessed. Everyone shuddered when this was said. They know what the so-called materials are, they are all living people. Ghost, ghost. Impossible, Shintaku-kun and Orochimaru-sama are good at the spiritualization technique. If there is a ghost, it will be cleared up immediately. That's right. It should be a psychological effect. Yet, let's not scare ourselves. The students did not discuss the result. They attributed the reason to their discomfort with seeing humans as research materials. However, the head of the technical department, Beilyuhu, did not think so. He walked into the tree area with a scroll and an expressionless face. It's time to eat. Beilyuhu seemed to be talking to himself, or to the tree. He unsealed the scroll and released thousands of corpses inside. Then, he turned the soil with earth style. Buried the corpses underground. Hey! The fruits will be ripe tonight. Beilyuhu glanced at the branches casually. Fruits with strange shapes, colors, and patterns hung on the branches. Magnet-style fruit. Scorch-style fruit. Ice-style fruit. Storm-style fruit. Steel-style fruit. Dust-style fruit. Lightning-style fruit. Fire-style fruit. Wind-style fruit. Earth-style fruit. Water-style fruit. Va fruit. Yang-style fruit. More than a dozen fruits hung on the branches. This is a follow-up research project of wood-style cells. After wood-style cells developed into a complete tree form, Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru studied the ability of this tree. Provide a certain chakra, and the tree will produce the corresponding fruit. Bailuo tried it himself, providing his own chakra, and produced a fruit with 3 chakra attributes, fire, earth, and thunder. This is exactly the chakra attribute he has now. Then, under the arrangement of Nara Shintaku, he used different materials to conduct experiments. People who do not have the corresponding attribute will have the corresponding chakra attribute after eating it. People who have the corresponding attribute will strengthen the corresponding chakra attribute after eating it. In other words, this tree can produce fruits that improve talents. What a magical power! Obaru looked at the tree in amazement and murmured, "Shode, where did you get this power from? Who would have thought? The complete body of wood style, which dominates the ninja world, is actually such a magical tree." Obaru even doubted whether the first Hokage was a human. Can even bloodline limits bear fruit? Bailuo's eyes revealed a deep meaning. The fruits on it now. They were all added later by Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru. There are 7 chakra attributes and different bloodline limits. After eating the fruit, you will also gain corresponding power. If a ninja clan has it, it can guarantee that ninjas who inherit bloodline limits will appear from generation to generation. Bailuo thought, and suddenly shook his head and laughed. No. Such a tree is only used to pass on the bloodline limits of the ninja clan. It's too wasteful. Me. Bailuo's eyes became deep. He stared at the tree deeply. A strange feeling came to his mind. You seem to be alive. Bailuo said secretly in his heart, the abnormality that the students feel is also caused by you, right? He felt that the tree came alive at some point. This does not mean that the tree was originally dead. Instead, Beilyuha felt that the tree seemed to have thoughts. It was observing, thinking, and learning. Every word, expression, and movement of the students became the material for the tree to learn. This was a terrifying feeling. It seemed that there was something inhuman, learning how to become a human. Although I don't know why I have this feeling, I believe in my intuition. Beilyuha took a last look at the tree and turned away. There is something wrong with this tree. It has an evil nature. I have to remind Shintaku-kun and Minister Orochimaru. Beilyuha left. The door was closed. Gurgle gurgle. The soil suddenly bulged up big lumps, as if something thick was wriggling underground. At the same time, a tumor suddenly grew on the trunk of Wang Zhao's tree. This tumor was hideous and strange, and it turned slowly like a human eye, looking left and right, as if observing the surroundings. When observing, the ground was surging layer by layer, and countless roots were crawling and touching. The bodies buried in the soil were devoured in an instant, without even a residue left. It seemed that it gained nutrition from the bodies. The tumor on the trunk suddenly swelled up a big circle and became as big as a basketball. Pa! The bark on the surface of the tumor was broken, and a torn wound appeared. It was like an eye opening its eyelids. However, only streams of sticky sap flowed out of the torn wound, and nothing else was seen. The tree paused for a moment. It seemed that there was not enough nutrition, and it seemed that it was not time. The things that should appear under the tumor did not successfully breed. Swish! The tree was silent for a while and retracted the tumor. The torn bark also healed quickly and recovered as before, without a trace. More people. It rustled its branches and leaves, like a hungry beast, eager to devour the food in front of it. At night, it was time for the fruits to ripen. Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru, along with Hirako, walked into the area where the trees were planted. The three looked up. They saw fruits with full flesh hanging heavily on the branches. Even from dozens of meters away, one could feel the strange power in the fruits. If one could eat all these fruits, that person would have 7 high-intensity nature transformations and multiple powerful bloodline limits. Even an ordinary person would become a cage-level warrior. But Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru had a calm expression. For them, these fruits were worthless, and they could develop all the bloodline limits and chakra attributes themselves. Hirako also had no desire, but it was not that he didn't want them. Chapter 84. It was because he felt like a thorn in his back, his whole body was shivering, and dense goosebumps appeared on his skin. The feeling of being watched became stronger. Mataku-kun, Lord Orochimaru. Beilyuha took a deep breath and said tremblingly, I think this Tree of Life has a problem. The Tree of Life was a name that Nara and Orochimaru had just casually given it. It has a kind of evil nature. Perhaps, we should be more cautious. Beilyuha's face was full of anxiety. I know. Nara nodded calmly. Beilyuha was stunned and turned his head to look in surprise. I saw that Nara and Orochimaru had no change in their expressions, and they stared at the Tree of Life in front of them calmly, as if they had expected it. Beilyuha was even more confused. Mataku-kun. Lord Orochimaru. Do you know that there is a problem with the Tree of Life? Orochimaru did not answer, but just looked at the Tree of Life in admiration, his eyes focused, and his expression was emotional. As if looking at a rare treasure. You haven't read the historical data given to you. Nara Shintaku glanced at Hirako. Not yet. Hirako was stunned for a moment. What does this have to do with historical data? He was recently promoted to a supervisor, responsible for taking care of the situation of the Tree of Life on one hand, and managing the second batch of students on the other hand, and he was busy all the time. He saw that those historical data seemed to have nothing to do with the research, so he put them aside for the time being. If you read the data, you will understand that the origin of this tree is not simple at all. Nara Shintaku said slowly, this is the sacred tree that almost destroyed the world 1,000 years ago, a carrier of a trace of power. It is also the source of chakra. It is also the body of the 9-tailed beasts. Hiraho looked stunned. The source of chakra? The body of the tailed beast? The sacred tree that destroyed the world 1,000 years ago? What is this? Mataku-kun, are you talking about a myth? Hiraho couldn't help asking. Haha, who said mythology isn't real history? Nara Shintaku turned his head and looked at Hiraho meaningfully. You should have guessed this too. For example, whether the Sage of Six Paths really exist, whether the Rinnegan is real, and so on. I can say with certainty that they are all true. All myths are history that has happened. Boom! Hercules was shocked, and a thunderbolt flashed through his mind. His whole mind was shaken. How is this possible? He was too surprised and subconsciously denied it. Nothing is impossible, Hercules. Orochimaru turned his head at this time, looked at him with a smile and said, You look almost the same as when I first knew the truth. Hercules, welcome to the real world. Hercules widened his eyes, and his expression changed rapidly. After a while, he trembled and asked, in other words, my feeling is not wrong. This tree is alive, right? It has its own thoughts and knows how to think. It is observing us. Of course. Orochimaru and Nara Shintaku nodded, confirming his guess. Hiss. Hercules took a breath and looked at the tree of life with a look of horror. Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru both confirmed it, which means that there is something wrong with this tree. Don't worry, when have I ever let the experimental sample get out of control? Nara Shintaku smiled and comforted him. Hee. Orochimaru also laughed and said, we even know that when no one is around, the tree of life will stretch out its roots and branches to explore on Friday. And, it will also use special perception methods to observe the students outside at all times. Now, most of them have the mind of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Bang! The calm ground suddenly rioted. The roots like spears protruded from the ground and stabbed at Nara Shintaku and the other two. It seemed that the secret was exposed. The tree of life was angry and didn't plan to continue pretending. What? Hercules' face turned pale. This sudden attack made him unable to react in time. The piercing roots instantly appeared before his eyes. Bang! At this moment, a golden barrier unfolded, blocking Bailuahu like a copper wall. These roots pierced the golden barrier, breaking and shattering one after another. And burning with dazzling golden flames. The flames spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they spread from the roots to the branches, and the entire tree of life was ignited. Great light Kasidagarba's Taiyuan Mandala. Nara Shintaku's eyes suddenly returned to their true appearance. The golden ring and silver star were bright and dazzling. Bailuahu breathed a sigh of relief, his back was already covered with cold sweat. At this time, the trunk of the tree of life twisted painfully like a living thing. Crack! The bark suddenly burst at the main trunk. A blurry face was revealed in the crack. This face was very similar to that of a human, with the same facial features and contours, but the expression was extremely painful, full of twisted and hideous feelings. Just looking at it made people shudder and feel deeply evil. This guy is really alive. When Bailuahu saw this face, his expression became extremely ugly, monster. When he thought of the past, when he was raising this tree, CCAC, he was secretly spied on and observed. He couldn't help but feel a chill. Roar! The face of the tree of life was revealed, and it opened its dry wood-like mouth and let out a silent howl. Instantly, a terrifying momentum broke out. This was an extremely terrifying and fierce breath, as if it was pure malice and hostility, which made people's hair stand on end. Goosebumps appeared wildly. Are you kidding? Bailuahu's eyes shrank sharply, and a deep fear exploded directly in his mind. As if he had met a natural enemy, he was so scared that he couldn't think normally. There was only one thought left in his mind. Run! 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 It seemed that if he didn't run away, he would be eaten alive in the next moment. Not only him. Outside the planting area of the Tree of Life, all the ninjas in the entire technical development department felt a sense of crisis of impending disaster. What's going on? My body is shaking. My heart is beating wildly. It seems that something dangerous has appeared nearby. I am actually sweating. Something is wrong. I have never been so scared when fighting for life and death on the battlefield. Everyone realized the abnormality. This is not an illusion or a collective psychological effect that can be explained. There must be some other factors that caused all of them to instinctively warn wildly. Where is Director Orochimaru? We must tell Director Orochimaru. And Director Hirako. Is Shintaku-kun in the technical department today? Everyone was like a headless fly, searching everywhere. Deep in the laboratory. In the barrier that isolates the inside and outside and condenses natural energy at the same time. Angry. Nara Shintaku looked at the rioting Tree of Life with amusement. Golden flames burned on its body, making crackling sounds, causing the roots of the Tree of Life to dance in pain and lashing the surrounding walls crazily. Bang bang bang! But every lash was bounced back by the Jizo Teja barrier. And it created more flames and brought more pain. Oh! Food, damn! DZ! Eat you! The Tree of Life roared silently, and its angry emotions and thoughts were transmitted through the chakra breath. Chakra has the function of transmitting thoughts. Nara, Shintaku, and the other two could easily read the thoughts of the tree. It was a kind of fury of being offended. It was like a king being bullied by his subjects, or like a top predator being hurt by the food on the menu. The Tree of Life conveyed a feeling of shame. This guy, he regards humans as food. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and grinned, revealing his white teeth. Swish! The next moment, a huge white snake shadow appeared. The surrounding natural energy was instantly drained. The white snake shadow turned into a solid entity, falling like a pillar of heaven, and slammed the trunk of the Tree of Life fiercely. Crack! The trunk of the Tree of Life was shattered and almost broken in half. At the same time, the cold power of the white snake enveloped it. This power did not interfere with the burning of the flame, but penetrated into the body of the Tree of Life, freezing the activity of the Tree of Life. Roar! The Tree of Life let out a more painful howl. But the violently twitching roots and branches calmed down and fell back to the ground, as if they had turned back into normal, motionless plants. Under the suppression of Orochimaru's power, the activity of the Tree of Life was suppressed. It was like a dead thing, passively enduring the burning of the flames, unable to make the slightest struggle. Roar! 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 This made the Tree of Life even more painful, and it howled and roared repeatedly. Obaru was so shocked that his face turned pale, and he had to lean against the wall to barely avoid falling to the ground. Outside. In the entire technical development department, the hearts of the ninjas were beating like drums. The fear was like an invisible big hand, tightly grasping their hearts. But here, in this area where the Tree of Life was planted, Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru had no strange expressions on their faces, and were not affected at all. What a violent fellow, like a wild beast. Orochimaru frowned, a displeased expression flashed across his face. It's hard to use such a violent tree. It can only be destroyed. But if we can cultivate the first Tree of Life, we can cultivate the second one. Orochimaru said, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The uncontrolled sample was worthless in his opinion, so he might as well destroy it. Don't worry, Teacher Orochimaru. Nara Shintaku chuckled and said, I have a plan for this situation. Oh! Orochimaru raised his eyebrows curiously. Obaru also looked at him in surprise. In the eyes of the two, such a violent and ferocious Tree of Life cannot be controlled immediately. The best way is to destroy it. Then cultivate new plants again and again, and slowly find a way to control it. You made a mistake. Nara Shintaku smiled and said slowly, we don't need a tree of life that can be driven like an arm and as obedient as a puppy. We just need a quiet tree. If the tree of life stays there peacefully and grows quietly, it will be able to meet our research needs. Hearing this, Orochimaru and Bailuho showed a thoughtful look. Haven't you already mastered the key to making it quiet, Orochimaru teacher? Nara Shintaku said with a smile. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to him. Yes, it's your soul scalpel. Nara Shintaku said. Swish. Orochimaru's expression was immediately pleasantly surprised. Soul scalpel? Bailuho showed a surprised expression. He knew that Orochimaru's soul weapon was a scalpel, but he didn't know the specific effect. It seems that I can learn a lot today. Bailuho looked forward to it. Ahead. Orochimaru was reminded and summoned his soul scalpel without hesitation. It was an ordinary silver knife, which fell into Orochimaru's hands and was not even very eye-catching. Roar! But the tree of life seemed to sense a strong threat and began to struggle again. The branches and roots swung wildly. Day! Nara Shintaku snapped his fingers casually, and the golden flame on the tree of life suddenly rose. Hey! The expanding flames, like an invisible mouth, instantly devoured the roots and branches of the tree of life, turning these parts into ashes. Roar! The tree of life trembled violently in pain, and was burned to the point where only life was left. Day! Nara Shintaku snapped his fingers again, and the golden flame of the Jizo Teikai extinguished and disappeared. The scene was completely handed over to Orochimaru. Don't be afraid, it will be quick. I'll cut very quickly. It won't hurt at all. Orochimaru smiled and walked forward, controlling the huge white snake, winding around the trunk of the tree of life like a vine. The snake scales rubbed against the bark, and sparks burst out. It was like two pieces of steel rubbing fiercely. Roar! Roar! The tree of life was even more frightened, and its exposed face showed a horrified expression. Hiroshi stood against the wall, his eyes twitching. Such a terrifying tree of life was manipulated at will by Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru like a helpless insect. You too, Tuan is a real monster. Hiroshi shouted in his heart. Swish! Orochimaru walked to the tree of life, and the soul scalpel in his hand fell without hesitation. The blade was sharp and cut directly into the interior of the tree of life. It was like a hot knife through butter. Well, is that so? Orochimaru closed his eyes and used the soul scalpel to sense the situation inside the tree of life. He sensed a huge will. This will was violent and ferocious, like a natural evil beast, born to devour life. Erase it. No, the will is deeply connected to the body. If it is erased, it will hurt the body and reduce the quality of the tree of life. Then cut off the thinking circuit. Orochimaru determined the plan and gently pulled the scalpel. The movement was slow, elegant, and calm, as if carving a fine work of art. Roar! 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 But the tree of life trembled in pain, and the expression on its exposed face collapsed directly. Orochimaru's soul scalpel, in a strange way, fell into its will, cutting off the circuit between thoughts and thoughts. It was like a human undergoing Pons surgery. Cutting off the bridge connecting the left and right brains caused personality splitting and mental breakdown. Orochimaru did it more thoroughly. Not only did he cut off the invisible circuits in his will, he also reconnected them randomly, allowing the wrong circuits to be put together, forming a chaotic and disordered mass of thoughts. Yes, thoughts. The will of the tree of life was directly modified into a mass of chaotic thoughts. And these thoughts could not command the body, nor could they be organized and continuous, and could only collide, consume each other over and over again. From the outside. After Orochimaru slit a few knives casually, the tree of life suddenly became quiet. The fierce malice suddenly disappeared. Hey! Liu, who suddenly relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. In the technical department, a group of ninjas suddenly felt relieved. That sense of crisis disappeared. No more. That feeling of danger is gone. Is it over? Before you figure out what happened, keep alert. That makes sense. It's really okay only after Minister Orochimaru or Shintaku-kun confirms that everything is fine. In the laboratory. The planting area of the Tree of Life. What's next? Orochimaru took back the soul scalpel, turned his head, and looked at Nara eagerly. What should we do? Since you have thought about the problem of stabilizing the Tree of Life in advance, then the method of using the Tree of Life must have been prepared in advance. Being watched by Orochimaru, Nara smiled faintly and said, "Of course." Chapter 85. Of course he had thought of a way to use it. And it was a very clever way to use it. Remember what I said before. Nara Shintaku spoke, his tone was faint. The fruit of the sacred tree was eaten by the goddess of the rabbit, and she became the ancestor of Chakra. Her eldest son, sage of 6 paths Tsutsuki Hago Romo, inherited the power of the sacred tree. The symbol of inheritance is the Rinnegan with the power of the universe. Orochimaru nodded calmly. He had already understood all this information. But Hirahu next to him was stunned. Fruit of the sacred tree? Goddess of the rabbit? The ancestor of Chakra? Sage of 6 paths? Rinnegan? How come you two are talking about such a huge historical secret as if you were discussing what you ate yesterday? And the two children of the Sage of 6 paths are Indra and Ashura. The eldest son, Indra, inherited the power of the eye representing the spirit. The second son, Ashura, inherited the power of the body representing the body. The descendants of the two are the Uchiha and the Senju of the forest. The power of the eye and the body evolved into the bloodline of the Uchiha and the bloodline of the Senju clan today. Orochimaru's expression did not change. He had known all this for a long time. Only Hiru heard it like thunder, his heart was shocked, and he was unbelievable. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan are actually the descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths in myths and legends. No wonder their bloodline is so strong. It turns out that their ancestors were generous. Hokage looked confused, and understood many things at once. Compared with other ninja clans, the bloodline of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan is a gap level of strength. The gap is so big that it is unbelievable. Hokage once doubted whether pure Yin-style bloodline or Yang-style bloodline has higher potential. Now that Nara Shintaku tells the secret, he knows that it is not the case. It is their ancestors who belong to Tianheng Canton. Now, this tree has a trace of the power of the sacred tree, and the sacred tree is the carrier of chakra. You can also understand it as a converter. It can absorb natural energy and convert it into chakra. And providing chakra will convert it into a specific attribute fruit or bloodline fruit. Nara Shintaku paused here. Then the question is. He smiled meaningfully at Orochimaru and asked, if we provide both the eye and the body, what will this converter produce? Boom! Orochimaru's pupils instantly dilated, his hair stood up, and his scalp tingled. A word flashed through his mind like thunder. Rinnegan. Obaru, who was behind him, also opened his eyes wide in shock as if struck by lightning. If we gather the eye and the body together, doesn't that mean we can restore the power of the Sage of 6 Paths? Audiobook. Orochimaru laughed tremblingly, his eyes burning, and licked his lips excitedly. I see, no wonder you provide a large number of corpses to make the tree of life grow quickly. It turns out that it is to store nutrients for it. What you really want to cultivate is the Rinnegan. Nara's words made him tremble with excitement. This is the Sage of 6 Paths in mythology. They actually have the opportunity to obtain the power of a legendary figure. How can Orochimaru not be excited? If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Orochimaru would have wanted to transform into the Yamata no Orokai, swinging his tail and head wildly to vent his excitement. Please. Nara smiled and stretched out his hand, making a gesture of invitation. Hee. Orochimaru licked his tongue and refined chakra. Zhang. His eyes suddenly lit up with a blood-red light, emitting a cold pupil power. 3 Megatama appeared. The next moment, the 3 Megatama were connected to form a new pupil pattern as complicated as a chain. Manjiki Sharingan. Instantly, the area in front of Orochimaru was shrouded in a layer of faint blood light. Everything seemed to be painted with a layer of blood red. The pupil power was amazing. This pupil power was definitely not an ordinary Manjiki Sharingan, but an eternal level Manjiki. Obaru's eyelids twitched, and a storm was rising in his heart. Sharingan. Minister Orochimaru actually has Sharingan, and it's Manjiki. No, wait. Being able to research blood limit awakening potions, and having this tree of life that bears blood fruit, it should be easy to obtain the power of Sharingan. Obaru took a few deep breaths to calm down. He himself could obtain multiple blood power at any time. Nara Shintaku told him that as a benefit of being a supervisor, he could use the fruit of the tree of life at will. Of course, because he was afraid of the tree of life. Obaru didn't eat it himself. He just fed the fruit to different materials as a control group experiment. Good pupil power, should be able to use the complete Susanoo, right? Nara Shintaku looked at the pupil light and said in admiration. Haha, I replaced my own eyes with mine and successfully fused the eternal eyes. Orochimaru smiled and explained, with the eternal light, there is no need to worry about honing the pupil power, and it will naturally reach the peak in a short time. Crack. While speaking, Orochimaru stretched out his hand and dug out his own eyes, cutting the nerves and blood vessels. 2 plump and round eyeballs with bloodshot eyes fell into Orochimaru's hands. The eyelids of Hirako behind him jumped. What a wild style! Although he had removed, replaced, and made his own eyes, he didn't know how many pairs he had. But he had never done it to himself. Not to mention, Orochimaru's neat and tidy posture seemed not to dig out a pair of eyes, but to pull out a plug casually. Swish! After Orochimaru dug out the Manjiki, a pair of new eyes grew in his eye sockets. Next, just give the eyes to the tree of life. Nara Shintaku said calmly, the power of the sacred tree will make the instinct begin to transform. Okay. Orochimaru nodded and threw the Manjiki Sharingan in his hand casually to the tree of life. Behind him, Obaru looked surprised. Was it too casual? But the next second, he completely overturned this head. Crack! The pair of Manjiki Sharingan fell on the tree of life, and the bark immediately cracked, gushing out sap. Moreover, the entire tree of life trembled, as if it had obtained something vital. This trembling had nothing to do with will. The instinct of the tree of life was uncontrollably excited. Here it comes. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the changes of the tree of life. It has begun. Nara Shintaku looked calmly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tree of life was shaking, and the fruits hanging on the branches became withered and shrunken one by one. The fruits were actually recycled by the tree of life. Not only that, a large number of branches and leaves shrank and disappeared, as if they were growing in reverse. In the blink of an eye, such a large tree of life became bare. The originally dense branches and leaves only had 2 main branches. One on the left and one on the right, connected to 2 Manjiki Sharingan respectively. When these 2 Manjiki Sharingan were connected by the tree of life, the blood in their eyes disappeared, and a deep sense of mutual understanding emerged. In this purple meaning, a vast and mysterious breath that encompasses everything is exuded. The essence of this breath is extremely high. It appeared for a moment, and it caused an invisible wave, like a stone that hit the long river of fate, causing a wave that should not have appeared. The country of Earth. In a secret underground space. Boom! A tall humanoid monster suddenly trembled all over, and its 9 broken tails swung violently, as if stimulated by something. What's wrong, Kidō statue? Uchiha Madara was shocked. Why did the Kidō statue, which had been quiet all the time, suddenly riot? He frowned and tried to calm it with Rinnegan. Roar! But it was useless. The Kidō statue raised its head and roared, as if provoked and threatened. Not only was it not appeased, but it paced back and forth in the underground space like an exploding beast, constantly looking around. It seemed to be looking for something. Tell me what's going on, Kidō statue. Uchiha Madara's face sank, and he asked in an unquestionable tone. Boom! At the same time, the Rinnegan in Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly released his pupil power. The pupil power was like the sea, impacting the Kidō statue. Bang! The Kidō statue was pressed hard against the wall, smashing a huge hole. Roar! The Kidō statue calmed down and obeyed the orders of Uchiha Madara, who had the Rinnegan. What's going on? Uchiha Madara frowned, took a slight breath, and released the suppression of the Kidō statue. His body was too old. Just using the power of these eyes is a bit too much. We have to send the eyes out as soon as possible. Uchiha Madara murmured, looking at the Kidō statue that had calmed down again. He couldn't help but frown. Why did this ugly guy riot just now? He couldn't think of a reason. Not far away. A dark human figure, his eyes became deep. Is the Kidō statue angry? Just now, did you feel threatened? Why? Black Zetsu was also full of doubts. It is Tsuchikage, the third son of the goddess of the moon. It was born 1,000 years ago, witnessed the rise and fall of the ninja world for thousands of years, and mastered almost all the information. But, even it doesn't know. Why did the Kidō statue riot just now? Has anything that threatens you appeared? Black Zetsu fell into deep thought. Deep in the earth. Pure land. This is a dark space that was opened up to protect the souls of the dead. Hey! Sage of Six Paths suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of plump purple eyes. Rinnegan. This person who lived thousands of years ago did not disappear, but has been in the Pure Land, guarding the souls of the dead. Just now, the power of the Rinnegan was triggered. Why? In this world, there should be no power that can cause the Rinnegan to fluctuate. Could it be that there is a problem with the Mother's Seal? Please give me flowers. Sage of Six Paths looked up, his eyes lit up with a mysterious purple pupil light. In an instant, his eyes penetrated time and space, crossed countless distances, and saw the moon outside the sky. Watched quietly for a moment. Sage of Six Paths doubtfully retracted his gaze. There is no problem with the seal. What is the reason? Did the future predicted by Gamamaru change? One of the three holy places. Mount Maiboku. In the palace inside. Great Toad Sage Gamamaru suddenly opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep. Its eyes were fascinated, its brows were frowned, and it muttered to itself, just a moment ago, my ability to predict was triggered. Did the future change? No, I can still see, the blue-eyed boy playing with the nine-tailed beasts, and Yuyi has been watching the ninja world, and he is also looking forward to this future. Gamamaru's expression became confused. For some reason, it felt a palpitation. $719. Something bad has happened in a corner that it didn't notice. Konoha. In the laboratory of the Technology Development Department. Under the Tree of Life. Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru looked at the Tree of Life thoughtfully. To be precise, they were looking at the two Manjiki Sharingan that had turned into fruits on the Tree of Life. Nurture. No, it's more like completion, and cultivation. The potential power of Manjiki Sharingan is being channeled out. Orochimaru said thoughtfully. Nara Shintaku didn't speak, but a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He knew the conditions for the birth of Rinnegan. Indra Chakra and Ashura Chakra can channel the power of the universe and awaken Rinnegan. 0. But, do we have to have the power of these two chakras? Not necessarily. The power of Indra and Ashura is essentially the eye and the body. As their descendants passed down from generation to generation, their bloodline degenerated, and the eyes and body became the Hokiha bloodline and bloodline. Although they have degenerated and become sage-like, but the essence has not changed. The Uchiha's bloodline limit is the sage eye. The Senju's bloodline limit is the sage body. These are two incomplete keys. Although they are incomplete keys, they are still keys. As long as the bloodline limits of the two clans are fused, and a trace of the power of the sacred tree is used as a carrier for fusion, the conditions for the awakening of the Rinnegan can be met. It has been verified before that even without the key, the corresponding treasure house can be opened by deception. And now, I have provided two incomplete keys, which can make Chakra actively open the treasure house and show the power of the universe. Nara Shintaku narrowed his eyes and thought firmly in his heart. As expected. As the two Manjiki Sharingan turned into fruits, the power of the wood-style cells in the Tree of Life was being injected into the two Manjiki. This wood-style power merged with the pupil power. The purple in the eyes became more and more obvious. Look at this speed, it only takes 3 months to get a pair of Rinnegan, right? Orochimaru was excited and his voice was a little hoarse. Feeding more materials should speed up the time. Nikong Kangchuo said. Really? Orochimaru raised his eyebrows and made a decision without hesitation, then supply the maximum amount of materials to make the Tree of Life full and satisfied. Hiroshi. Orochimaru suddenly turned around and looked at Hiroshi behind him. Minister Orochimaru. Hiroshi hurriedly straightened his body. Put a hold on other experiments for the time being, and all the materials in the technical department will be used to supply the Tree of Life, Orochimaru ordered. Yes. Hiroshi nodded without hesitation. Compared with making Rinnegan, other experiments are insignificant. You can totally put it down. I'm really looking forward to the day when they mature. Orochimaru licked his lips and looked at the two Manjiki Sharingan with burning eyes. Nara Shintaku also looked at them, with a faint light in his eyes. He thought for a while and said to Orochimaru, I'll stay here and watch for the time being. Oh. Orochimaru was a little surprised and asked, is it that serious? Although it is a very precious Rinnegan, the power of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. But that's all. They have wood-style cells and Manjiki Sharingan. They can create another Tree of Life anytime and anywhere. Cultivate another pair of Rinnegan. Just in case. Nara Shintaku said lightly. Orochimaru was startled when he heard this. He looked at Nara Shintaku deeply, nodded and said, okay, then I'll leave it to you. Orochimaru suddenly thought of something. Nara Shintaku, this old monster, can reincarnate and practice again. The immortals of the 3 holy places have survived for thousands of years. What about the Sage of Six Paths? Will he still exist? Moreover, the myths and legends of the past cannot be restored to the Sage of Six Paths. There are also many gods who have disappeared in history. Will those gods still exist in some way? Chapter 86. Let's go, Hirako. Orochimaru turned around and took Hirako away to prepare materials. Since they decided to supply the Tree of Life with all their strength, Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi should be urged appropriately. In the laboratory, only Nara Shintaku was left. He sat under the Tree of Life, raised his hand to summon the Soul Crown, and put it on his head. Swish! The orange gem in the center of the crown flashed a deep luster. At the same time, ripples appeared in the void, undulating in circles, like water waves, spreading in all directions. Plus, the ripples spread to the far distance as if there was no end. Strangely, whether it was the Technology Development Department or Konoha village, all civilians and ninjas were unaware of it. It was as if this ripple did not exist. The one who travels through dimensions can sense the direction of fate. Your existence will not be detected by prophecy, foreknowledge, clairvoyance, calculation, etc. When you are affected by the power of fate, you will be aware of it. That's all. Nara Shintaku wore a crown, closed his eyes, and waited patiently on the tree. At the same time, Mount Maiboku Holy Land, in the palace inside. Great Toad Sage was hesitant. After thinking for a long time, he decided to use prophecy on his own initiative. This is not a simple matter. There is a price to pay for spying on fate. So Great Toad Sage has been passively predicting and rarely actively spying on fate. But now, an inexplicable palpitation makes it feel uneasy. I have to take a look to feel at ease. The Great Toad Sage said, closing his eyes, exuding a strange hazy breath, as if he had left this time and space, and his spirit went to the distant future. Buzz! An invisible void ripple swept across its 340 body. But the Great Toad Sage was unaware. It opened its eyes in the dream and tried its best to look into the future. A familiar scene appeared. The blue-eyed boy played with the nine-tailed beasts. Is fate unchanged? The Great Toad Sage was relieved and woke up from the prophetic dream. In the palace, it opened its eyes, looking tired, and its body's breath was mostly weak. It seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. In the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths looked at the entire ninja world. The Rinnegan's pupil power, like the vast skylight, swept all corners of the world. Including the underground space of Iwagakure. Including the conspiring Uchiha Madara, the sinister Black Zetsu. But the weird thing is, he intentionally or unintentionally ignored the technical development department in Konoha village, and left carelessly before his eyes fell. No problem. Sage of Six Paths frowned, thought about it, and put the matter aside for the time being. He had no intention of intervening in the ninja world. The future predicted by the Great Toad Sage was in line with his heart. Since the future that was in line with his heart was destined to come, there was no need to do anything extra, just wait patiently. Land of Earth. In a hidden underground space, the thing that stimulated the Kidō statue disappeared. Uchiha Madara showed a puzzled expression and murmured, "It's really strange. As the body of the sacred tree, what can stimulate the Kidō statue? Forget it, when I cast infinite Tsukuyomi, all the secrets will be exposed." Uchiha Madara looked defiant and confident. Only Black Zetsu was thinking secretly beside him, feeling confused. The only one who can make the Kidō statue react is a very high-level being. Unfortunately, the Kidō statue, which has lost its power, has been filled with desire and anger, and cannot communicate. I hope the little episode just now will not affect my plan. Black Zetsu thought secretly. Of course, it is not nervous. To its mother, this planet is just a breeding farm and arsenal that can be used at will, without any threat. If it were not for the two traitors, Yui and Hamura, this planet would have been harvested clean and turned into the power of its mother. Time passed quickly for more than a month. A large amount of materials were delivered, and at the same time Orochimaru made a simple curse seal to cultivate a small mountain of flesh and blood rich in natural energy. This flesh and blood proliferated disorderly, just like cancer cells. Any creature that touched it would be eroded and assimilated, turning into a pool of rotten meat. But for the tree of life, this is the best nutrient. The two eyes turned into fruits, which matured quickly, and the blood-red pupil light on them turned into a deep and mysterious purple. At the same time, the original chain-like pupil pattern turned into circles. The circles were shown with a faint white light, like water waves. This is exactly what the Rinnegan looks like. Finally, I've waited for the day when the fruit matures. Orochimaru walked under the tree with emotion and excitement on his face, the power of the Sage of Six Paths, the legendary all things. Say, let me see what kind of power it is. Orochimaru summoned the soul scalpel. Shua! With a light wave, the roots were cut off. Two Rinnegan fell. Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru took one of the eyes respectively. It's strange. After falling into the hands of the two people, the two apple-sized Rinnegans shrank spontaneously and turned back to the normal shape of eyeballs. At the same time, the eyeball has a sophisticated structure with nerves and blood vessels all over the eye socket. It can be replaced in someone's eye socket at any time. The eyes in the Hokage world are really hot swappable. Nara Shintaku couldn't help but sigh and put away the Rinnegan. Orochimaru did the same. For the two of them, there was no need to deliberately replace their eyes with Rinnegan. That would be too primitive and too rough. It's not beautiful at all. They are researchers. They only need to get a Rinnegan to study the secrets and turn it into the power they control. After losing 2 Rinnegan, the tree of life trembled and its breath became weak. But it's not a big problem. Orochimaru and Nara Shintaku took a look and ignored it. As long as enough materials and natural energy are provided, the tree of life can recover and continue to produce various chakra fruits. Let's go. Orochimaru came quickly and left quickly. After getting the Rinnegan, he hurried away to study it. Yes. Nara Shintaku nodded and began to study the Rinnegan in his hand. Each pair of Rinnegan has its own unique eye technique. For example, Heaven's Hand Power, Wheel Grave Bunyu, High Emperor Forest Honor, Coercion, Time Rewind, Thousand Paper Crane Instant Body, etc. But in addition to this, there are also common basic eye techniques. Heavenly Way, Animal Way, Shura Way, Human Way, Hell Way, Hungry Kid, Outer Way. These 7 basic eye techniques are possessed by all Rinnegan. I already have the exclusive ability of Rinnegan, that is Wangxiang. Nara Shintaku looked at the Rinnegan in his hand and muttered to himself, the so-called exclusive eye technique is actually the power that the Tsuchikage sage has sublimated after practicing to a certain level, melting all the tangible and intangible things such as skills, will, emotions, and desires. It is a symbol of this person's path. But this is not something unique to the Tsuchikage clan. It is the power that all practitioners naturally awaken after practicing to a deep level. For example, Mount Maiboku Gameru's prophecy, Katsuya's split regeneration of the wet bone forest, and the thought waves and petrification of the cave white snake. These powers are essentially the same as the exclusive eye techniques of Rinnegan. Nara Shintaku nodded slightly and sorted out his thoughts. He has awakened his own exclusive power Wangxiang. The so-called Wangxiang is different from the Rinnegan's Senra Wangxiang. Nara Shintaku's omniscience is to constantly imitate, learn, devour, plunder, draw nutrients from everything and grow. If I must describe it, it is closer to Makoto's adaptation. So, the value of this Rinnegan to me is to enhance the power of omniscience. Nara Shintaku closed his palms and crushed the eyes. Snap! The ruptured Rinnegan released all its pupil power in one breath. Nara Shintaku's eyes were shining with gold and silver, and he stared at the pupil power closely, observing and learning the mysterious changes in it. Outer Path, Rhine Tensei Technique, Heavenly Path, Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, Planetary Devastation, Ashura Path, Physical Strengthening, Physical Transformation, Hell Path, Summoning Yama, Yama Judgment, Yama Reincarnation, Human Path, Heart Layer Diving, Soul Absorbing Technique, Hungry Kid, Chakra Devouring, Ceiling Absorption. The Rinnegan pupil power dissipated, and Nara Shintaku's eyes flashed. He has analyzed and learned all the moves of 6 paths and outer paths. And, these moves will show even more terrifying power in his hands. Unfortunately, this pair of Rinnegan has not yet created its own pupil technique. Nara Shintaku felt a little regretful. He flicked his finger, and the Rinnegan residue in front of him turned into powder. Completely disappeared from the world. Gao Huangchan Linzun, time goes back. I am looking forward to the exclusive eye technique of Rinnegan. Nara Shintaku smiled slightly. He was looking forward to the future, the Tsuchikage clan crossing the starry sky, giving him people to buy. But now, let's accept the new system rewards. Nara Shintaku looked forward. In front of the empty eyes, a system panel that only he could see emerged. Current template, Kurotsuchi Mayuri. Development progress, 60%. Developed technology, blood armor technique, dynamic blood armor and static blood armor, flying sickle kick technique, exclusive sage mode, yin-yang escape kid, soul activation ascension technique, soul weapon forging technique, blood limit development technique, life shell creation technique, physical potion, blood limit awakening potion, and the cultivation plan of the power of all things. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 60% of the interim rewards Ranzhuang Tiangi research data. Ranzhuang Tiangi. Nara Shintaku frowned slightly, he knew this technique. This is a unique skill of the Quincy, stringing spirit particles into silk threads, tying and connecting the body, just like manipulating a puppet, making the weak or aging body move again. Before completely turning into dust, you can keep fighting. It is called the highest fighting technique. The heavenly demon disintegration technique. Nara Shintaku shook his head lightly. In his opinion, this is a technique that treats the body as a consumable and pursues mutual destruction. It doesn't make much sense. If the body is used as a consumable, he has too many ways to squeeze out the ultimate power. What is the random heavenly puppet? Forget it, since it's a reward, let's just take a look. Nara Shintaku received the knowledge indifferently. Suddenly, a lot of unfamiliar information emerged. Nara Shintaku quickly sorted and digested it. Hey! Soon, he was stunned and his expression became surprised. Neller. Nara Shintaku had a strange expression and was a little bit unconvinced of the information in his mind. The system rewards not only the Ranzhuang Tiankui. Also, there is Nelly's research and development of this technology. Interesting. Build a new body control system by using the random Tiangi. What a radical idea, because the natural control systems such as neural network, muscle contraction, and ligament pulling are too inefficient, far inferior to using spirit particles to control the team directly. So, just abandon it. Abandon the so-called instinct, and put everything in the body under the control of consciousness, that is, 100% absolute control. Nara Shintaku browsed Kurotsuchi Mayuri's research in amazement. According to Kurotsuchi Mayuri's idea, after completing the replacement of the operating system, the so-called explosion, potential explosion, emotional burst and other abilities will be lost. But in return, it is 100% absolute force. Because the body is absolutely controlled, every blow is 100% of the full force. No redundancy, no waste. Naturally, there will be no so-called explosion. After reading these studies, I got inspiration. Nara Shintaku touched his chin, thinking. If it was just a replacement of an operating system, he would have done it. Sage transformation makes his body structure, blood composition, tissue structure, etc. very different from ordinary people. Although he still retains his human form, the muscles under the skin are no longer muscles. Instead, they are a kind of steel bars that look like muscles. His skin is no longer skin, but a unique cortex that looks like human skin, which can resist most physical damage and ninjutsu damage. Even if Amaterasu washes his face directly, it will only turn red, but not burn. I have a bolder idea. Nara Shintaku slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Since you are changing the operating system, why not be more direct and change the body as well? How can you forget to upgrade the hardware when you are only concerned with upgrading the software? A few days later. Technology Development Department, in the laboratory. Orochimaru was invited to come and looked at the scroll in his hand in surprise. New technique. He was studying the power of Rinnegan and had already figured out something. I thought Nara Shintaku was the same. The two of them should not meet in the short term. Unexpectedly, today Nara Shintaku suddenly asked him to meet and gave him a scroll of a new technique. Have you mastered the power of 4.0 Rinnegan? Orochimaru asked curiously. Of course. Nara Shintaku smiled and nodded, that's not difficult for me. Hiss. Orochimaru took a breath. As expected of an old monster. He has just started. Orochimaru sighed in his heart and lowered his head to open the scroll. Rinnegan is not urgent, I have already found the way. Shintaku's new technique makes me more curious. Every time it is taken out, it is an amazing technique. Orochimaru looked at it curiously. His expression immediately froze after seeing it. Although he had expected it, he was still shocked when he saw the content of the scroll. Ranzhuang. Replace the body operating system, and then replace the new body according to the new operating system. Until the operating system and the body merge. Just like energy creatures, the system structure is the body, and the body is the system structure. The two can be transformed at will, immortal. Orochimaru's heart was in turmoil. The starting point of this Ranzhuang puppet technique is the puppet master of Sand Shinobi. But in the second half, the intention suddenly rose. The two concepts of manipulation and body are completely integrated. Is this the end of the sage transformation road? Orochimaru looked up, showing an excited face, and couldn't help asking. The final result of the practice of sage transformation is the unity of body and soul. That is also the realm where the two concepts of operation and body are integrated. The unity of body and soul, the unity of yin and yang. Achieve the final sublimation. But Orochimaru has never found relevant information about that state. Even the immortals of the three holy lands have not come into contact with that realm. It seems to exist only in imagination. Yes, this is the end of sage transformation. Nara Shintaku nodded slowly with a solemn expression. Chapter 87. When the soul and the body are united and life is sublimated, the boundaries of the form will be completely broken, and the state of energy is me, I am energy will be reached. This is the ultimate pursuit of the immortal path. Yes, the gods of the old times. Nara's words made Orochimaru fall into complete excitement. His face flushed and his breathing was rapid. A pair of golden vertical pupils lit up with dazzling divine light, and all around became sharp. God. You mean, the local gods before the arrival of the sacred tree? They can actually break through the boundaries of the form and reach the state of energy is me, I am energy. Orochimaru was excited, and his face was full of disbelief. Energy is me, I am energy. What does it mean? It means transcending time. The sun and the moon rotate, and the world changes, it doesn't matter at all. All the changes in the world cannot affect you. Unless someone of a higher level gradually erodes your will integrated into the energy, you are immortal. Wait. Orochimaru suddenly thought of a question and asked, if the native gods of the old times really reached this terrifying realm, why did they lose? Why did the sacred tree take everything? If it weren't for the Sage of Six Paths and Hamura, this planet would have been ruled by the goddess of the rabbit long ago, right? This is a very big doubt. Why did the immortal native gods disappear? Of course it's because the sacred tree is stronger. Nara Shintaku chuckled, have you forgotten? The goddess of the moon is still sealed on the moon. Orochimaru took a breath. The sacred tree is stronger? Doesn't it mean that the sacred tree and the Tsuchikage clan are superior to the immortal gods? The goddess of the rabbit is so strong, why was she sealed by her own son? Orochimaru showed a puzzled look, if it were me, I would definitely have a countermeasure. If it was Orochimaru himself, he would definitely leave a lot of back doors. Even if there were no back doors. Relying on his own knowledge and strength, he is enough to crush all beings below his level. For example, now. It's easy for him to suppress the tailed beast. Realm does not necessarily represent combat power. Nara Shintaku said with a smile, what's more, the goddess of the rabbit was only sealed, not dead. I see. Orochimaru nodded suddenly. If he hadn't come up step by step, he might not have enough fighting power. After all. Not everyone is like him and Nara Shintaku, who have been promoted from scratch little by little. Of course, this old monster should have practiced for the second time to reach the current level. Orochimaru glanced at Nara Shintaku and thought secretly. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Nara Shintaku said, what do you think of this random heaven puppet technique? It seems incomplete. Yes, I just have a preliminary idea. Nara Shintaku paused and smiled meaningfully, so, I need you to help improve it together. Oh. Orochimaru couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He seemed to have guessed something. Energy is me, I am energy, aren't there very suitable samples in the current ninja world? Nara Shintaku said leisurely. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed and he smiled and nodded, you said so. It's true. Yes, it's the tailed beasts. Nara Shintaku smiled. I understand what you mean. Orochimaru also smiled. Catch the tailed beasts. This is what Nara Shintaku meant. However, the tailed beasts are the most important things in the hidden villages. It is impossible to borrow them. They can only be seized by force. And seizing them by force will inevitably cause fierce resistance from the villages. But so what? Now Konoha can sweep across the entire ninja world, and it is as easy as taking something out of a bag to bring all the territories under its rule. Nara Shintaku stretched out his hand, gently clenched his fist, and exuded a sense of pride. It seemed that the whole world was in his hands. The territory of the entire ninja world. Orochimaru licked his lips and became excited. This is a feat that even the first Hokage has failed to accomplish. Unexpectedly, under the influence of Nara Shintaku, Kunyi has surpassed the first Hokage without realizing it. I'm really going to witness history. Orochimaru thought excitedly. The two then discussed the details. They left the technical department together and went to different places. Konoha village. In a tavern. A white-haired man was drunk, his eyes were confused, his expression was depressed, and his faith was shattered. Teacher Jiraiya, stop drinking. Namikaze Minato was next to the man, persuading him helplessly, you have been drinking for 3 days. Even for a ninja, you have reached your limit. Jiraiya did not respond and continued to drink. He was driven back from the front line. Back in the village, he was excluded openly and secretly, and held an idle position, doing nothing all day. And his disciple Minato was also dismissed and thrown into the barrier class, punching in and out every day to do some trivial and meaningless things. Both the master and the apprentice were put on ice. Teacher Jiraiya, you really can't drink anymore. Minato's face was full of worry. He knew that Teacher Jiraiya was depressed. Minato himself was also depressed. But there is no point in being depressed. People always have to keep moving forward and keep looking forward. Ton. Jiraiya still ignored it and continued to drink. Just after finishing the bottle in his hand, Jiraiya suddenly stopped, his eyes suddenly cleared up, and he looked back outside the tavern. Teacher. Minato was stunned for a moment and looked in the direction of his sight. A figure walked in from outside. It was a boy of 15 or 16 years old. Pineapple hair, long hair, handsome and masculine face. It was Nara Shintaku. What are you doing here? Jiraiya asked with a bad expression. Jiraiya was not in a good mood for the master and apprentice who had frozen him. Shintaku-kun, what do you want to talk to us about? Minato sighed and asked politely. Nara Shintaku walked in front of the two people, sat down and poured a cup of tea slowly. The strange thing was, there were obviously many guests around, but no one noticed the arrival of Nara Shintaku. Everyone seemed to be blind. Nara Shintaku was completely invisible. Minato and Jiraiya couldn't help but raise their eyebrows at the same time. Just based on this trick of hiding their whereabouts, they couldn't understand, let alone understand. The current Nara Shintaku made them feel unfathomable. Teacher Orochimaru and I plan to study the tailed beasts. Nara Shintaku took a sip of tea and said slowly. This plain sentence, when it fell into Jiraya's ears, was like a muffled thunder. Boom! Jiraiya opened his eyes wide instantly, stared at Nara Shintaku, and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" It means literally. We have established a new research project, and the research target is the tail. Nara Shintaku said lightly. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Jiraiya slammed the table. What a joke! He glared at Nara Shintaku and said angrily, "The tailed beasts are strategic weapons distributed by Shodai to the major hidden villages to maintain peace. Collect the tailed beasts again, what do you want to do? Are you going to destroy the one country one village system established by Shodai and let the ninja world return to the chaotic Sengoku era?" Jiraiya almost shouted. But he shouted so excitedly, but the people around him did not respond at all. It seemed that all the guests in the tavern were deaf. "Mr. Shintaku, you and Lord Orochimaru, do you know the consequences of collecting tailed beasts?" Minato first glanced around in horror, then looked at Nara and spoke. "Of course." Nara's expression was calm and his tone was gentle, "That's why I came to see you." "Where's Orochimaru?" Jiraiya growled. "Teacher Orochimaru, considering our friendship, was reluctant, so I stepped in." Nara explained with a smile. Jiraiya laughed angrily. "What is this?" He knew he didn't agree, but he still insisted on doing it. In the end, he sent a child to perfunctorily deal with him? What kind of friendship is this? "Mataku-kun, why are you obsessed with the tailed beasts?" Minato asked calmly and seriously. "It's just that we've researched so far, there's no special reason." Nara explained, "My teacher and I aim to explore life and transform the world. Go to the Sea of the Stars. Think about our vast sky, where countless gorgeous stars shine every night. Aren't you curious about that world?" Minato's expression moved slightly. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Nara and Orochimaru to have such a grand ideal. "So you ignore the lives on Earth and wantonly provoke wars?" Jiraiya sneered. "The one country, one village system cannot end the war, it just prolongs the war, but the consequence of the extension is that every war will be particularly tragic." Nara explained seriously, "The First and Second Ninja World Wars have already proved this point. The one country, one village system is not feasible." Jiraiya's expression froze slightly. This is the truth. It is also the question that he has been struggling with in his heart. "Then will your approach bring peace?" Jiraiya asked back. "No." Nara shook his head without hesitation. This denial was beyond Jiraiya and Minato's expectations. They also thought that Nara would flaunt his own approach, step on the one country one village system, and forcibly promote the correctness of his own ideas. "Teacher Orochimaru and I both believe that war cannot be eliminated. As long as humans exist, there will be war." Nara said seriously, "This is not a problem of hatred, but a problem of resources. Just like Tsunagakuer, they will invade Konoha no matter what, because they are poor in resources. And Konoha will resist no matter what, because they don't want to give up the fertile land in their hands. This is a spiral of contradictions, there is no solution." Nara's words made Jiraiya and Minato fall into deep thought. They are committed to peace in the ninja world and have always been thinking about how to resolve wars. But in the past, they were limited by their identity perspective and could not draw conclusions. They could not find a solution. At this time, listening to Nara's words, it was like a loud bell, a wake-up call, and the bloody reality suddenly woke them up from their fantasy. "So, war cannot be eliminated?" Jiraiya and Minato looked dazed. There was a sense of disillusionment with a collapse of faith in a bleak future. "Of course, war or not, my teacher and I are not interested." Nara said lightly, "Our main purpose is to collect tailed beasts, and our secondary purpose is to unify the ninja world and transform the potential of war into a driving force for external expansion. This may be a better path. You can remain silent, but don't stop it, otherwise. Nara didn't say anything. Jiraiya and Minato both felt a chill in their hearts. Although Nara's tone was flat and there was no threatening word in his words, the two still felt chilled. As if he didn't agree, he would be in trouble the next moment. That's all for today. Nara looked at the two and disappeared. Jiraiya and Minato were stunned. They completely understood how Nara left. They couldn't even be sure if Nara had really been here just now. Teacher Jiraiya. Minato smiled helplessly and asked, "Can't we do anything?" Jiraiya's expression was equally bitter, and he said, "They came to say hello in person. If we don't know what's good for us, we might become material next time." Minato's eyes twitched. He didn't want to be turned into material for research. Hokage building. In the conference room. A routine Jainin meeting was being held. "Everyone, if there's nothing else, we'll be gone." The third Hokage, as usual, said some clichés and was about to end it. But today, none of the Jainin present moved. The third Hokage showed a surprised expression and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Teacher." Orochimaru spoke at this time. His unique hoarse voice echoed in the conference room. Others looked at Orochimaru and bowed their heads slightly to show respect. The third Hokage's heart skipped a beat and realized something. "I'm sorry to say this to you, but..." Orochimaru looked at him with a complicated expression and sighed, "I'm going to go down -840 steps." "What do you mean?" The third Hokage was silent for a while and asked. "I want to collect tailed beasts and study them." Orochimaru replied. "Wow!" A storm suddenly rose in the heart of the third Hokage. He looked at Orochimaru in disbelief and asked, Do you understand what will happen if you do this?" "Well, I know it very well." Orochimaru nodded. "But do you still have to do it?" The third Hokage frowned and asked. "Yes, my path is already in front of me, and there is no way to stop." Yanchaliang sighed. The third Hokage's expression changed rapidly. The thought of struggling flashed through his mind, but he saw that every Jainin present looked at him with a cold expression. The third Hokage understood that the situation was over. "Okay, I will announce my abdication this afternoon." The third Hokage was silent for a long time, and said dejectedly. He gave up struggling. The Jainin around him all relaxed. If it comes to the point of forcing the emperor to abdicate by force, the scene will be ugly. It would be best if the third Hokage could take the initiative to abdicate. We can still get along well in the future. "Thank you, teacher." Orochimaru stood up and bowed sincerely to the third Hokage. The third Hokage waved his hand and stood up to leave the meeting room. His back suddenly became much more hunched. The power reshuffle within Konoha happened quickly and calmly. There was no bloodshed. Orochimaru's appointment was well received by the public. As soon as he took office, he directly issued a large number of war missions, using physical enhancement potions, blood limit awakening potions, and attribute talent enhancement fruits as rewards. He encouraged the ninjas below to attack Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, Rain Shinobi, Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and the Land of Iron at the same time. This was a general attack by Konoha on the entire ninja world. With so many enhancements, the overall strength of the Konoha Shinobi was incredibly strong. The attack naturally broke into the base camps of the major hidden villages like a whirlwind. A whole. Damn Konoha Shinobi! You will die a miserable death. I will never surrender even if I die. Revenge! Revenge! Protect our homeland, everyone, follow me! Scenes of tragedy occurred in various hidden villages. The ninja tools developed by Nara Shintaku with external plug-ins, plus potions and fruits, directly created a situation of dimensionality reduction. In a month, the major hidden villages fell completely, without any decent resistance. Only Kirigakure, which was isolated overseas, was still struggling to hold on because of the sea current. But when Konoha is free, the war will naturally spread to Kirigakure. Water Country. Kirigakure, high-level meeting. Everyone, tell me, do you want to surrender? Third Mizukage looked around at the senior executives and asked with a sigh. No one answered. The meeting room was silent. Chapter 88. The meeting room was completely silent. All the senior executives either bowed their heads or looked away. In the current situation, surrender is inevitable. But no one is willing to take the responsibility of surrender, and everyone cares about their reputation. Well, surrender. In the end, it was the most experienced master who took the responsibility with a sigh. Others breathed a sigh of relief. If the stalemate continues, they will not be able to hold on. Konoha's people have frequently appeared on the beach, and it is estimated that they will attack them in half a month. Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi have all been defeated. They, Kirigakure, are naturally no match. It is better to surrender as soon as possible. Then hand over what they want. The third Mizukage said with a dejected expression, use the pure spirit bottle to seal the three tails and hand them over to Konoha, and the information, sealing techniques, and 7 ninja swords we obtained from the land of whirlpools must also be taken out. The others had a look of pain on their faces, but no one objected. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. When they conquered the whirlpool country, they ate everything, and now they have to spit it out twice as much. Also, I heard that this Nara really likes beautiful women. The master paused and said, send Terumi Mei over as well. As soon as these words came out, the senior officials present all looked at him sideways. Third Mizukage was even more shocked and said quickly, Master Yuanchi, Terumi Mei is half of your disciple. I have so many disciples. Yuanchi didn't care and said, the village spent so many resources to train her. Now, it's her turn to repay the village. Third Mizukage couldn't help but be silent. In the past, a ninja with 2 bloodline limits was definitely a treasure of the village. But now, the village is at the brink of destruction. Not to mention a ninja with a bloodline limit, even if it is the daughter of Third Mizukage, if she meets the conditions, she must be sent away. You are still aware? Third Mizukage showed emotion. Other senior officials nodded. As expected of the old predecessor who has been managing the affairs of the village since the time of first Mizukage. If Terumi Mei can give birth to a talented child, then we Kirigakure, there is still a future to talk about, otherwise. Yuanchi shook his head and didn't say anything. Everyone felt their hearts sink when they heard this. After the meeting, Terumi Mei was notified to perform a sacrificial mission. She blushed on the spot and was extremely angry. You want me to be Nara Shintaku's woman? What a joke! I have awakened the 2 bloodlines of lava style and boil style, and I have the potential to become a top ninja. With a bright future, who would be willing to entertain people with S*X? 250. But, trapped Yeshishin. Kirigakure has no time to grow up for Terumi Mei, now is a matter of life and death. Yuanchi, Third Mizukage, and others took turns to persuade, coerce and lure. Terumi Mei finally had to agree. She had no choice. Forget it, just think of it as being bitten by a dog. Terumi Mei gnashed her teeth and reluctantly accepted the training and guidance of some female ninjas in the village's intelligence department. She mastered a lot of knowledge and skills to serve people. Humph, don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I will definitely dig up your ancestors' graves for 18 generations. And Nara Shintaku, you'd better not let me give birth to your child, otherwise, you will wait for your son to kill your father. Terumi Mei left the village with resentment. Following a group of protection, surveillance, teams, she was sent to the Leaf Village as a gift along with the pure spirit bottle. Konoha. The Nara clan's land. At this time, the Nara clan's land has been expanded several times. Nara Shintaku's home has been rebuilt several times and has now become a small manor. In the manor, the fortress stands. The interior decoration is magnificent, golden, and dazzling, full of luxurious temperament. Terumi Mei is on pins and needles. Because she just saw 3 young and beautiful girls from Cloud Shinobi follow Nara Shintaku upstairs. The Uchiha girl in front of her was looking at her with an undisguised scrutiny. Damn, didn't they say that Nara Shintaku is only 9 years old? That silhouette just now must be at least 16 years old. And those 3 Cloud Shinobi girls are so well behaved. As soon as Nara Shintaku waved, they followed him consciously. Terumi Mei was a little flustered. The training in the village didn't teach to this extent. Can Cloud Shinobi make people serve willingly? She can't do it. Well, your talent, appearance, figure, are qualified. Uchiha Mikoto sat on the sofa, his eyes turned slyly, looking at Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei was speechless. She couldn't understand why there was a housekeeper-like girl in Nara's house, responsible for examining her conditions. What a trouble! Why is this Uchiha woman so picky? Master Mataku is extremely noble. If you want to serve him, ordinary people are not qualified. Mikoto stood up seriously, pulled Terumi Mei, and walked into the bathroom. Let me see what you can do, whether you are qualified to serve Master Mataku. Terumi Mei followed her into the bathroom in a daze. After a long time, Nara Mataku went downstairs, looked at Terumi Mei who was soft like a puddle of mud on the sofa, and looked at Mikoto on the side speechlessly. Don't look at me like that, I'm helping you check if she is qualified. Mikoto listened to her little chest and said confidently. Do you think I believe it? Hehe, just believe it. I accepted you to help me manage my harem, not to let you enjoy my harem. Nara's forehead was about to jump. I'm really just checking, the first meal is still for you. Mikoto was a little anxious, reaching out to pull Terumi Mei's clothes. All right. Nara stopped her speechlessly. When upstairs, his perception had already captured what happened between Mikoto and Terumi Mei in the bathroom. It was indeed just a slight inspection, just a touch. But if you feel the edge today, will you dare to really do it tomorrow? You are a small housekeeper, and you treat the mistress as your own? Nara had to knock this restless guy. What a mess you think in your mind all day long. Nara flicked her forehead unhappily. It hurts. Mikoto's face suddenly turned bitter, covering her forehead, and her smooth skin was already red and swollen. You still know it hurts. Nara snorted coldly, I told you to deal with Tsunade, why haven't you done anything yet? Did you forget your mission? 3 Cloud Shinobi came, but you bowed your head first. Have you been slacking off these days? Nara said, flicking her forehead again in annoyance. Mikoto pouted her mouth aggrievedly and said, Sister Tsunade, as long as you are tough, it will be easy to deal with it. But she is hiding from me now. So, you have to be tougher. Snap. Flicked her forehead again. Don't talk back. Tyrant. Mikoto covered her forehead and looked at Nara stubbornly. Next to her, Terumi Mei trembled when she heard it. That Tsunade princess is actually Nara's woman. The next day, Nara went out refreshed and went to the technical development department. Mikoto's eyes were dull and she sat on the sofa motionless. Next to her, Terumi Mei also had a dull expression, her whole body was limp, and she couldn't move a finger. The mission to approach Nara was successfully completed. But it was too smooth. So much so that Terumi Mei had mixed feelings, and she wasn't mentally prepared. Technology Development Department. In the cell of the laboratory, Nara looked at the Jinkriki with angry expressions, and casually dropped the one-tail Jinkriki among them Fenfuku monk. The rest of the Jinkriki shuddered. I'll leave first, everyone take care. Monk Fenfuku put his hands together, bowed, and walked out of the cell with a resolute face. He was going to meet his own death. Senior Fenfu. Damn Konoha. Damn it, are they finally going to attack us? They keep saying they want peace, but now they are studying tailed beasts. Konoha is really hypocritical. The faces of the people showed anger. They looked at Nara Shintaku outside the cell with hateful eyes. Nara Shintaku didn't care. He took Fenfu out of the cell and went to the laboratory. In the laboratory, a group of students prepared instruments and sealing arrays, integrating technology with ninjutsu, to test the various data of Monk Fenfu. Monk Fenfu sat calmly at the testing position, with a peaceful expression. He took his own death very seriously. What a pity, Fenfu, you are going to die. In the body, one-tail Shikaku made a voice with regretful tone. I thought I could spend more time with you, spy. I didn't expect that Konoha would produce this monster Nara Shintaku, who developed so many techniques and directly swept the ninja world. Otherwise, you can also be in Tsunagakura lived to the end of his life. In the sealed space, Shikaku's expression was full of pity. He still had a good impression of Monk Banfuku. Haha, fate is so mysterious. Monk Banfuku smiled faintly and communicated with Shikaku in his heart. I never thought that the peace situation created by the first Hokage himself would be broken by his descendants. Humph, first Hokage. Shikaku snorted coldly, and had no good feelings for the man who captured it. What else did he want to say? The inspection was over. Nara Shintaku stepped forward and put one hand on Monk Banfuku's head. Start separating the tailed beasts and sealing the host. The monk Fenfuku did not resist, he sighed and closed his eyes. Goodbye, Shikaku. Goodbye, Fenfuku. Shikaku said in the sealed space. One tail beast, Fenfuku is dead. The seal of Jinkriki connects the life of the tailed beast and the human, so that humans can use the power of the tailed beast. But if the tailed beast is extracted, the life connection is broken. Then Jinkriki will die in a short time due to the loss of life. This is the iron law of the ninja world. But in Nara Shintaku's eyes, it is just a layer of paper that has not been pierced. Life connected. Hehe, it's just that the life circuit is destroyed. But the human life circuit is complete in itself, but because of the sealing technique, a new section is connected. Just like connecting an extra artery, rashly extracting the tailed beast is like tearing the artery, which will cause people to bleed to death. If you want to survive, just cut off the extra artery and restore the original life circuit. Nara Shintaku mobilizes natural energy. Life shell creation technique. Instantly, natural energy poured into Fenfuku's body, directly cutting off the extra circuit of the Jinkriki seal, at the moment when life was about to pass away. Natural energy transforms the circuit structure and rewires it. Restore the original human circuit structure. Fenfuku only felt his body lighten, and the connection between him and Shikaku was cut off. But the expected loss of life did not happen. He looked at Nara Shintaku in surprise and asked, "What did you do?" Nara Shintaku did not answer. With a grab in the air, a group of violent-tailed beast chakra was grabbed out of Fenfuku's abdomen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the air, lines of ink marks appeared out of thin air. These lines formed a network, wrapped around this group of tailed beast chakra, forming layers of high-density seals. Suddenly, the violent aura disappeared. This group of tailed beasts chakra, turned into a cup-sized pocket version of Shikaku. Hey! Shikaku sat on the ground with a blank expression. What's going on? It looked left at the still-alive Bunfuku, and then at the tall Nara Shintaku. The CPU was caught in the barbecue. Bunfuku, why are you not dead? And Nara Shintaku, how come you have become so big? No, it seems that I have become smaller. Shikaku was puzzled. Yet, why am I not dead? Monk Banfuku was also confused. Nara Shintaku ignored the two of them. He turned and walked to the instrument, looking at the test results of the separation just now, his expression thoughtful. And the separated Shikaku and Banfuku. One tail beast did not dare to move rashly, and whispered to communicate. Benfuku, I seem to have come out of your body. Yes, Nara Shintaku's hand just grabbed you out of my stomach. Then why didn't you die? I don't know, theoretically, Jinchuriki should die without the tailed beast, but I don't feel the loss of vitality. The more the two guys communicated, the more surprised they were. This Nara Shintaku not only easily lifted the seal of Jinchuriki, but also let Banfuku survive. This broke the iron law of the ninja world. One tail beast felt incredible. How is this possible? But this guy really did it, and I am alive now as the best proof. Hiss, this is something that even that guy can't do anything about. 6 What? Nothing. The two guys looked at Nara with surprise. But Nara's expression did not change at all. The idea of one tail beast had no effect on him. Will there be such changes in the separation process? Nara looked at the data and pondered. He waved his hand. A student came forward and took the pocket version of Shikaku and Fuku back to Fang Chen. In the cell, the Jinchuriki were depressed because of the death of Fuku monk. But the next moment, a sound of footsteps came. They looked up in shock and saw Fuku monk coming, and their eyes shrank immediately. Fuku Senior. Are you okay? Didn't Nara do anything to you? Great, you're still alive. Fuku monk smiled bitterly when he heard this. But Shikaku jumped on his shoulder and said carelessly, I don't know what means Nara used to separate me and let Fuku still be alive. What? The Jinchuriki were shocked. Are you one-tail Shikaku? You actually came out. Can Nara Shintaku separate the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast without any injury? Wait, how did you become so small? Hearing the question about the size, Shikaku had a gloomy expression on his face and said angrily, it was also Nara Shintaku's trick. That guy set up a seal for me, limiting my strength and size by more than 90%. What a BD! I have always been the only one who looked down on others, and no one else has looked down on me. Saying this, Shikaku jumped onto Banfuku's head unwillingly. Even though his body became smaller, he had to maintain a high position that looked down on everyone. Hiss! The Jinchuriki gasped, and their expressions were incredible. After a Jinchuriki separates a tailed beast, his life will be lost and he will die. This is the iron rule of the ninja world. But this iron rule was broken by Nara Shintaku. For a moment, everyone's mood became a little depressed. Can the tailed beast be separated without dying? It's actually good for me. If the tailed beast is taken away, can I get rid of the identity of Jinchuriki? Maybe, I can become an ordinary person again? Chapter 89. It's not just Jinchuriki. The tailed beasts in Jinchuriki's body couldn't help but be moved. Shikaku is out. He's not locked up, he's still jumping around. Is it just more than 90% of his power that's sealed? Shikaku was separated, and although his power is sealed, he can move freely. For the tailed beasts, they have been imprisoned for many years. If they can get out, even if they become a pocket-sized body like Shikaku, it's completely acceptable. For a while, whether it's Jinchuriki or the tailed beasts, the resistance of both sides has been greatly reduced. A few days later, Jinchuriki have shown a high degree of cooperation. Haha. Nara Shintaku knows what they're thinking, so he doesn't care. Because of the risk of losing control, Jinchuriki has been rejected and hated by their peers since the moment they were born. So, no one likes Jinchuriki's identity. If there is a chance to get rid of them, they can't wait. 3 tails are independent, and the other 1 tail to 8 tails have been extracted from Jinchuriki and sealed into pocket versions. Nara Shintaku was in the laboratory, looking at the data report of the instrument. It recorded the fluctuations and properties of the tailed beast chakra in detail. He found something very strange. Theoretically, Jinchuriki is impossible to be born. Because the weak human body cannot bear the high-energy tailed beast chakra, just like you can't put the sun in a bottle. Forcibly loading it will only destroy the bottle. But it is done in reality. It's really interesting. The power of the tailed beast will naturally converge spontaneously and not hurt humans. And this convergence is for all humans. It's equivalent to the sun in the bottle, which will extinguish itself to avoid burning the bottle. Nara Shintaku smiled with interest. This is really interesting. At the same time, outside Konoha village, in an underground space minister in the country of Tianwang, Uchiha Madara heard the information from Black Zetsu and laughed in surprise. Konoha is attacking the 4 hidden villages and collecting tailed beasts. Ha ha ha, how interesting. Hashirama, the ideas and system you left behind were broken by your own juniors. Uchiha Madara couldn't help laughing. This was the best irony to his old friend. It was also an endorsement of his ideas. I can't believe that after so many years, there are people in Konoha who agree with my ideas. Uchiha Madara looked extremely happy and said to himself, and they collected the 9-tailed beasts. That's great, it can save me a lot of effort. There's no need for any agents, Konoha now has all the 9-tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara clenched his fist excitedly. He originally considered that he was too old to collect the 9-tailed beasts and perform infinite Tsukuyomi. So he considered looking for an agent. But now, Konoha's juniors have helped him complete this task. He doesn't need a so-called agent. Although I am old, with the power of these eyes, it is more than enough to suppress it once. Ha ha ha. God help me. Uchiha Madara stroked his eye sockets, his pair of Rinnegan were purple, and his expression was ecstatic. Next to him, Black Zetsu was also happy. Thanks to Konoha's juniors, they actually collected the 9-tailed beasts. Madara can perform infinite Tsukuyomi earlier. My mother can also be resurrected earlier and return to the earth. Well, since you helped me collect the tailed beasts, I will make a beautiful dream for that junior when I perform infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly and imagined that he had already regarded the 9-tailed beasts as his own possession. He arrogantly gave a beautiful dream to Nara Shintaku, whom he had never met, as a reward. If Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru heard this, they would probably laugh out loud. But in Uchiha Madara's opinion, everything was reasonable. He had the unique Rinnegan in the entire ninja world, which was the power of the Sage of 6 Paths 1,000 years ago. He is now more powerful than his younger self. Who can stop him? Let's go, Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara was also a little impatient, and directly pulled out the pipe of the Kidō statue and left the underground space. Yes. Black Zetsu made a low and hoarse voice and followed excitedly. It couldn't wait to rescue Tsuchikage. Technical Development Department. In the laboratory, 8 miniature-tailed beasts stood in the 8 ceiling arrays, sluggishly. Consciousness was suppressed. At the same time, there was a 9th ceiling array next to it, which was still empty and was reserved for Kurama. Haha, finally done. Orochimaru's figure appeared, and the thing in his hand was healed. A red shadow flashed by. On the empty 9th array, a fox with 9 tails fell. Ha! Kurama fell to the ground, arched his body, and exhaled with a grin. Just about to say something. A burst of white light lit up on the array, and various tadpole characters appeared in the surrounding air, forming a complicated ritual. Kurama's eyes suddenly became sluggish. Like the 8-tailed beasts next to him, his consciousness was suppressed. So long? Nara Shintaku asked on the side. It took some time to convince Minato and Kushina. Orochimaru said casually, it's just a small problem. Separating 9 tails is a good thing for Kushina, and she accepted it quickly. Is that so? Nara nodded. The small talk stopped here. Yes, for the two of them now, studying the tailed beasts is the most important thing. Kushina? If it weren't for the identity of 9 tails Jinchuriki, the two would never think of this person. Let's get started. Nara stretched and walked towards Shikaku. Yes. Orochimaru also stepped forward with an excited smile on his face. The two cooperated to slice Shikaku for research. Literally slice. Anyway, the tailed beasts will not die, so they can do experiments boldly. Moreover, the secret of the immortality of the tailed beasts is also one of their research goals. If there is no clue in the end, they will try to kill the tailed beast once and observe the process of its resurrection. Hiss, are the tailed beasts really alive? They are just a ball of energy with their own thoughts. It is not the Sage of Six Paths that created their lives, but as the Ten Tails Chakra, its high-intensity activity, the direct master gave birth to the will of thought. Orochimaru said excitedly. On the research table, a bug-sized Shikaku, with fear in his eyes, curled up his body. This is part of the chakra separated from Shikaku. It is obviously only part of the chakra. After being cultivated by Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru, it became a new Shikaku with simple IQ and thinking. Interesting. Nara Shintaku commented on the side. By comparing the 9-tailed beasts, we can find that their essence is the same, from 1 tail to 9 tails, song is just a difference in form. Orochimaru said. Nara Shintaku nodded in agreement. In front of the two, dozens of small-tailed beasts wearing blood-red coats and violently roaring and roaring. Different tailed beasts' chakras, after being corroded and infected, actually create the same violent monsters. The so-called form is actually a kind of constraint, a template that fixes the chakra. Nara Shintaku commented, this is a very clever method. Sage of Six Paths writes the template into the bottom layer of chakra. This makes this group of chakra, no matter how many times it is defeated, it will recondense in the same format. This is the secret of the immortality of the tailed beasts. Sure enough, destroying their forms is no different from killing them once. Orochimaru looked at the 9 groups of chakra in the magic circle, his pupils shrank slightly, and he felt a palpitation. After losing the form created by yin-yang escape, the essence of the tailed beasts was revealed. It was 9 groups of turbid color chakra, violent and chaotic, full of malice, like bacteria, to devour all living things in the world. This is 10 tails chakra. But because the Sage of Six Paths was written into the bottom layer of chakra, the 9 groups of chakra did not expand instinctively, nor did they devour the surrounding living things and natural energy emperors. Instead, they lay dormant there, neither increasing nor decreasing, neither more nor less. As if immortal. This is the original appearance of the tailed beasts. Nara Shintaku stared at the 9 chakras with a deep look. But how to use it? Orochimaru frowned and said, we are living humans, not energy creatures. No. Nara Shintaku disagreed, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. Since the use of magic can create the form of the tailed beast, then think about it the other way around, why can't the human form be regarded as a magic? Orochimaru was stunned, with a look of surprise on his face. What do you mean? He couldn't help but ask. In essence, all living things in the world are the result of changes in natural energy and are children of nature. Nara Shintaku looked dim and said slowly, so, we can regard humans as a natural energy. The process of growth and development, no, the process of growing up from the embryo is the process of a fairy magic constantly shaping us. The human body is also a fixed template for the magic formula. Our essence is actually a natural energy flowing into a fixed template. Boom! Orochimaru seemed to have thunder exploding in his mind. He felt his scalp tingling. This kind of discussion on the essence of life touches the forbidden zone of the self, which makes people shudder and nervous. According to Nara Shintaku's statement, the so-called human beings are just a template of immortal arts. Thinking, will, emotions, gender, etc. are also just a template. They can be tampered with and transformed at will. Interesting, you deny the particularity of living things and the absoluteness of self-will. You think that the so-called thinking and consciousness are just a product of energy, something that is born by chance, and there is nothing special. Orochimaru licked his lips and showed a shocked look. This judgment coincides with his inner thoughts. Only in this way can we take the next step. Nara Shintaku said calmly. The earth in the previous life had already reached a general consensus. Life is an accident, and human beings are also an accident. There is no specialness. This denial of specialness broke the shackles in people's hearts, allowing people to study the brain, heart, and intestinal flora without scruples, and conduct human experiments and genetic engineering unscrupulously. Only by breaking the awe, is it the basis for progress. So, what should we do? Orochimaru licked his lips and asked excitedly. Conduct reverse engineering. Nara Shintaku affirmed. Reverse engineering. That's right, regard human growth and development as a fairy art, what we have to do is to crack this fairy art and return our original appearance. After that, the two temporarily let the nine-tailed beasts go, and Tanaka studied human materials on a large scale. A few days later, in the laboratory, the nine-tailed beasts lazily occupied a territory each, killing time. What do you think those two humans are studying? Shikaku squatted, his expression confused, seal Laozi's consciousness, and go through the past 3 days in a daze. When he woke up, his body was still broken. Why do you care so much? The two-tailed beast turned over and closed his eyes. Yes, we are the sage of 6 paths. Humans can't research anything. 7 Tails also said. The other tailed beasts didn't speak. But they had the same idea. They are the sage of 6 paths, life created by advanced yin-yang escape. The body is the chakra of the sacred tree. These 2 points alone are enough to make humans rack their brains and can't figure out what's going on. In this era, even the shinobi clan was destroyed. But no one knows the source of chakra, let alone the existence of the sacred tree. Those humans only study us as weapons. Nine Tails sneered and said in a deep voice, a group of creatures who can only kill each other. This made the other tailed beasts nod in agreement. Throughout the history of thousands of years, humans have always coveted their power and used them as weapons. They never considered anything else. They thought that Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru were the same. However, they didn't know that at this time in another laboratory, Nara Shintaku and Orochimaru were sitting cross-legged facing each other. Boom! The bodies of the two instantly collapsed and returned to their original state. It was like time was reversed, from a tangible and material body to an intangible and intangible innate essence. In an instant, the two people who were originally sitting cross-legged turned into 2 balls of light. One ball was filled with a cold breath, wandering faintly, as if it was about to turn into a snake. The other ball was filled with a mysterious color, as if it was all-encompassing. At the same time, next to the 2 lights, there was a scalpel and a crown, flying to guard them. What a wonderful feeling! The cold ball of light trembled gently and sent out information. This way of transmitting information is very wonderful. It is not light or sound, but a kind of wave. Any sentient creature, as long as it is exposed to the wave, can instantly understand the meaning. In other words, this way of communication transcends species, culture, language, and civil officials. Without the 5 senses, I can still clearly see the world around me. And see more clearly. The deep secrets of everything, even the fluctuations of time and space, the ripples of fate seem to be able to see. The cold light ball transmits information. On the opposite side, the light that Nara Shintaku turned into also trembled and responded. The 5 senses are just low-level perception methods. Now, it is truly extraordinary. We should touch the door. Stop talking nonsense, start. Okay. Orochimaru waved and agreed. Boom! 2 light balls suddenly burst out with large pieces of light. These light threads are like ropes, shuttling inside the light ball, as if threading a needle, connecting something. Weave. Weave. Weave your own will and thinking structure into the original energy king in reverse. No brain, no body. The essence of life is a natural energy. Melting the acquired self with the innate energy. Breaking the boundaries. Sublimating immortality. Boom. In Nara's consciousness, it seemed as if a big explosion had occurred. The light was overflowing, an endless creation appeared. His will seemed to have crossed an invisible boundary, sublimated, and came to a vague height. On this ethereal height, he gained a special bird's-eye view. Everything in the world, the flow of all energy, the changes of things, and even the fluctuations of time and space, the flow of fate, etc., can be seen clearly as if looking at the lines on the palm. This is the real world. Is this the world in the eyes of God? Nara's consciousness fluctuated slightly, and he murmured to himself, finally reached the state where I am energy, that is me. Melting will into energy, breaking the boundaries of tangible and material, and achieving sublimation. This is sage the end of the transformation road. It is the realm of immortal gods. Swish! In the laboratory, a light suddenly flashed. Chapter 90. A ball of light suddenly flew into the air, turned into light gas, and then fell to the ground with a slight turn, turning into a human figure. It was Nara Shintaku. The other cold ball of light only became brighter and swelled, but did not transform into its original figure. The cold ball of light sighed with regret. Then it gathered natural energy and created a human template. The cold ball of light merged into the template like a soul. The template opened its eyes, and it was Orochimaru. I didn't accumulate enough, so I couldn't take that step. Orochimaru said regretfully, it will probably take more than 100 years to melt the will and energy together and become an immortal god. 100 years is very fast. Nara Shintaku smiled and comforted. That's true. Orochimaru thought about it and nodded. In today's era, the path for immortals to become gods has long been cut off. The immortals of the three holy places have been lingering for thousands of years, but they have not been able to take this step, and they have not even touched the edge of the realm of gods. It only takes him 100 years to become a god, which is an incredible speed. This is all thanks to Nara's help. Being a master and apprentice with you is the greatest luck in my life. Orochimaru turned his head and said to Nara sincerely. You're welcome. You can get to this point because of your own efforts. Nara waved his hand indifferently. Orochimaru said nothing more, but just remembered the favor in his heart. He is not a cold-blooded guy. The appearance of Nara also changed the plot of the original work, so that he has not become a cold and cruel Orochimaru. So now Orochimaru has normal moral qualities and values. Naturally, he will remember Nara's help. I'm leaving first. Orochimaru said, and left the laboratory. It will definitely take time for Nara to get familiar with the new realm. He left consciously. In the laboratory, Nara sat cross-legged in the air, experiencing the power of the new realm of 937. His will and energy merged, completely dominating himself, and he also had 100% control over his own situation. Therefore, as soon as he thought, a lot of enlightenment emerged. Invulnerable to all things. Remote sensing of heaven and earth. Four things are infinite. Eternal divine power. A gleam of light flashed in Nara's eyes, and he was slightly surprised. He mastered 4 new powers. These are 4 very powerful powers, but for immortal gods, they are just the 4 basic powers that every god possesses. The first is invulnerable to all things. Energy and will are melted into one. Energy is stable and unchanged because of will, and will is indestructible because of energy. Therefore, all forms of attack cannot hurt Nara. Unless it is an enemy of the same level, it will take countless time to gradually wear out Nara's will in the energy, and then it is possible to kill Nara. Or use a high-level seal containing time and space attributes, the Nara seal. Or, the world will be destroyed directly, falling into the void, and Nara will perish in the eternal void. The above 3 are the only effective means of attack. If there is no external force, then the gods are immortal until the end of the world. The end of the universe. The second is remote sensing heaven and earth. After being energized, Nara broke the boundaries of form and became a giant in a macro sense. Just existing is a huge source of attraction. Just like the source of gravity, black holes, and the center of Uzumaki, all things that are close to Nara in attributes will be attracted by Nara and approach spontaneously. The changes of these things will also be clearly perceived by Nara. Today, Nara's attribute is all things, which is an abstract concept. In the biological world, it is imitation, learning, and growth. In the human level, it is scholars, researchers, and developers. From the perspective of the environment, it is adaptation, evolution, enrichment, and abundance. Therefore, Nara can be called the god of evolution, the land of learning, and the land of growth. Anything related to these concepts will attract Nara's attention. Attracted by Nara. If the attracted person or creature can walk through one of the paths, he will become the Holy Spirit of Nara and go to heaven from God, just like the God who fully understands the doctrines of Christianity and practices without doubt. The third point is for immeasurables. The energy-based gods will look at time and everything from a very high angle, as if looking down from the sky. In the eyes of the gods, everything is the change and fluctuation of energy. There is no essential difference between energy and matter, only one is active and the other is quiet. Because it can be seen, the future direction of energy can be calculated. That is, omniscience. But the calculation amount of gods is different. Some gods can predict finely, while some gods can only roughly see through the direction of the times. But omniscience means omnipotence. Any god can interfere with the flow of energy at the most subtle level, thus creating a terrifying butterfly effect. For example, a stone is thrown at Konoha village thousands of miles away. Many days later, a thunderstorm formed above Cloud Shinobi village, destroying all buildings. Of course, this is the most ideal state. Nara Shintaku's eyes flashed, and he shook his head gently. In fact, there are many variables in the calculation, and the existence of other gods will also interfere with the butterfly effect. This trick can only be used to clean up the soldiers. It is ineffective against enemies of the same level. Finally, the fourth point is God's power everlasting work. Energized gods will never have the problem of power exhaustion. Their will can grab the scattered energy around them at will and refine it into power that conforms to their own attributes and concepts. These powers that conform to the attributes and concepts of gods are the exclusive five gods of gods. Unless the universe ends and everything is annihilated. Otherwise, gods will never lose power. Pervert is so powerful. This is just the basic power that is universally shared by the realm of gods. Nara Shintaku couldn't help but sigh. Has he become so strong without knowing it? There are no enemies in the entire ninja world. No, wait. Nara Shintaku suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the moon, muttering to himself, there are still some. 10 tails, Tsuchikage. This planet had gods thousands of years ago. But those gods were all devoured by the sacred tree. Their power and authority were completely taken away and turned into the eye techniques of Manjiki and Rinnegan. This shows that the power of the sacred tree is above that of the gods. Nara Shintaku was not surprised by this. Although the gods are immortal, they are only immortal without external forces. At the same time, gods are not the end of the road. Going further up, there are still ways to cross the universe and transcend dimensions. The strongest of the Tsutsuki clan, Shive, who is known as the god of Tsutsuki, successfully transcended the dimension and left this universe. As for Tsuchikage, who is so strong, he was actually sealed by his 2 sons. Nara Shintaku smiled contemptuously. The realm is the realm, and the combat power is the combat power. A god who does not know how to fight, like the tailed beasts, will only be sealed by beings weaker than themselves and lose their freedom. He will not be like this. Nara Shintaku's strength completely matches the realm of the gods. At the same time, Outside. An old and aging man slowly stepped on the land of Konoha. He is obviously old, but he still has a fierce and mighty aura, like a lion, and people dare not offend. At the same time, the Rinnegan in the man's eyes is even more powerful, exuding a heavy breath like a mountain. I really miss Konoha. The man is Uchiha Madara. He looks at Konoha village with nostalgia, his eyes are dazed. Once upon a time, this was the place where he and Hashirama devoted their efforts. It's a pity that everything is over. Hashirama, you are wrong, even your descendants betrayed you. Uchiha Madara muttered, passing through the great barrier and stepping into the village. At this moment, in the barrier class, various detection instruments and magic arrays lit up dazzling light at the same time. The instrument warned even more frantically, and the pointer on the instrument spun wildly as if it had lost control. Oh no, it turns out that a huge amount of chakra entered the village. A huge amount of chakra? Impossible. Yes, the nine-tailed beasts have been detained by the technical department. How can there be a huge amount of chakra? But the instrument will not be wrong. You're right. Report to the 4th generation master. Notify the Anbu. Send out the combatants. Instantly, the barrier squad entered the highest level of alert. They cooperated with the Anbu team stationed there and quickly went to check the location of the huge chakra. On a certain street, Uchiha Madara was taking a walk nostalgically when his eyes suddenly moved. Whoosh! 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 The figures of Anbu ninjas and Konoha Shinobi came from a distance and quickly surrounded him. Who are you? The leading Konoha Shinobi asked sternly, why are you good at breaking into the king without saying hello? He. Uchiha Madara chuckled and took off his hood to reveal his face. Seeing his face, all the Anbu ninjas and Konoha Shinobi were horrified. Uchiha Madara. Impossible. You're already dead. Killed by Shodai in the Valley of the End. Wait, those eyes. Are you kidding? Rinnegan. That's not a legend, how could it exist? Everyone was shocked. All of them were shocked. They could never have imagined that Uchiha Madara, who was supposed to be dead, actually came back with a pair of legendary Rinnegan. Can the newly set barrier sense my chakra? Uchiha Madara put his hands behind his back, looked around, as if he had returned home, and gave a faint evaluation. Not bad. The person who improved this barrier has a lot of ideas. While talking, more ninjas came and surrounded the area. These ninjas were all shocked when they saw Uchiha Madara for the first time. Uchiha Madara? Rinnegan? They opened their eyes wide in astonishment, wondering if they were hallucinating. But the Byakugan and Sharingan among the ninjas did not find any flaws after observing Uchiha Madara several times. They had to admit that this Uchiha Madara was a jerk. Quick! Bring the information to the 4th generation. Others, follow me. After giving the instructions, a leading ninja waved his arm and called on other ninjas to attack together. Ninja tools. Detonating talismans. 5 elements escape techniques. In an instant, dozens of attacks came from all directions, like a rain curtain, falling on the head of Uchiha Madara in the middle. Heh! Uchiha Madara sneered, his eyes the power of the Rinnegan exploded. Let me show you the power of these eyes. Shinra Tensei. Boom! A powerful repulsive force was released with him as the center. All the ninja tools and ninjutsu flew away and returned to the attacker at a faster speed. Not good. Many ninjas changed their faces. But it was too late. The repulsive force continued to be powerful, like an iron curtain, hitting the surrounding ninjas hard. Bang bang bang! Countless ninjas were blown away like cannonballs, crashing through several walls before stopping. In the original place, it was like a typhoon passing through, withered and rotten. Hundreds of meters around Uchiha Madara, all the buildings disappeared and were razed to the ground. How is this kind of power possible? Just one move, to defeat us. So strong, is this the Rinnegan? We are no match at all. He is 80 years old this year, and he still has such a strong power. All the ninjas were shocked. Hey? He is not dead. Uchiha Madara was surprised, glanced around, and exclaimed, "Your quality is much better than the ninjas of my time." According to his estimation, this Shinra Tensei was enough to crush a person. But the ninjas around were only seriously injured. Their physical fitness exceeded his expectations. However, in front of this pair of Rinnegan, this god's power, we are just mortals after all. Uchiha Madara sneered, walked past many wounded soldiers, and headed for the technical development department. Although he was not dead, he also lost his combat effectiveness. Even if the injury was too serious, he would have to lie in bed for the rest of his life. Uchiha Madara disdained to finish off the enemy. His target was the nine-tailed beasts. At the same time, in the Hokage building, countless elite Genin appeared, looking solemnly at their fourth Hokage Orochimaru. Fourth generation, it has been confirmed. A ninja reported with a complicated expression, "The person who came is indeed Uchiha Madara. We dug up Uchiha Madara's grave and coffin, and it was empty. Fourth generation, what should we do now?" Everyone looked at Orochimaru. Including Tsunade, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and the retired third Hokage. They all had serious expressions and heavy eyes. The name Uchiha Madara alone is enough to put pressure on people. Not to mention, there is the legendary Rinnegan. There is already a squadron of ninjas who tried to intercept, but were defeated by Uchiha Madara in one move, and all of them fell to the ground with serious injuries. This is a new ninja who has mastered new techniques and received potions. Judging by the old standards, 5.6 can be called full-time Genin. But in front of Uchiha Madara, they are vulnerable. "Let me lead the team, Orochimaru." Tsunade spoke first, with a firm look in her eyes, "Let me, your granddaughter, solve the opponents that Grandpa has not killed. Don't be impulsive, Tsunade. Yes, you alone are no match for Uchiha Madara. Even if you have to go, it will be me, a retired old man, who will rush to the first place." People around persuaded. Uchiha Madara is a strong man who can compete with the first generation. How can he be his opponent? What should we do? Tsunade frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "We have been beaten to our homes. Someone has to fight." Everyone was silent. They also wanted to fight, but no one was an opponent. "You are responsible for evacuating the crowd, and don't worry about the battle." Orochimaru, who had been silent all the time, spoke at this time. Everyone's eyes flashed with surprise. They knew a little about Orochimaru's strength. The magic circle of the Tiansong technique suppressed the eight tails Jinchuriki in the air, which was the best proof. "Fourth generation, are you sure?" someone asked. "I'm a bit sure." Orochimaru stood in front of the French window, looking out, and said lightly, "The power of Rinnegan is very strong, even above wood style. Even if the first Hokage is resurrected, I'm afraid he won't be his opponent." Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous when they heard this. Rinnegan, is it stronger than wood style? But he is too old, his body is decayed, and his vitality is insufficient. Orochimaru continued, "With my achievements in the natural energy path, I can still kill him at a partial cost. But if I take action, the battle will destroy Konoha. So, let's ask someone who is more sure to go." Chapter 91. Ask someone who is more confident to do it. Everyone looked at Orochimaru in shock when they heard this. "Fourth generation, is there anyone stronger than you in the village? Who is that person? Is it some old senior? Did Enbu go to ask him?" Everyone was puzzled. Only the third Hokage changed his expression slightly and whispered, "Could it be that?" He remembered someone. That person, Orochimaru said personally that he was more fishy than himself. Could it be? Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato also shuddered and looked at each other in surprise. They also thought of someone. That person once came out in person to deceive the senses of the entire tavern and talked to them. Nara Shintaku. This name flashed through the minds of the three people in an instant. That person is naturally my disciple, Nara Shintaku. Orochimaru smiled slowly. What? Everyone was stunned and shocked. Mataku-kun. Is he stronger than you? Are you serious? Fourth generation, Mataku-kun is only 9 years old. Yeah, don't joke, fourth generation. Everyone couldn't believe it. He's already in place, you'll see. Orochimaru looked out the French window and smiled faintly. My disciple is countless times stronger than my teacher. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Swoosh! 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 The third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Namikaze Minato, were the first to react. They walked out of the office and headed for the battlefield. Third-generation adults. Jiraiya, Minato. Where are you going? Everyone asked hurriedly. To watch the battle. Namikaze Minato left without looking back. Everyone was even more surprised. Do these three believe what the fourth generation said? They looked at each other in bewilderment. After a while, people left one after another and went to the battlefield. In Konoha village, Uchiha Madara walked slowly on the street, with his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely, looking comfortable. He didn't care about the Konoha around him at all. Shinobi in the eyes. Suddenly, he stopped and looked forward. 20 meters away. A figure of a young man, sitting cross-legged in the air. It was unknown when this young man appeared, and it seemed that he had been there since the beginning, but Uchiha Madara did not find it. Vr. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, and he did not sense the breath of a factory hall on the boy. It was as if the boy in front of him did not exist, but was just an illusory light and shadow. However, Rinnegan would not be deceived by light and shadow. So, the person in front of him was real, but he could not sense the breath. Interesting boy, tell me your name. Uchiha Madara was a little more serious, raised his chin slightly, and said arrogantly, being able to float in the air, you must have learned the earth-style secret technique of rock shinobi. You have a good talent to learn the earth-style secret technique at this age. You are worthy of me remembering you. In front. The boy is naturally Nara Shintaku, who just chuckled when he heard it. He didn't answer, but just looked at Uchiha Madara. This famous figure in his previous life, as a villain boss, has great suppression and charm. He has planned for many years and successfully evolved from a mortal to a six-paths level existence. Seeing it with my own eyes, it is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that Nara Shintaku has surpassed humans at this time. From his perspective of the divine realm, Uchiha Madara's body disappeared, and the internal flow of life, chakra, mental power, soul power, etc. were all visible. It was like Uchiha Madara was seen through by Nara Shintaku. Don't talk. Uchiha Madara could not help but frown without waiting for Nara Shintaku's response. He felt a strong discomfort from Nara Shintaku's eyes, as if he was seen through. I don't like your eyes. Uchiha Madara's eyes were cold. He raised one hand and made a ninja seal. Swish! Rinnegan pupil power surged and released like a wave. Close it forever. Tenge Shinsei. Boom! The sky shook violently, countless air currents whistled, and a strong wind was formed. A huge shadow fell. Everyone subconsciously looked up, and their faces turned pale at the first glance at the sky. Meteorite. Impossible, how can there be a meteorite here? It's an illusion. It's definitely an illusion. If such a big meteorite falls, all of us will die. Not only that, the whole village will be destroyed. Everyone present showed a horrified expression. A few people were so scared that they trembled all over. No matter who it is, facing a giant like a meteorite, they will feel desperate and powerless. A little further away, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Namikaze Minato, who had just arrived, also stopped in shock and looked at the meteorite in the sky in horror. This meteorite suddenly appeared just now. Bofen Minato said in a trembling voice. This should be the technique of Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya looked grim and said in a low voice, it's unbelievable. It's possible to create such a large meteorite in the sky. This is no longer a technique that humans can perform. The third Hokage said solemnly, no wonder Orochimaru said that if he took action, Konoha would be destroyed. Now, we can only rely on Shintaku. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato both nodded. Now, we can only trust Nara Shintaku. The shock wave of such a large meteorite when it falls is enough to shatter the entire Konoha. At the same time, a terrible earthquake will occur within 5 kilometers around. The shock wave will destroy everything within a 3-kilometer range, just like cleaning a table, raising it to the ground. Unless they run out of Konoha kilometers away in an instant. Otherwise, there is no need to run. Because there is no escape at all. Hokage's office. Silence. A group of elite Genin, looking at the huge meteorite falling from the sky, were all so frightened that they could not speak. Hey, Orochimaru! Tsunade's pupils trembled, but at least she could keep calm and asked Orochimaru, can Shintaku really block this kind of attack? Of course. Orochimaru's expression was calm, as if he had no worries at all, and he said leisurely, he has reached a place that no one can reach on the road of practice. Even if the Sage of Six Paths takes action, I am afraid they are not opponents. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Is Shintaku-kun so strong? They couldn't believe it. So much so that they didn't notice that there was some slight surprise in Orochimaru's words. When the first Hokage was mentioned before, the words first Hokage was resurrected were used. And the Sage of Six Paths did not have resurrection, but directly said that the Sage of Six Paths took action. This subtle difference was not noticed by everyone present. Even Tsunade subconsciously understood that Orochimaru was using the deceased Sage of Six Paths as an example to praise Nara Shintaku's strength. But Orochimaru was serious. The Sage of Six Paths back then must have reached the realm of God and gained immortality. It is very likely that he still exists now. According to my understanding, the ultimate of the Chakra path is the God of Ninja. After the God of Ninja, life will transform, the level will be upgraded, and you will have a long life and huge power. That is, the first level of the Tailed Beast. Above the Tailed Beast is the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Also a god. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. Although he has not reached the Six Paths level, the path before the Six Paths level has been sorted out clearly. This is the information obtained by analyzing the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara, who awakened the Rinnegan, at most touched the edge of the immortal realm. In essence, he is still at the Tailed Beast level like me. But his foundation is too weak. If the Tailed Beast level is properly developed with chakra power, it will definitely give you a long life. If you follow the path of natural energy, the sages of the three holy lands are Tailed Beast level. They have lived for thousands of years without dying. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. As a Tailed Beast, he had obviously developed his power more deeply than Uchiha Madara. So he would definitely win in a fight. But Uchiha Madara had a higher level of power, which was very obscure, but it was certain that one foot had stepped into the realm of immortal gods. This made Orochimaru feel apprehensive. The explosion of this power had a certain probability of taking him away. But, it can only threaten me because my level is not high enough. For Shintaku, who has already entered the realm of God, that little bit of power is nothing. In front of God, creatures below God are ants. And ants are only slightly bigger or smaller, but they can all be crushed to death with one hand. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with heat, and he became excited. This is God. What kind of power does God have? How can we not look forward to it? In the center of the meteorite. Whoosh! The whistling meteorite seemed to tear the air apart, making a sharp whistle. Circles of white air waves exploded. Oh no, the meteorite is about to fall, a ninja shouted. Others turned pale and their blood was boiling. I'm going to die. Damn it, there's no way to escape from such a big meteorite. Am I going to die today? Everyone's expression became desperate. At this time, Nara Shintaku looked up, stretched out his palm, and gently touched. It was just a casual grab. In the sky, the falling meteorite stopped in its tracks. What? Uchiha Madara was startled and frowned, asking, "What did you do?" Nara Shintaku didn't answer, but just put his 5 fingers together. In the sky, the space suddenly twisted, and invisible space vortices appeared, curling up the area where the meteorite was, like twisted drawing paper, towards an invisible point. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the huge meteorite was directly rolled into the invisible point. Disappeared. The shadow covering the earth disappeared in an instant, and bright sunlight fell again. Space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara's face changed drastically, and he looked at Nara Shintaku in astonishment. You used space-time ninjutsu to transfer my Tengai Shinsei away. Impossible, how could there be such a strong space-time ninjutsu? Who are you? His expression became solemn, and his eyes were extremely fearful. At this moment, Uchiha Madara realized that the pineapple-headed boy in front of him was definitely not simple. Survived, survived. We survived. The meteorite disappeared. Great, we are fine. The ninjas and civilians in the whole village were all happy to have survived. They almost thought they were going to die. With such a big meteorite, there was nowhere to escape. Not far away. That was time-space ninjutsu. The third Hokage was shocked. Yes, it was time-space ninjutsu. Shintaku used time-space ninjutsu to transfer the meteorite away. Jiraiya felt his scalp tingling, and his heart was in turmoil, but is this something that humans can do? Humans can never do it. Minato was also shocked, and trembling. Even if the volume is reduced by 1,000 times, I will use up all my chakras to transfer it with Flying Thunder God. The 3 of them were completely unbelievable. In the Hokage building, Orochimaru fought with his hands behind his back, still with a calm expression, and smiled faintly. Did you manipulate space to move the meteorite? What a delicate and ingenious method. I thought you would smash the meteorite roughly and violently. In the office, everyone was dumbfounded. Using space-time ninjutsu to move the meteorites away is already exaggerated enough. How come you expect Shintaku to use his strength to forcibly break the meteorites? With so many meteorites, even tailed beast bomb can't hit them. Is Shintaku really that powerful? Tsunade widened her eyes and said in surprise, Orochimaru, what are you two studying secretly? Hehe, don't you know, it's just various potions. Orochimaru chuckled. Tsunade twitched his mouth, totally unconvinced. These 2 people must have something deeper. What a pervert, this kid, is only 9 years old, but he has such strength, I'm afraid he is the reincarnation of Sage of 6 Paths. Tsunade couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Others were shocked when they heard this. Yes, Nara Shintaku is so strong, but he is only 9,453 years old. Looking at the history of the ninja world, there has never been such a pervert case. Of course, the reincarnation of Sage of 6 Paths is just a rant. No one believes this. Igig. Orochimaru turned his head and gave Tsunade a meaningful look. Tsunade's heart jumped suddenly, and her expression immediately became incredible. As a companion for many years, she instantly understood what Orochimaru meant. Do you really think Shintaku is only 9 years old? What do you mean? Tsunade stared at Orochimaru, and a great uproar in her heart. What do you think? Orochimaru showed a meaningful expression and retracted his gaze. On the one hand, he is Nara Shintaku's companion, superficial master and apprentice, and collaborator, and on the other hand, he is also Tsunade's partner. Today, Orochimaru decided that it was time to reveal something to Tsunade. I didn't say it before, just because I wanted to see it happen. In Orochimaru's opinion, with Nara's knowledge and skills, Tsunade can be extraordinary and gain a long life and powerful power even if she gets a little bit of it. In other words, surpass ordinary humans. Since she has surpassed humans, the marriage, age gap, values, etc. under human concepts are no longer applicable. Therefore, Orochimaru doesn't think it's a bad thing for Tsunade to follow an old monster. He thinks it's a great thing that falls from the sky. Impossible. How is it possible? Orochimaru must be joking. Tsunade was confused and bit her lips unconsciously. She understood what Orochimaru meant. It was because she understood that she felt flustered. In the middle of the battlefield. No wonder you dared to stop me alone. It turns out that you are a strong man. I actually misjudged you. Uchiha Madara's expression became solemn, staring at Nara. I can't believe that among the younger generation of Konoha, there will be such a strong young man like you. I guess you collected the 9-tailed beasts, too. Uchiha Madara said, releasing the power of the Rinnegan. Boom! He suddenly stretched out his arm and opened his palm towards Nara Shintaku. It just so happens that I'm looking for you. Universal pull. Boom! An overwhelming gravitational force was released from Madara's hand. At the same time, Uchiha Madara's body suddenly clapped in a circle. The dry muscles were all restored to fullness, as if returning to the time of youth, and the body was full of powerful defenses. Sure road physical strengthening. No one can resist this move. Uchiha Madara smiled, as long as I catch him, I can use the power of human road and hungry kid to control him. That's right. As long as I catch him. Uchiha Madara's thoughts paused, and his expression became surprised. The huge gravitational force fell on Nara Shintaku, as if it didn't exist, and didn't make the young man move a step. Not only that. The things around the young man. The ninja tools, gravel, dust, etc. were not affected and were still scattered on the ground. Chapter 92. What happened? My universal pull failed. Uchiha Madara's face flashed with confusion. Universal pull. Nara Shintaku chuckled, stretched out his hand and bent his fingers, and flicked them lightly. Is it special? Pop! With the flick of his finger, the gravity of universal pull was broken like a bubble, and it instantly collapsed and disappeared. Uchiha Madara groaned and squinted his eyes in pain. His expression changed completely, and he said in a lost voice, Impossible. This is the power of Rinnegan that is superior to all eye techniques. Why did you break it? Uchiha Madara was horrified at this moment. In his perception, the power of universal pull was like a splash of water, hitting a copper wall, and it collapsed and shattered in an instant. But how is this possible? Gravity is invisible and immaterial. Why can this young man in front of him break the invisible and immaterial gravity? What happened just now? The people around were also shocked. I don't understand it at all. It seems that one of Uchiha Madara's techniques was shattered by Shintaku-kun. Not far away. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, his expression was uncertain. Really, shattered the Rinnegan's eye technique? It seems so. Minato nodded in shock. Shattered the eye power. The third Hokage was surprised. Can this be done? In the cognition of ninjas. The eye technique, illusion technique, and other yin-tun nature transformation techniques are not physical. Intangible and intangible, they cannot be touched. It can only be effectively resisted by disrupting the flow of chakra, or using the same yin-tun nature chakra. But Nara Shintaku directly shattered the invisible and intangible technique? Your era is over, Madara. Nara Shintaku chuckled and didn't explain. In his vision, the so-called pupil technique was just a ball of energy. Since it was energy, it couldn't hurt him. Because he, Nara Shintaku, was the most condensed energy. Invulnerable to all attacks. Any low-level energy would shatter when touched by him. Universal Pull's pupil power was like this. It's time to end. Nara's eyes became hazy, as if he had left reality and was staring at the void. He stretched out his finger and flicked it gently. It was as if he was turning something. But in front of him, there was nothing. Swish! From a perspective that ordinary people cannot see, the various energies flowing in an orderly manner around him suddenly boiled up as Nara flicked his finger, like hot oil poured on a flame. Boom! Boom! Energy of various natures collided with each other and stirred each other, forming an indescribable terrifying storm. Bad wind. Nara gently uttered the name of this move. This is the use of 4 infinite quantities. What? Uchiha Madara widened his eyes. His Rinnegan did not see anything, but he instinctively felt uneasy. Susanoo. He subconsciously performed a defensive move. A layer of azure light emerged, condensing into a huge figure around him. The figure was strong and covered with armor, like a powerful martial god descending. But it had no effect. The surging energy storm swept through Susanoo like a plowing house. Swish! Susanoo suddenly stagnated and collapsed directly. The pupil power that constructed its body was completely annihilated and washed away by the energy storm. Susanoo disappeared. The ninjas watching the battle around were all shocked. So fast! Mataku-kun just moved his fingers, and the opponent was gone. Susanoo didn't even show up completely. Uchiha Madara is going to lose. Everyone present was excited. Not far away. Jiraiya was also excited, but more complicated. He murmured, even Susanoo was easily defeated. This is the ultimate eye technique of Mangekyō Sharingan. Minato's expression was also complicated. Mataku-kun, you have surpassed Shodai. The third Hokage exclaimed. Puff! Uchiha Madara was also blown by the bad wind, and a ball of blood spurted out of his mouth. His old body was instantly riddled with holes. Cells were damaged, blood dried up, vitality was worn out, organs failed, skeletons were broken. It was as if he had instantly turned into a scrapped machine. A slight touch would destroy it. What a joke! Susanoo is the strongest defense. Uchiha Madara looked horrified and looked at Nara Mataku in horror. What did you do? Why did my Susanoo disappear? A flash of light. Nara Mataku appeared in front of Uchiha Madara and laughed. The strongest defense? It's ridiculous. Your vision is always limited to the so-called bloodline limit. While speaking, a hand was pressed on Uchiha Madara's forehead. Instantly, the divine power refined the natural energy and turned into a hair-sized light thread. The light thread pierced into Uchiha Madara's brain. Ran's Huang Tiangi Kai. Kr. Uchiha Madara was shocked and angry, and wanted to curse. But as the light thread pierced into his brain, his expression immediately became dull. At this moment, countless light threads penetrated into Uchiha Madara's brain and even his soul. The Ren's Huang Tiangi of the Quincy showed an extremely terrifying effect in the hands of Nara Shintaku. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara's body, spirit, thinking, emotions, soul, chakra, etc. were all controlled by Nara Shintaku. He completely became a puppet. Found it. Nara Shintaku's eyes moved slightly, and he calmly withdrew his hand. As he withdrew his palm, a ball of high-quality chakra was extracted together. This ball of high-quality chakra carries a weak will. The will carries an unruly momentum. Indra chakra. I see. Although he has divine power, his will has not been fully sublimated and cannot be completely placed in chakra, so he has not gained immortality. Nara took a quick look and immediately understood the situation of Indra and Ashura. This explained his doubts. Indra and Ashura, their chakras can be reincarnated and immortal, so it makes no sense for them to die. Didn't they extract chakra themselves? Now Nara understood that the two brothers had never practiced or explored their own power, but just used chakra instinctively. Therefore, their wills could not be sublimated. So after death, only part of their will was reincarnated with chakra. Even this part of the reincarnated will was not done by themselves, but was just a natural instinct. From this point of view, the situation of 6 paths is worse than I thought. Nara Shintaku's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. The death of the Sage of 6 Paths is also a strange thing. They can use yin-yang release to split the 10 tails chakra and create immortal tailed beasts, but they will die of old age? Isn't this funny? Even Orochimaru can live for thousands of years now. You, the Sage of 6 Paths, can only stay in the pure king's court in the form of souls? It turns out that the key step is wrong. No, or rather, you can't take that step for some reason. Nara Shintaku muttered. The energy that Sage of 6 Paths puts their will on is chakra. But chakra has an owner. This owner is not 6 Paths. In other words, there has long been a will placed in chakra, smelted and sublimated. How can Sage of 6 Paths place their will on the energy of an owner for the second time? This is no different from erasing the will in chakra. But even gods of the same level find it extremely difficult to kill a god, let alone Sage of 6 Paths who are not gods. This is probably the biggest reason for his death. That makes sense. Nara Shintaku's eyes moved slightly, and he no longer called Sage of 6 Paths him instead of him. The above thoughts only lasted for a moment. Not even half a second had passed. Don't worry, everyone, it's safe. Nara Shintaku stopped thinking, smiled, and looked around. I have subdued Uchiha Madara. He can't threaten you anymore. Hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Great. I really thought I was going to die today. Fortunately, Shintaku-kun is here. Yes, Shintaku is the backbone of our day. Everyone smiled. Only Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato changed their expressions when they heard these words. Go back. The third Hokage patted the shoulders of the two and sighed. Swoosh. In the field, a flash of light appeared. Nara Shintaku took Uchiha Madara and lost. Ah! We won. No need to hide, we are safe. The enemy has been defeated. Everyone come out. From the battlefield, cheers spread quickly. Hokage building. In the office, an envoy came to deliver a message. 4th generation, Shintaku-kun won. The enemy Uchiha Madara was captured alive. He has been taken to the technical development department. Getting the news. The senior executives in the office were in an uproar. So fast? They looked surprised and looked at each other in astonishment. Because they did not watch the battle up close, in their eyes, they only saw a huge figure flashing in the distance through the French windows, and it disappeared as soon as it appeared. They recognized it as Susanoo. I was wondering why Susanoo disappeared. Now I heard the report and was shocked. It turned out that it had been solved. 4th generation adults are right. Ah, Shintaku-kun is really that powerful. It's amazing. He's only 9 years old. He's so powerful at the age of 9. Won't he be so powerful in the future? Everyone talked and their hearts beat. It seems that they can see the future of Konoha unifying the ninja world and shocking the world. And such a future is very close to them. Maybe they can see it in 5 or 6 years. 9 years old. Tsunade folded her arms and leaned against the wall on one side with a complicated expression. It would be great if he was really 9 years old. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Orochimaru looked up, with a pair of golden vertical pupils, showing a look of amazement. Is that the power of God? Erasing the pupil power of Rin-Egan, erasing the existence of Susanoo, and finally refining Feng's Uchiha Madara into a living puppet as if catching an ant. That's the famous Uchiha Madara. Who in the current ninja world would not tremble in their heart when hearing this name? But in front of Nara Shintaku, it was so weak that it could not withstand a single blow. But what was extracted from Uchiha Madara in the end? Orochimaru fell into deep thought, as if it was a very high quality chakra. In that chakra, it seems that there is an ancient will that has nothing to do with Uchiha Madara. It is that thing that makes me feel threatened. Orochimaru licked his lips. Somewhat looking forward to going to the Technology Development Department after get off work to study the captured Uchiha Madara. Technology Development Department. In the hall, the nine-tailed beasts lay on the table board, watching the ninjas in the Technology Department running around anxiously. What are they doing? I don't know. It seems that they became like this after the urgent ringing of the bell. Idiot, that's a warning signal from humans. What does it mean? There should be an enemy invasion. Several tailed beasts gathered together and whispered. They showed malicious smiles on their faces. Ho ho, humans just like to fight among themselves. It's better to destroy Konoha, and no one will care about us. Yeah, it would be great if we could get out. I'm tired of staying in this technical department. Swoosh. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared. Nara Shintaku appeared, holding a dull-looking Uchiha Madara in his hand, quietly watching the nine-tailed beasts running out. After their power was sealed and they became pocket-sized, the status of the tailed beasts was reduced from strategic weapons to mascots of the technical department. Running around all day long. As long as they don't run out and don't enter the prohibited area, no one will care about them. Nara Shintaku. The nine-tailed beasts were frightened by the sudden appearance of the figure. Many guys were a little furious. The next moment, when they saw the Uchiha in Nara Shintaku's hand, they screamed and almost peed. Uchiha Madara! Why is this guy not dead yet? Wait, look at his eyes. Impossible, how could it be a Rinnegan? Run! I don't want to be sealed again. Throw Kurama out, that guy likes to use Kurama as a mount. Get out! Bang! Nara Shintaku was speechless and swept his arms. Quiet! The surrounding energy surged and turned into a shock wave, sweeping the nine-tailed beasts to the ground. Tay! The nine-tailed beasts sat on the ground with confused expressions. They looked at Uchiha Madara again and finally noticed that something seemed wrong. Why does he seem dead? No, he is being controlled. Hiss, who did it? Who else could it be? The nine-tailed beasts paused and looked at Nara Shintaku in surprise. You solved Uchiha Madara. Are you so strong? The nine-tailed beasts stared at Nara Shintaku with wide eyes. As they watched, they suddenly felt something was wrong. Nara Shintaku actually gave them a feeling of the six paths back then? You feel it too? Yes, okay. Yeah. It seems it's not my illusion. I feel he can kill us completely. I feel the same way. Hiss, what did this guy and Orochimaru research on us? The nine-tailed beasts exchanged glances, in doubt. Don't run around. Nara Shintaku saw through what they were thinking at a glance and waved his hand casually. Time and space shift. The nine-tailed beasts were sent back to the laboratory. At the same time, Uchiha Madara was also sent to another laboratory and soaked in a nutrient tank. And that guy, he hid so far away. Nara Shintaku touched his chin, and his figure flashed and disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, he appeared outside the village, 1 kilometer away. This place looked ordinary, without any abnormality. But deep in the soil that ordinary people could not see, a dark mucus was running wildly. Madara actually lost. What a joke, that's the top-level I technique 10-10 Rinnegan. There is definitely something wrong with this Nara Shintaku. Black Zetsu panicked and ran away wildly. Bang! Suddenly, it hit the soil in front of it and was bounced back. Black Zetsu's face changed immediately. Its earth style failed. The next moment, a huge force surged from the surroundings, like a big hand grabbing it firmly, grabbing it from the soil to the ground. This. Black Zetsu was horrified. What kind of skill is this? Not only can it not sense any chakra, but it also contains the attributes of time and space, so it has no way to escape. Vr. After being caught out of the ground, Black Zetsu was shocked to see Nara Shintaku. I don't know what's going on. Looking at Nara Shintaku, it feels like seeing its mother Tsuchikage. Am I crazy? Why do I feel that this human is as powerful as my mother? Chapter 93. Black Zetsu was in a state of confusion. Impossible. A ninja who practices chakra will never reach the level of his mother. Even if the two sons of Yuyi were reincarnated, they would only have the power of the universe, which is only the level of 6 paths. Black Zetsu's mind was in a state of confusion. On his face, he deliberately showed an expression of obedience and flattery. My lord, as you can see, I am just a part of Uchiha Madara's will that has been separated, and I don't have any fighting ability. Black Zetsu usually uses his fake identity. This identity successfully deceived Uchiha Madara, and I think it can deceive the next person. Swish! Before he finished speaking, the natural energy around him suddenly condensed and turned into hundreds of light threads. Black Zetsu's face froze slightly. This kid is really cruel, he doesn't listen to me and just takes action. Forget it, anyway, my essence is very high and will not be affected by ninjutsu, so I can do whatever this kid wants. Black Zetsu didn't struggle, thinking silently. At most, he sealed me. You are thinking that I can only seal you, right? Nara Shintaku said with a smile. Black Zetsu was shocked. How does this kid know what it is thinking? Naive, the third son of Tsuchikage. Nara Shintaku closed his palms, and the surrounding light instantly pierced into Black Zetsu's body. Wait! Black Zetsu's pupils shrank sharply, and his expression was horrified. It didn't understand how the human in front of it knew its true identity. But it was too late. The light pierced into its body, instantly invading its will, thoughts, energy flow, body structure, and everything else. In the blink of an eye, Black Zetsu's expression became dull. The second puppet of the random heaven puppet was born. Nara Shintaku stretched out his hand. Black Zetsu's body suddenly curled up and turned into a dark ball like a truth-seeking ball, the size of a ping-pong ball, and fell into Nara Shintaku's hands. Whoosh! Nara Shintaku turned around, and the light dispersed. The next moment, he took Black Zetsu back to the Technology Development Department. Technology Development Department. In a private laboratory, Orochimaru put his hands behind his back and looked at Uchiha Madara in the nutrient tank with admiration. Especially the Rinnegan in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Orochimaru shook his head. It's obviously the power of the god realm, but it appears immortal. Uchiha Madara, it turns out that you are just an ordinary person after all. The reason why it is powerful is that it is innate. Instead of developing, researching, and practicing a path by yourself. Orochimaru felt a sense of disillusionment. Historical documents and various materials in the past made Uchiha Madara so powerful. But now it seems they are just a group of reckless men. If I were to choose a pair of Rinnegan that suits me, I could save at least 50 years when I enter the realm of God. Orochimaru sighed repeatedly. The Rinnegan he planted with the Tree of Life was tainted with too much power. Not pure enough. It can only be used as a reference and cannot be used directly. Forcibly integrating it into his own power system would pollute his own purity. You got off work so early. In the laboratory, Nara Shintaku's voice suddenly came. Hey! Orochimaru was startled and turned his head to look. Nara Shintaku came at some point and he didn't notice it at all. The realm of God. Orochimaru was filled with envy. Although he could reach this level more than 100 years later, he still couldn't stop his envy and desire at this moment. The people below are very motivated. I can handle the affairs by sending a clone. Orochimaru said. Really? Nara asked casually, and Akut threw the black ball in his hand. What is it? Orochimaru caught it, looked down, and his eyes froze. A ritual life. What a delicate structure, almost no trace of rewriting, much better than the tailed beast. Is this your work? Orochimaru was more and more surprised. This black ball, all the rituals fit together perfectly, with a sense of precision and beauty, has reached the pinnacle of design. 1 point more or 1 point less will not do. Now it is the most perfect state. No, it is the third son of Tsuchikage. Nara smiled and shook his head. Orochimaru nodded subconsciously, oh, Inoki Kagaya's. He was shocked halfway through. What did you say? Tsuchikage. The third son of the one on the moon. Orochimaru's expression became unbelievable. Of course. Nara Shintaku nodded and said leisurely, he is the master of chakra, an immortal god. Isn't it normal to leave some means of resurrection? This third child is the life that he secretly created when he was sealed. He has been wandering in the ninja world, guiding the fusion of Uchiha and Senju's power, awakening Rinnegan, and finally collecting tailed beasts to revive the sacred tree. Orochimaru was shocked and looked at the black ball in his hand in horror. This is actually a secret hand of resurrection of a god. Instantly, Orochimaru's eyes became hot. If he studies this secret hand, maybe it will help him on his way to becoming a god? I have already cast the Renshuang Tiangi on them. You also know this technique. You can try to extract the memories of the two of them. It should be helpful to you. Nara pointed at the black ball and the nutrient tank next to it. CCFH. Good. Orochimaru was very surprised, and his eyes seemed to light up. He couldn't wait to start. He walked directly to the nutrient tank and cast the Luan Kuo Tien Kui bed on the Uchiha Madara inside. The stone tablet under the Nanga shrine. Oh, it's actually a special Yindun stone, no different from a ninja tool. Using different levels of eye techniques, you can see different contents. I see, the stone tablet records the conditions for opening the Manjiki Sharingan and obtaining eternal light. And the Izanaga technique. No wonder it has never been lost. Infinite Tsukuyomi? Let the world fall into an eternal dream. What an interesting plan, but too stupid. If this technique is useful, why don't the Sage of Six Paths use it themselves, but keep it for their descendants with reduced experience to use? It's obvious that there is a problem. The power of Senju and Uchiha merges to lead to the Tensei. G. From the emotional color of the words, it should not refer to the Rinnegan, but the two clans joining forces. Orochimaru read the memory of Uchiha Madara with interest. Beside him, Nara Shintaku was also thinking. When he used the Renzo Tenkui, he also read the memories of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. At this time, he was sorting out Black Zetsu's memories. Have the remaining gods gradually died out over the past 1,000 years? Nara was looking for something that interested him. After entering the realm of gods, what should he do next? He had no idea for the time being. Therefore, he wanted to gain experience from other pioneers. Before the sacred tree came, this planet gave birth to many gods. Those gods ruled the earth for more than 10,000 years. But now there is only one dragon vein, a god of the underworld, a Buddha of the fire temple, a Shinigami, 4 gods, leaving some traces. All the other gods have disappeared. Nara felt a little dreadful. It is undeniable that many members of the Tsutsuki clan are useless. Especially Kagaya, who is the most useless of all. As 10 tails, as a god, he was sealed by his 2 sons. Even after resurrection, he was sealed again by the reincarnations of his 2 grandsons. It's so stupid. But Nara Shintaku will not underestimate the Tsutsuki clan. The original Tsutsuki must be an extremely powerful god. He brought the entire family to a very high level. Any member of the family can rely on the sacred tree to cross the void and devour the planets recklessly without any natural enemies. And that Satsuki Shiba is even beyond the dimension. Nara Shintaku was secretly shocked. This is an incredibly powerful family. Well, in Black Zetsu's memory, there are still some traces of gods in the shinobi era. Most of them are entrenched in one place, and the laws, attributes, and energy characteristics of that area are consistent with their own concepts. No, the area is not the point. The point is that the gods hold high the concept, which will resonate with the world and condense a unique priesthood. With the priesthood, Ming can accept the offering. The so-called offering is to use the wisdom of all living beings to promote the derivation and deepening of exclusive concepts and expand the size of the gods. As the size increases, the power of the gods will also increase, and they will rule more areas. Nara Shintaku's eyes flashed with surprise. For example, if his all things is condensed into a priesthood, it can derive multiple lower powers such as learning, imitation, evolution, adaptation, and change. At the same time, it can also be deepened into 10 directions: infinite, infinite, return to the origin, universe, and Daikyon. This kind of derivation and deepening is the method of God's level. Just like Mara fruit, by deepening the concept and developing the temperature of the flame to tens of thousands of degrees, it will be lava fruit, and the upper and lower levels will be reversed. So the next step for God is to condense the priesthood. Then derive and deepen its own concepts. Occupy more ecological niches. Nara Shintaku nodded lightly, he understood what to do next. In Black Zetsu's memory, all the ancient gods were promoted in this way. However, it would be best to find a model reference for how to do it specifically. Nara Shintaku's eyes flashed with thought. Not long after, Orochimaru was very excited after reading the memories of Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. I never thought that the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths still have chakras and reincarnate from generation to generation. Haha, if that's the case, then this Black Zetsu is also a fool. Orochimaru looked at the black ball in his hand and smiled sarcastically. Both sons are reincarnated, not to mention Six Paths himself. With the power of the universe, there are countless ways to survive. I'm afraid he is still in the world. Shaking his head, Orochimaru threw the small ball that Black Zetsu turned into back to Nara. After reading the memory, the value of Black Zetsu was exhausted. Puff! Nara caught the black ball and gently squeezed it, and Black Zetsu turned into powder. This perfect ritual creature, the third son of Tsuchikage, was killed so easily. Orochimaru's eyelids jumped. Isn't it too easy to erase? He gave the black ball to Nara because he really wanted Nara to get rid of Black Zetsu. Although Orochimaru could do it himself, it would be troublesome. Black Zetsu's structure is too precise, like a house with deep piles in the ground, difficult to destroy. But you handled it too quickly. Orochimaru was shocked. Is the God realm so strong? After taking a step, will it be the ultimate transformation? Can it crush everything below the God level? Orochimaru's heart kept fluctuating. But he didn't know. The God realm is confined to the characteristic of invulnerability to all laws. Any energy without the will of the smelting is just a breeze in the eyes of the God, which can be easily dispersed. Stepping into this realm is like ascending to heaven, standing on the clouds all of a sudden. No matter how strong the mortal creatures are, they can only crawl on the ground. Orochimaru was about to say something. Next, Nara Shintaku flicked his finger, and a stream of extremely pure chakras shot out. What is this? Orochimaru caught it in a panic, as if he was holding a fragile treasure, Indra's chakra. He widened his eyes and looked at the chakra in his hand with great surprise. Read Black Zetsu's memory. He knew that the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths had chakras that were constantly reincarnated. Uchiha Madara was the reincarnation bearer of this generation. Indra can be called a demigod. Nara Shintaku nodded and said, you should be able to get a lot of inspiration by studying his chakra. This is too precious. Orochimaru was so excited that he trembled all over. It's not for you. Nara Shintaku smiled and explained, you can keep it for 3 days at most, and then let it continue to reincarnate. Why? Orochimaru looked up in surprise. 3 days was not enough for him to comprehend the secret of demigod. His father is still alive. Nara pointed to the ground helplessly, besides, Sage of Six Paths is full of kindness to humans. Do you want to study his son in front of him? Orochimaru calmed down. He almost forgot that Sage of Six Paths is likely to exist. Now that Nara confirmed it, he dared not go too far with this chakra. It's the son of Six Paths, it's really hard to start with. Orochimaru sighed regretfully, turned around and walked out, saying, there are only 3 days, I have to hurry up. Walked to the door of the laboratory. Orochimaru suddenly stopped, turned around and said, I almost forgot one thing. What's the matter? Nara asked. Tsunade is looking for you. Orochimaru smiled and said, and left. Tsunade? Nara was startled and exhaled softly. The 3 girls sent by Cloud Shinobi were all outstanding in appearance and good in figure, and they were trained by Uchiha Mikoto to be obedient. He was a little reluctant to leave. It seems that we have to show our cards. Nara's mind moved and he guessed a lot. At night. Konoha village, Senju clan. In Tsunade's private hot spring. A graceful snow-white body, lazily soaking in hot water. Mist steaming. The contours of the bumps and curves, looming, added to the temptation. Sure enough, it's comfortable to take a hot spring bath after a busy day. Tsunade stretched, a pair of plump trembling, like jelly, full of elasticity. Suddenly, Tsunade frowned and blocked her body with both hands. Hey, I didn't invite you to join me in the hot springs. She looked sharply to the side. A young man appeared at some point and was soaking in the same pool with her. Just treat it as me coming uninvited. Nara said indifferently. Number. Tsunade clenched her fists in anger, I want to punch him 10 times. But considering that she is naked now, if she does it, it will probably become a welfare. Tsunade made a note of this. We'll settle it later. What do you want from me? She asked unhappily. It's not a big deal. Nara put on a serious expression and said, I just think that our relationship should go a step further. Go a step further. Tsunade laughed as if she heard a big joke, ha ha ha, just you. A 9-year-old kid. You kid actually have ulterior motives towards your sister, I'll beat you. Tsunade sneered at Nara with contempt in her eyes. It was like a mature older sister, facing the confession of a childish younger brother, with a look of disdain on her face. I'm only 9 years old in this life. Nara looked at her calmly. Tsunade's expression froze. Her eyes wandered, and her mood was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, splashing panic ripples. Chapter 94. Tsunade's expression froze. Her eyes wandered, and her mood was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, splashing panic ripples. Originally, she just wanted to test Nara. Unexpectedly, Nara directly won. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Tsunade turned her head, her face slightly red. Even if it's nonsense, Sister Tsunade is willing to believe me. Nara smiled and said, at this point, will Sister Tsunade still refuse me? Tsunade lowered her head and pursed her lips. Do you really want to refuse? Nara pretended to be disappointed and pretended to leave. Okay, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Tsunade panicked, and hurriedly stood up and pulled Nara away. This pull, she realized that Nara didn't use any force at all, just made a gesture of getting up and walking. You. Tsunade realized that she was deceived and was furious. Since Sister Tsunade doesn't want me to leave, then I'll stay. Nara's evil plan succeeded, and he sat next to Tsunade. Tsunade looked flustered and backed away. But every time she backed away, Nara took a step closer. Finally, they were in a corner, with no room to retreat. Tsunade blushed, huddled in the corner, with her hands in front of her, staring at Nara with a warning look. But this look had no deterrent power. Like a little kitten, it only made people feel cute. Nara smiled slightly and hugged her. Humph! Tsunade just snorted and turned her head away, but she didn't refuse Nara's hug. Finally, I can hug you, Sister Tsunade. Nara took Tsunade's hand and interlocked their fingers. It's a pity that there is a problem blocking us now. What's the problem? Tsunade looked up quickly. I am no longer a human being. Nara said. Tsunade. Nara stretched out a hand and gently touched Tsunade's forehead. Whoosh! A clear light fell into Tsunade's mind. The clear light contained a lot of practice information, clearly dividing a path of transformation and promotion from low to high. Ninja Cage level, Ninja God-tailed beast level, life transformation, immortal God. Nara confessed directly. He has reached the level of God, separated from the mundane world, and stood in the sky. 22 In other words, he has no body and no reproductive desire. Nara's essence has broken the boundaries of the body, and Tianhua has become energy. So, his current human form. It can be understood that it is just a fabricated face, not the real him. Really? Tsunade was shocked and looked at Nara in disbelief. You, when did you become so strong? Didn't you eat those 3 Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi's Terumime a few days ago? At this point, Tsunade slapped Nara's shoulder in anger. Bang, bang, bang. Each palm was used with all his strength, shaking the pool and stirring the hot spring water. Tay. Nara felt guilty and had to keep silent. Let Tsunade slap him. I get angry when I talk about it. So many women. So many women. So many women. Where did you put me, your sister? Tsunade was still not satisfied with the slap, and couldn't help but clench his fist and slammed it on Nara's chest. Clang! 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 The strange punch fell, as if it was on a piece of solid iron. Not only did it not cause any damage, but it also swollen Tsunade's hand. A hole! Can't you just let me beat you comfortably? Tsunade was furious and punched Nara's stomach. Nara smiled awkwardly and quickly adjusted his stomach to feel like normal flesh and blood. Bang! Tsunade finally felt satisfied with this punch. The force penetrated and went straight to the inside of the sky. Hey! Tsunade finally put down her fist with satisfaction. Don't be angry anymore. Nara Shintaku said with a smile, if you are not satisfied, keep hitting me until you calm down. Get lost. Tsunade rolled her eyes. With your body, I'm afraid you will hurt my hand. Although she said so. But Nara Shintaku knew that she calmed down, and quickly hugged Tsunade. Tsunade pushed a few times, but failed to push her away. But she just glared at Nara Shintaku in anger and let him hug her. The two of them had a good time. For a long time. Nara Shintaku said carefully, but Sister Tsunade, there is still a problem between us. What problem? Tsunade asked. I am no longer human. To the gods, the human form is just a disguise. Nara paused and said, if we are reproducing, there is only one way, spiritual intercourse. Tsunade looked up and blushed at Nara. What do you mean? It means the fusion of souls and spirits. Nara looked into her eyes and said sincerely, this is a deeper communication than the body. The most secret thoughts of both parties will be known by each other. But because my essence is higher, when our souls intersect, you can only vaguely feel me, and only I can read your thoughts unilaterally. Tsunade frowned when she heard this. Soul intercourse, opening up all the secrets in the heart, is a very difficult thing. Even for lovers who are in love, not one pair out of 10,000 can do it. Then what are you waiting for? Tsunade did not hesitate for long, raised her beautiful eyes, and looked at Nara frankly. I am like this, I will follow you for the rest of my life. Can I get off the bus now? Besides, I don't have any secrets that cannot be seen by others. Tsunade's decisiveness and unrestrainedness surprised Nara. Why are you still standing there? Tsunade urged. Actually, there is a small problem. Nara said thoughtfully, because my essence is higher than yours, when the souls merge, you will be affected by my power to a certain extent, similar to the chakra of the tailed beast, eroding the jinkraki and becoming a tailed beast. Are the side effects big? Tsunade asked. Not big, but you will like me more, rely on me, and love me more, and have a high degree of recognition of me in your heart. Nara did not hide it and brought out the tray. Will it make me lose myself? Tsunade asked again. No, it will only passively increase your favorability towards me. Nara shook his head. That's no problem. Tsunade waved his hand with a generous attitude. Nara Shintaku didn't hesitate and put his forehead against Tsunade's forehead. Since Tsunade said it was okay, as a man, he couldn't be shy. Dong! The moment the foreheads touched. Whoosh! A light came on. The light was like the sun, illuminating the entire hot spring. In the light, Tsunade felt a big sun embracing him warmly. This sun was Nara Shintaku. They abandoned their bodies, language, and words, and communicated directly from heart to heart. The next day, the Senju clan, in Tsunade's room. Tsunade looked at the ceiling, her eyes lost. The feeling of soul fusion was more wonderful than she had imagined. It was as if breaking the boundaries of form, freely communicating with anything. Even dead things could communicate. It seemed that in that state, there was no difference between life and death for everything. Life and death were just different states. What a magical experience! Tsunade murmured, is this the perspective from which gods see the world? No wonder in myths and legends, gods are always high above. It turns out that they really stand at a transcendental angle and look down on the earth. With the power of Nara Shintaku, she briefly experienced that transcendental perspective. Tsunade had an urge to continue to experience that transcendental state, but the stinging head told her to stop. The information, perspective, and thinking of that state are not what she can bear now. Forcing to understand will only burn her brain. And if she does it too many times in a short period of time, she will become a vassal of Nara Shintaku. Although it is not impossible. But Tsunade has her own pride. She has been moving forward steadily on the road of medical ninjutsu. I have given you the way to the path of God. Nara Shintaku said in a gentle voice, with your talent, you will be promoted to the realm of God sooner or later. He and Tsunade's soul are fused, so he naturally knows Tsunade's thoughts. Having your own ideals and pursuits is a pair of pants. Nara Shintaku is also willing to support Tsunade. Well. Tsunade responded lazily, enjoying the peace of the moment. Until noon. The two of them got up leisurely, had lunch, and then went back to work. At the same time, the news that Nara Shintaku stayed in Tsunade's room last night quickly spread among the Senju clan and spread to the top leaders of Konoha. Everyone knows that the main wife of Nara Shintaku's family is in place. After hearing this news, I don't know how many Senju people were moved to tears. Great Tsunade, you finally took action. If you don't make a move, it's fine. Once you make a move, you've firmly secured the position of the queen. Good job, Princess Tsunade. From now on, I and Nara are family. In my lifetime, I can see the bloodline of Hashirama-sama and pass it on. Tsunade was speechless after hearing these voices. But there is no more embarrassment than before. Since the development of physical potion, the average life expectancy of ninjas has directly increased to 120 years. What is the concept of 120 years old? If you give birth to a baby at the age of 15, 15 years is a generation. 120 years old can span 8 generations. 8 generations living under one roof. After the lifespan is extended, many past concepts will change. For example, Tsunade and Nara. On the surface, there is a difference of almost 20 years, and no one talks behind their backs. Nara clan land. After leaving Tsunade's house, Nara did not go to the technical development department, but returned to his home. Welcome home, master. Asterisk 4. Nara's eyelids twitched as he entered the room. Mabi, Wooden Golem, Samui, Terumi Mei, 4 girls with shy and embarrassed expressions, blushing faces, wearing miniskirts, stood side by side in the living room. Bowed to him. And the 4 maids' outfits were all different styles. Each had its own merits, dazzling. How is it? And the culprit, Uchiha Mikoto, wearing a cheongsam, revealing a pair of slender white legs, said excitedly while sitting on the sofa. With a proud expression of seeking praise. You are really amazing, Mikoto. Nara said sincerely. He really admired Mikoto. 4. The girls who were sent as gifts and were obviously resentful were actually controlled by Mikoto and dared not breathe. But I came to see you today. Nara glanced at the 4 girls and looked away regretfully. Come up with me. As he said that, he went upstairs. Mikoto resisted and pouted. It's rare for me to dress up the 4 of them like this. Really don't try it. Maid costumes. Mikoto thought Nara's target was her, and tried to refuse. But Nara didn't even look back and went straight into the room. Alas, my life is so hard. Mikoto lamented, jumped off the sofa aggrievedly, and followed into the room upstairs. The 4 maids in the living room breathed a sigh of relief. In the room. After closing the door, Nara waved. Mikoto sat in Nara's arms, her curvy and tight body pressed directly against Nara's. I have something important to tell you today. Nara didn't waste words, and pointed his finger at Uchiha Mikoto's forehead. Whoosh! A ray of light escaped into her mind and turned into a lot of information. This information was no different from Tsunade's. He briefly introduced the realm of the path of practice, from mortals to life transformation, to the immortal realm of gods. Then he showed that Nara was already a god. In the future, if we want to do things, we can only use the way of soul fusion, but due to the huge gap in power, we should have fused with each other. It will become Nara, who can read all of Mikoto's thoughts and secrets unilaterally. Similarly, it will also make Mikoto admire, be obsessed with, and love Nara more psychologically. All the situations were revealed. There was no concealment. Tisk, you don't even want to let me go, and you're pretending to tell me something. Mikoto rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, I know so many of your secrets, and I'm so tightly bound to you, how can I leave you? Soul fusion, right? Hurry up. I'm not as ambitious as Sister Tsunade, so I'll just cling to your thighs and be your Holy Spirit in the future. Mikoto smiled and took the initiative to put her forehead on Nara Shintaku. The Holy Spirit she mentioned is the 2 paths of believing in God. Not all lives have the potential and opportunity to achieve immortality. But relying on a god, the immortal species of the tailed beast level can also share the glory of immortality. There are 2 ways to rely on. One is to follow God, that is, Tsunade's path. From God himself, he will practice, but because the path is affected by the power of God, he will eventually get closer and closer to God, and the final condensed concept will become the concept supplement of that God. The second is the Holy Spirit, that is, Uchiha Mikoto's choice. Believing in life wholeheartedly, as if sacrificing oneself, regarding the path of God as one's own path, and the principles of God as direct principles. From some perspectives, the Holy Spirit is a kind of fanatic. Isn't this just a polite notice to you? Nara Shintaku smiled and pressed against Mikato's smooth forehead. Swish! Just like last night, a ray of light lit up. The light enveloped the entire villa. But strangely, people outside the villa could not see the light. After a long time, the light disappeared. In the living room, the four girls woke up from a dream, sorting out the information in their minds, and their expressions became complicated. Nara Shintaku is actually a god. And not the kind of god who is boasted, but a great god tier who really has powerful power and is eternal and immortal. As women of God, they are also fortunate to share the glory. As long as they don't betray and serve seriously. Being able to accompany Nara Shintaku and be immortal day by day. Everyone, just be at ease as his woman in the future. Samui thought it through and sighed, in the future, don't think about those things. The other three people couldn't help but remain silent. Immortal life and the village's mission. It's easy to make a choice between the two. Normally, no one would be stupid enough to risk their lives for the village's mission. They were given away as gifts. In other words, abandoned children. For abandoned children, still loyal to the previous village, aren't they stupid? Samui, you're right. It's time to make a choice. We've done enough for the village. The three nodded decisively. On the one hand, they felt the power of Nara Shintaku in the fusion of souls. On the other hand, it was also because of the fusion of souls that they unconsciously felt towards Nara Shintaku developed a liking for him and developed a love for him. For those who do not believe in gods, the fusion of human and god souls is no different from brainwashing. From the first time, it was the beginning of the physical and mental degradation, and eventually from the soul to the body, it was completely controlled by the gods. This is definitely an evil god behavior. But for those who take the initiative, this is a supreme honor, the ultimate grace. Chapter 95. In the room. After two soul fusions, Mikato's face flushed, and she raised her plump and white long legs and stretched them out to Nara. Dear God, you seem to have watched me practice my toes many times just now. Hehe, do you want to try my clever toes? I've been studying hard recently, and I'm very experienced. Looking at the white and tender feet stretched out, Nara's eyes lit up, and he grabbed them in his hands without hesitation and looked at them carefully. I saw the long arch of the foot and the slender ankle. The 10 toes were like pearls, round and plump and moist and white. It's in accordance with the porridge etiquette. Nara exclaimed. What porridge etiquette? Don't worry about it. Oh. After a long time, Nara Shintaku left home and went to the technical development department. Originally, he didn't plan to go today. But when the souls were mingling just now, he learned a piece of information about Yekeng from Mikato's soul. I asked you to deal with her, I asked you to cure her, not to make her condition worse. When Nara Shintaku found out this information, he was speechless. Yekeng, who had always been normal, was only normal on the surface. The mental problem was not solved. Instead, it got worse in secret. What do you say? I like stubborn women, and I'm not interested in women who can be trained in a short time. Damn, you're plotting me like this behind my back. Yu Yekeng actually believed it, pretending to be unyielding and wanting to receive more training. It's amazing, are you a pervert? You believed such an obvious lie. Nara Shintaku thinks that both Mikato and Yekeng are mentally ill. Of course, considering that it is Hokage world. It is normal for ninjas to have mental illnesses. If the soul fusion had not been discovered, I'm afraid it would have quietly exploded in the future. Nara Shintaku 710 twitched his mouth and came to the Technology Development Department. Technology Development Department. In front of the gate, a group of sand shinobi ninjas were released and walked out of the gate with bright eyes. Everyone's face showed an expression as if they were in another world. It's the Sunday. I haven't breathed the air outside for a long time. I never thought there would be a day to come out. Yeah, I thought I would stay in there until I died in this life. This group of Sand Shinobi ninjas were captured in the first war between Konoha and Sand Shinobi. They have been imprisoned until now. They were transferred to Anbu before, and later because of the research on the Tree of Life, they were transferred back to the Technology Development Department. They were drawn blood and punctured every day. Now, they have finally exhausted their value and have been abandoned by the Technology Department. Out of humanitarian principles, Orochimaru released them with pity, and they were not consumed as materials. Finally out. Luo Sha clenched his fists, his expression firm, and said to himself, "Sure enough, as long as you don't give up, you can always see hope." Now Tsunagakure is half useless, and the older generation of ninjas are almost dead. After I go back, there will be almost no constraints. I can get a large number of supporters with just a wave of my arm. Luo Sha couldn't help but feel excited. He was very fortunate that he had kept hope during the more than 1 year he was imprisoned. Now he finally got out. During his imprisonment, all the old guys in the village died. There is no one who can stop him from taking over. The only trouble is this guy Yekang. Luo Sha glanced at Yekang with his peripheral vision, his eyes cold. During the days of captivity, his attitude was straight and tough, uncompromising. She is admired by many people. We must find a chance to kill her. In the crowd, Yekang looked blank, not noticing Luo Sha's killing intent. She looked back at the technical department frequently. She was expecting someone to appear, but after looking for a long time, there was no trace of him. Did that guy abandon me? Yekang bit her lips, her fingers turned white, and secretly hated, "Didn't you say you like stubborn people? I have always acted like I would rather die than obey, why are you still unwilling to touch me? Is it true that they have no interest in me?" Yekang thought about it, and a feeling of grievance and anger of being abandoned surged in his heart. Many other Sand Shinobi also looked back frequently. However, their thoughts were different from Yekang. They were afraid that the technical department would change their minds and send people to catch them again. Although they were in prison, they occasionally participated in experiments. Therefore, they knew that the technical development department had long been crazy enough to use ninjas as living materials and conduct various prohibited experiments. "Let's go." "Yeah, this is not a good place. It would be bad if they change their minds. I don't want to become material." Everyone had a consistent attitude and left quickly. Soon, the group walked towards the gate of Konoha village. "Really not coming?" Yekang finally looked back and glanced at the technical development department, feeling desperate. "Then what should I do? I can't go back to the way I was before." Yekang shouted loudly in his heart. The others looked back and found that no Konoha Shinobi appeared, and no one stopped them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that no one is coming. We can leave smoothly. I haven't been home for more than a year. I wonder how my fiancé is doing. Me too, my newly married wife. Everyone was eager to go home. Whoosh! At this time, a ray of light fell from the sky, and the light turned into a vague figure. Nara Shintaku. Luo Sha was shocked by what he saw and stopped in a hurry. Other Sand Shinobi also changed their faces. "Why is he here? You won't change your mind, will you?" "No, my newly married wife said she gave me a son, and I still want to go back to see my son." "Let us go, Konoha." The Sand Shinobi looked shocked and scared. In the past year or so in the Technical Development Department, they have personally experienced the horror of this 9-year-old monster. Even the 9-tailed beasts could not escape his poisonous hands. The power was sealed and turned into a mascot that was played with at will. "He's coming." In the crowd, Yekang saw Nara Shintaku, and her heartbeat accelerated. "Is he here for me?" For a moment, her mood fluctuated. Although she was expecting Nara Shintaku to appear, when he really appeared, Yekang felt timid, fearful, and resistant. Because she knew that she was not in a normal mental state now. If she didn't leave Konoha and return to Tsunagakure, I'm afraid she would never get out of this psychological shadow in her life. 10. Yaking clenched her silver teeth, but she had long been conquered by the shadow in her heart and didn't want to get out at all. Mr. Shintaku, is there anything I can do for you? Luo Sha asked with a brave face. Nara Shintaku looked at them calmly. All the sand shinobi lowered their heads in fear and didn't dare to look at him. Nara Shintaku also understood why these people were afraid of him. But he didn't come here today to do anything, just for Yaking. Others can go, Yaking stay. Nara Shintaku looked at the sand shinobi and said lightly. Who? When these words came out, some of the sand shinobi in the mine breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that they should stay. Yes, please, we have no objection. Luo Sha showed a flattering smile, bowed, greeted the sand shinobi, and walked away quickly from the side. Nara Shintaku ignored him and let him lead the people. The sand shinobi ninjas in the field saw that Luo Sha was fine, and followed him. In an instant, 2/3 of the sand shinobi ninjas avoided Nara Shintaku and left from the side. 8. Several female sand shinobi looked at Yaking worriedly and said, what are you going to do? You go, I'll stay. Yaking took a deep breath and smiled at several friends of the same S**X, don't worry, I'll be fine. Several female sand shinobi hesitated. They looked at Yaking with an apologetic look, bowed slightly, and left quickly. Yaking didn't care. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, and they fly away separately when disaster strikes. She and these people are just ordinary friends. It is very affectionate to stay for a moment and say a few words to her at the last moment. You can't ask for more. Come with me. After everyone left, Nara Shintaku waved his finger. There was no question, and there was no chance to refuse. He took Yaking and transferred time and space and left. Outside Konoha village, a group of sand shinobi crossed the gate of Konoha and breathed a sigh of relief. We went out smoothly. Ah, it seems that ye really let us go. What a pity for Yaking. We are lucky to get out alive, don't think about others. Yes, let's go back and make Yaking a hero. Everyone sighed and talked. They couldn't go back to save Yaking. Tsunagakure was breached, and they still cared about Yejiang. Everyone should just live in humiliation. Let's go. Luo Sha said with a breath. His expression was calm, but he was very excited. It's good to keep Yaking. Yaking stayed in Konoha, and among my peers, only I am qualified to take over as the 4th Kazekage. After I take the position, it will be Tsunagakure's heaven. Luo Sha was in a good mood. He urged everyone to continue on their way. Everyone missed their hometown, and did not rest much, and ran hard. After I go back, I will give my son, whom I have never met, a nice name. I will get my fiancé back. Before I left, I asked a good friend to take care of my sister. I wonder how she is doing now. My wife likes to play and doesn't save much. I wonder if the attack on Tsunagakure has affected her. In the forest outside Konoha village, the expectations and worries of a group of sand shinobi are floating around. In Konoha village, Nara's home. On the second floor of the manor villa, in an empty room. Mikoto and the 4 girls, I don't know where they went, probably doing something again. In the end, it was all good for him. Nara didn't care. After beating her up, he let Mikoto do what she wanted. I know what you're thinking. Nara Shintaku turned back and looked at Yaking who was standing stiffly, but I have to tell you that Mikoto lied to you, and I don't have any extra thoughts about you. Swish! In an instant, Yaking's face turned pale and lost its blood color. It was as if his chest was torn open, revealing his bloody heart completely. Then, what do you mean? Yaking pursed his lips and asked in a low voice. Me? Nara Shintaku smiled lightly, of course I'm going to clean up the mess for Mikoto, and besides, you're also a very outstanding beauty. There's no reason not to eat the meat that's delivered to your mouth. Just stay with it. Whoosh. As he spoke, Nara Shintaku's body turned into a clear light. The light was as gentle as water waves, submerging Yekang. Hey! Before Yekang could react, her consciousness entered a strange state. She seemed to be embraced by a warm sun. Everything about him, from inside to outside, every inch of his body and soul, was occupied by Nara Shintaku and firmly branded. God! God! Yakura was surprised to receive the information conveyed by Nara Shintaku. From this moment on, her whole body and soul belonged to Nara Shintaku. A few months passed quickly. Nara Shintaku simply celebrated his birthday, and in this life, he was 10 years old. But his appearance was similar to that of a 17 or 18-year-old young man. And he would always look like this in the future. Technology Development Department. In a laboratory. Practicing by yourself is really slow. Nara Shintaku sighed and said to himself, no wonder the gods in the past, without exception, chose to open up the channels of speech, establish sects, and spread consonants. It turns out that it is to cultivate the Holy Spirit and the subordinate God. The Holy Spirit and the subordinate God can help the gods expand their concepts and quickly condense the priesthood. At this time, in front of Nara Shintaku, there were several hills of ancient historical materials and books, which were collected by Konoha, and the mythological and legendary historical materials in the entire ninja world. Nara Shintaku found a common behavior of the king's gods from them. Establish a sect. Should I also establish a sect and spread the gospel? Nara Shintaku hesitated. Mainly because establishing a sect also has side effects. The faith of the people will establish a spiritual connection with him, thus influencing each other. Specifically, believers will believe in Nara Shintaku more and more, and Nara Shintaku will also be influenced by faith and change towards the image in the minds of believers. This change will cause Nara Shintaku to deviate from himself. That is what I said in my previous life, incense is poisonous. A few thousand believers, it doesn't matter. But tens of thousands of believers, the superposition of faith and will change qualitatively, affecting me as a god. But to establish a sect, cultivate holy spirits and subordinate gods, the starting point is tens of thousands of believers. So if you want to be promoted quickly, you have to pay a price. Nara's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he chuckled and looked at the empty space in front of him. The system panel appeared. Ordinary gods are indeed like this, but I started to cheat. Current template, Kurotsuchi Mayuri. Development progress, 70%. Developed technology, blood armor technique, dynamic blood armor and static blood armor, flying sickle kick technique, exclusive sage mode, yin-yang escape kid, soul activation ascension technique, soul weapon forging technique, blood limit development technique, life shell creation 4.0 technique, physical potion, blood limit awakening potion, the cultivation plan of the power of the universe, the promotion of mortals to immortality. The law of the gods. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 70% of the interim reward research data on the perfect body of the Quincy. Swoosh! The information of the system reward poured out like light. Nara's thoughts turned and he digested all the information. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. Star Chapter. Nara got 10 surprising information from this research data. Star Chapter is a technology to forcibly seize Shinigami Bankai. In the final chapter, the pure-blooded Quincy mastered a new power. They improved the original final form of the Quincy into the perfect body of the Quincy, removing the side effect that would make the Quincy lose power after use. At the same time, stability has also been strengthened. The Quincy can open the perfect body at any time with their own will and obtain comparable the power of Bankai. In addition, YWAC specially made a star-shaped item for Quincy. This item can take away the Shinigami's Bankai. After taking it away, the Shinigami will lose the ability of Bankai, and the Quincy can use the Shinigami's Bankai freely. But there is a side effect. After taking away the Bankai, the Quincy can't start the perfection. In fact, the perfection is the Bankai of the Quincy. Nara Shintaku thought and nodded, one person can't have two Bankai. So, if you take away the Bankai, you can't start the perfection. This makes sense, but this is not the point. Nara Shintaku's eyes flashed, and he focused on browsing Neri's research log. The other party focused on the technology of star-shaped. He concluded. This is a power that has nothing to do with the Quincy, it is the authority of Waiwak. Chapter 96. The so-called authority is actually the concept of God. Nara's mouth curled up, revealing a happy smile, but Hōgyoku has not become a god, he is the son of the Soul King, and can only be considered a demigod. His attributes have not yet been sublimated into concepts. So, all things can simulate the force of star chapters. He did it as soon as he said it. Nara's eyes closed, and a clear light shone on his body. He stretched out a hand. On his hand, a touch of black floated and changed rapidly. His all things concept can simulate, learn, and change all the moves he has seen or heard of. Below the god level, 100% simulation. At the same god level, it can simulate 60% to 80%. Gods with priesthood can simulate 40%. It is not clear for the gods at the next level, but at least they can be simulated. This means that as long as Nara is given time to condense his own concepts into a divine position, he will sooner or later reach the indescribable state of one is all is one. Swish! After a while, the black color in Nara's hand changed and condensed into a cross star, which was a strange badge with a ring. Star marked. Nara's thought moved. The badge merged into the back of his hand, forming a brand tattoo. Am I starting the tattoo era in advance? Nara looked at the brand and complained. But no one understood this joke. Nara shook his head and continued to think, muttering. Star-marked, can be regarded as taking away the Shinigami's Bankai, I can also be regarded as taking away other people's attributes and concepts. The Shinigami's Bankai can directly correspond to the exclusive power of the Hokage world. That is, the power of the tailed beast-level immortal species. Speaking of this, Nara's eyes fell on the piled hills in front of him. It seems that I have to go to the ninja world. In myths and legends, different countries have given birth to different gods. Although these gods have disappeared, they have left some things behind. For example, the fire temple left behind a special talent of the immortal race practice method, which can use natural energy to fight. And natural energy is very difficult to practice. The fire temple should have inherited something that can assist monks in their practice. Those things are Nara's goal. There are also the Shinigami masks in the Uzumaki clan shrine, the Yin-Yang master in Kyoto, the Kingdom of Fire, the real waterfall where Naruto faced his inner demons, the Paradise Box in the Kingdom of Grass, the ancient famous sword Kusanagi sword, etc. These are all worth exploring. To seize the ancient power left by these items is equivalent to usurping the accumulation of a god, turning his path into the nourishment for my promotion. Nara nodded and prepared to set off tomorrow. Of course, he would leave compensation for what he took away. In today's era, the first path to the gods has been cut off. Holding on to those ancient things, you will only be abandoned by the world step by step and become the dust of history. Just thinking about it, Nara Shintaku suddenly had an idea. Orochimaru is looking for me. He sensed the shouts coming from afar. This is the remote sensing heaven and earth of the gods. Orochimaru touched Nara Shintaku's symbolic things and simulated the way believers prayed to convey information to him. Nara Shintaku had no believers, so he transformed prayer into a means of communication. Here, pay tribute to a certain group leader. Whoosh! Nara Shintaku turned into a clear light, and the clear light turned and disappeared. Hokage Office. 4th Hokage Orochimaru, staring at a report in his hand, muttered, "The demons of the land of demons." What? A flash of light appeared, and Nara Shintaku's figure naturally took the report in Orochimaru's hand. A simple glance. This detailed report of tens of thousands of words was absurd. Ask for help from the witch of the land of demons. Nara Shintaku laughed dumbly. It's true that if you mention the devil, he will appear. He really wanted to find some relics of gods, or weak gods, hidden in the west area of the temple. Now a god has come to his door. You are really interested? Orochimaru said with a smile. This demon, in the legend of the land of demons, is an evil thing that can revive the dead and blaspheme the dead. But I think the historical legend of the land of demons is more like a ghost than an evil thing. I guess you will be interested in things related to gods, so I specially inform you. Orochimaru was right, he was indeed interested. I'll take this S-rank mission by the way. Nara said. Okay, then I'll write back to the land of demons and tell them that they've sent out ninjas. Orochimaru nodded. After recording the mission situation, Nara left and headed for the land of demons. The land of demons. It's the country that appeared in the original theatrical version of the film, Naruto's Death. It's located in the southwest of the Land of Fire. This country is a theocracy, with women holding the highest power, and the throne is passed down from generation to generation, and there is a strange power flowing in the veins. It can foresee disasters and the death of someone. And once the Shrine Maiden foresees it, the death or disaster will inevitably happen. Unless the Shrine Maiden is killed, the predicted scene will disappear. In the original work, the next generation of Shrine Maidenshin predicted the scene of Naruto being disemboweled. But the plot, or fate played a joke. The one who was ripped open was just Naruto's shadow clone. Nara was walking on a stone staircase leading up the mountain. There were many people around him, but no one could see him or touch him. Everyone who approached Nara subconsciously avoided him. A vacuum zone was formed around Nara. And the people who avoided him were unaware of their actions, as if they were walking normally in their sight. Blinding the senses is just a trick for me. Nara climbed the stairs and came to the shrine on the top of the mountain. The shrine is majestic and occupies the entire mountain, as if it grew out of the Yamanaka, and there is no trace of man-made. Osawa Shrine. Nara entered the shrine and went directly into the restricted inner area. The guarding samurai ignored him. Or rather, in the eyes of the samurai, Nara did not exist at all. The current ghost country has forgotten the origin of Osawa's shrine, and even more forgotten which god the shrine worships. The throne is vacant. Only the tradition of the Shrine Maiden in power has been passed down. Nara strolled around the shrine and admired the buildings, murals, and sculptures inside. It was as if he had crossed time. He saw that this god still existed thousands of years ago and was very popular. Has it completely disappeared? Nara walked to the core area of the shrine, which was a shrine. It was also empty inside. It's completely clean, without a trace of power left. Nara Shintaku sighed regretfully. The owner of this shrine was completely dead. But that's right. If they hadn't died out, they would have returned thousands of years ago relying on the faith of the land of ghosts. Why is the throne still vacant? Nara Shintaku shook his head. He walked to the side of the shrine and opened the historical materials stored in the shrine. These historical materials record the ancient history of the shrine. But because the gods disappeared and the times changed, the materials became incomplete and chaotic, and the timeline could not be distinguished at all. The people in the shrine, even the shrine maidens, do not think that the above records are true. Because some of the content is too exaggerated and unreasonable. So, they regarded it as an ancient legend of the shrine and stored it here. Are they related to the gods in the field of death? Nara Shintaku flipped through it with interest. He was not in a hurry to deal with the matter of the demons. According to the timeline, now is the previous generation in the main story. Moroku, the Shrine Maiden, successfully sealed the demons and calmed the disaster. And in the next generation, an ambitious man named Huang Chuan unsealed the demons and released the demons. Moroku's daughter Shin, with the help of Naruto, resealed the demons and solved the disaster. In other words, even if there was no Nara Shintaku, according to the inertia of history, Moroku, the Shrine Maiden, could successfully seal the demons. It's just a little strange. Nara Shintaku touched his chin and flipped through the historical materials page by page. Why does the Shrine Maiden have the power to seal the demons? The demons are ghosts and gods. According to my observation before I came up, the demons should be at the level of a god. A god is also a god. Can a mortal seal a god? Isn't this funny? Besides, the ability of the Shrine Maiden is too targeted at demons, isn't it? Nara Shintaku was puzzled and murmured, there must be something wrong here. At the same time, in the palace of the Shrine Maiden on the highest floor of the shrine, a woman with light blonde hair and wearing a loose robe was flipping through the documents on the table. She had regular facial features, a gentle temperament, and was gentle and demure. She didn't look like a person in power at all. Lord Moroku. A guard came running with a letter, Song Ye replied. Really? Moroku looked up in surprise, took the letter, and couldn't wait to open it. But after a few glances, Moroku's expression dimmed and became disappointed. Lord Moroku, did Konoha reject our mission commission? Asked the maid next to him. No, Konoha agreed. Moroku shook his head slightly and sighed. Their fourth Hokage said that they have sent powerful ninjas to the land of demons. Why? The waitress was puzzled. Konoha has agreed, why is Lord Moroku still sighing? This letter was sent 3 days ago. Moroku smiled bitterly. The waitress was stunned. 3 days ago? Instantly, everyone present showed a dejected expression. 3 days is not enough. It will take at least 10 days from Konoha to the land of demons. The undead army of the demons has already fought 10 kilometers away. Yes, when the Konoha Shinobi arrives, I'm afraid we will all be dead. They all understood. 3 days is not enough for Yi's ninja support to arrive. If they want to wait for support, they have to hold on alone for at least 7 days. But this is impossible. The most outstanding warrior of the Demon Kingdom's swordsmanship died at the hands of the undead army a month ago. Mortals with flesh and blood can't fight against the immortal ghosts. Seeing the low atmosphere, Maitreya was about to say something encouraging. Da-da-da. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps was heard. Lord Maitreya, it's not good. A guard ran in anxiously, sweating profusely, and said fearfully, the undead army of the demons has appeared 1 kilometer away. What? Everyone in the palace changed their faces. Wasn't it 10 kilometers away last night? Why is it only 1 kilometer away today? Yes, it will take at least 2 days for the demons to get here. Don't talk nonsense. They pretended to be angry, but they were all timid. In fact, they were already scared because of the arrival of the demons. Go out and have a look. Moroku was the calmest one. He put down the letter from Konoha and walked out. Others hurried to catch up. At this point, they can only hope for the power of the Shrine Maiden Moroku. 1 kilometer away from the Osawa Shrine, a kind of earthen figurine, holding a weapon, marched forward like a living person. Dong! 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 Thousands of earthen figurines marched in uniform steps, marching day by day. Every step he took shook the ground. Trees collapsed and houses collapsed along the way. Run! The undead army of demons is coming. Lord Maitreya! Lord Maitreya! Hurry up and save us! Countless villagers fled in all directions. They didn't notice that the clay figurines didn't care about them at all, nor did they stop to chase them. They just ignored them and went straight to the shrine. Among the clay figurines, there was a purple-black monster with countless tentacles. People in the land of ghosts probably don't know that the closer to the shrine, the stronger my power will be. The monster opened an eye between the tentacles and looked at the Osawa shrine, with a flash of nostalgia in his eyes. XXX. You've been dead for 1,000 years, but the barrier you left behind is still effective. The monster is Chi-Mei. He obviously has a special relationship with the Osawa shrine. The closer to the shrine, the stronger the power. So much so that the people in the shrine made a wrong estimate. It was 10 kilometers away yesterday, but it was only 1 kilometer away today. Now, I probably have 1% of the power of my heyday. Chi-Mei's eyes flickered. He looked around, squinting his eyes to find something. After a moment, Chi-Mei looked back with some doubt. Even if it's only 1% of the power, it's enough to protect myself in the current world. The tailed beast that the monster turned into is not my opponent. But why, the closer I get to the shrine, the more palpitations I feel. Chi-Mei couldn't figure it out. But now that he had come here, he couldn't stop. Number 9. Chi-Mei gave the order without hesitation, shouting, "Flatten the Osawa shrine on the mountain." Swish, swish, swish. The earthenware figurines raised their weapons one after another, and rushed towards the Osawa shrine like a train. "Go back, monster!" The guards of the Ghost Kingdom blocked the way with their bodies. "I won't allow you to defile the shrine. Ma Dezhou, get out of here. If you want to go over, step over my body first." The guards drew their samurai swords and faced the king figurines fearlessly. There was no fluctuation in Chi-Mei's eyes. Although he would not take the initiative to kill, he would not show mercy to those who blocked him. Puff puff puff. The earthenware figurines rushed up without slowing down, accompanied by a series of muffled sounds of piercing flesh. The weapons in their hands fiercely pierced through the light armor of the guards and pierced the guards' bodies. Bang, bang, bang. The guards swung their swords to fight back, and the blades fell on the earthenware figurines, but the blades were shattered. Why are you so strong? Go to hell, monster! The guards' eyes were red, and they chopped wildly. But in the face of the huge gap in power, it was meaningless. Puff, puff, puff. The earthenware figurines were like entering an empty space, tearing open a bloody road. The weapons pointed directly at the Osawa shrine. In the shrine, Maitreya stood on the outer corridor of the palace, looking at this scene, and her breathing almost stopped. Around her, a group of guards and maids were silent. They dared not breathe. They were all shocked by the brutal attack of the earthenware figurines. Many people began to tremble. There is no way. Maitreya took a deep breath and said with a firm look in his eyes, "Let the guards retreat, they are no match for the earthenware figurines." Lord Moroku. Everyone looked at her in confusion. "Let the demon in and lead it to the shrine deep inside the shrine. I will seal it there." Moroku's face was firm, and he said in a deep voice, "I may not succeed, so, you hurry up and take the people to escape. Escape as far as you can. Wait until the ninjas of Konoha arrive and tell them everything." Moroku turned and walked through the crowd. Walked towards the shrine deep inside the shrine. "Lord Moroku, I'll go with you." A guard clenched his weapon and followed with a tragic look, "Please allow me to guard you until the last moment." "Add me." "Lord Moroku, let me follow you to death." Many guards and maids chose to follow. Chapter 97. They will be buried together. "Everyone, thank you very much." Maitreya was moved, and bowed deeply to those who were willing to follow her. Then, with these people, they hurried to the shrine inside the shrine. Outside the shrine, Chi-Mei's eyes moved, as if he felt something. "Are you ready for the final battlefield?" "Very good. Then it's time for me to enter the field." Chi-Mei's tentacles suddenly contracted and the springs ejected. Whoosh! His whole body flew out like a cannonball. Bang bang bang! He broke through more than 10 walls in a row and rushed into the shrine. The palace shook because of this. Not good. Maitria's face changed slightly. She was going downstairs and had not had time to enter the shrine. Be careful, Lord Maitreya. A warrior drew his sword and blocked in front. Bang! The outer wall of the palace was smashed through, and a piece of rubble flew over. Ha! The warrior shouted, veins bulging, and swung his sword to slash at the gravel. Bang! The gravel stopped after being chopped. But the warrior was not feeling well either, his hands were torn at the knuckles, and his chest was stuffy and churning. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Go! Maitreya made a prompt decision, asked someone to help the warrior up, and jumped down the stairs himself. The others followed in awe. No longer taking the stairs, they jumped over the railings. Bang! 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 The palace shook, and the outer wall soon broke. More than a dozen purple-black tentacles climbed in, exuding a deep and profound breath. I found you, Maitreya! The demon squeezed in, and its huge eyes instantly locked onto the fleeing figure in front. Swish! His tentacles grabbed the gravel and passed through. More than a dozen gravels whistled through the air and fell like cannonballs. Ah! Get out of the way! Lord Maitreya, run! Half of the people following Maitreya were instantly crushed to death. The rest of the people protected Maitreya and ran into the Taoist officials behind the palace. Hurry! 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 The demon is behind us. If we can't enter the ancestral hall, we will all die. Maitreya led the remaining followers and quickly crossed the alley. Everyone used all their strength. One by one, they were panting and running so hard that their lungs were about to explode. But everyone gritted their teeth and persisted. Finally, when they were close to the limit, they saw the entrance to the ancestral hall. Great! A maid just smiled. Bang! A purple-black tentacle penetrated the sky guard plate and fell down, like a pillar, inserted into the entrance of the ancestral hall. Everyone's expression froze instantly. Why don't you run? The body of the demon slowly appeared from the ceiling. Maitreya and others felt cold all over, as if falling into an ice cave. Desperate 997. They were caught up by the demon before they could enter the ancestral hall. Haha, Maitreya, you! The demon smiled and looked at the witch in the crowd. Just as he was about to say something, his voice suddenly stopped. The demon turned his head sharply and looked inside the ancestral hall. Maitreya and others didn't understand, and subconsciously, they also looked over. The eyes of both sides gathered together inside the ancestral hall. Inside the shrine, an oil lamp was lit. A young man in a green vest was sitting next to an empty temple, looking through the historical materials in the shrine. This quiet reading posture seemed as if the young man was the owner of the place. The shrine maidens and demons outside became outsiders. Ninjas from Konoha. Moroku saw the young man and showed a surprised expression. You arrived so soon. The guards and maids around her, seeing Nara Shintaku's dress, they were also happy. Great, Konoha's support has arrived. The enemy is this demon. Be careful, it's very powerful and can easily destroy the palace. Yes, it can also revive the dead and turn them into immortal monsters. A group of people said, looking at the demons in the arena. But the strange thing is, the demon's eyes were more vigilant than theirs. He looked at the young man in the ancestral hall with fear and said in a low voice, a new god. God? Moroku and the others were stunned. They wondered if they had heard it wrong. The demon actually called this Konoha Shinobi a god? Are you surprised? Nara Shintaku also closed the last history book at this time, looked up and smiled, aren't you a god yourself? Wow! It was like a stone that caused 1,000 waves. Moroku and the others were in uproar. What are you talking about, this Konoha ninja? How could the demon be a god? If it was a god, why would it attack us? The witch Moroka couldn't help but change color. She stared at Nara and asked, Mr. Ninja, are you serious? It seems that you have forgotten history. Nara glanced at them and shook his head. One side is the descendant of the gods, and the other side is the former subordinate gods. The two sides who should have been in the same camp turned against each other. If the owner of Osawa Shrine is still here, I wonder how she would feel when she sees this scene. What? Moroku and the others were shocked. They couldn't believe their ears. What is this Konoha Shinobi talking about? Descendants of God? Lord Moroku is a descendant of God. Impossible. Ghosts can't be from God. Osawa Shrine has always been the shrine of the shrine maidens of the land of demons. How can it be related to a ghost? Mr. Ninja, please don't talk nonsense. The guards and maids refuted repeatedly. They didn't notice that Moroku, who should have refuted the most, changed his face slightly and said nothing. As a shrine maiden, Moroku had studied the historical materials of the shrine in depth. Those historical materials implied that ghosts and Osawa Shrine had a special relationship. Before, she didn't take it to heart. At most, she was a little confused. But now, Nara Shintaku's words confirmed this point. This made Moroku very confused. Could it be that my power and Chime have the same origin? Her eyes changed rapidly. In the ancestral hall, Nara Shintaku ignored everyone's rebuttal and looked at Chime with a smile. I'm surprised that in this era, there are still people who have completed the path of cultivation and successfully become gods. Chime avoided Nara Shintaku's question and said, your talent and talent, if placed 1,000 years ago, would probably be among the top 10. If that tree hadn't arrived, it would only be a matter of time to become a main god. But unfortunately, you were born in this era. Then the demon threw out its tentacles, like stone pillars, and smashed towards Nara Shintaku. Whoosh! The air whistled. But before the tentacles touched Nara Shintaku, they were bounced off by a layer of golden barrier. Great light Kasidagarba Teja Mandala. The power of the barrier rebounded to the tentacles, forming a golden flame, but it was extinguished instantly before it began to burn. The power is well developed. The demon praised lightly, and shook its tentacles, shaking off puddles of purple-black mucus. Gurgle. These black mucus turned into small demons and shot towards Nara Shintaku. Bang bang bang! Dozens of small demons hit the mandala barrier, causing it to shake. At the same time, puddles of purple-brown liquid would be left on the bodies of the small demons, corroding and melting the barrier. But is your combat experience comparable to mine? The demon's eyes flashed, and the tentacles of its body suddenly entangled together and merged into a huge flower. Pop! Purple-black flowers bloomed in the ancestral hall, releasing dark mist. The moment these mists appeared, the power of the entire ancestral hall was eroded and transformed into depravity, evil, rigidity, and deep negative characteristics, and all living creatures would be eroded. Be careful, Lord Moroku! The guards protected Moroku and retreated. These mists must not reach. Look there! That mouse lost its life immediately. Someone pointed to a corner. Moroku and others looked over, and saw several mice running in panic, and they lost their lives the moment they came into contact with the mist. The plump flesh and blood also became dry and thin. At the same time, a strange red light appeared in the mouse's eyes. It seemed to be transformed into a monster controlled by demons. In the ancestral hall, Nara Shintaku looked down at the corner of his clothes. This power actually eroded his body and corroded the corner of his clothes. So that's how it is. Your original body is a strange bug, so the body you inhabit now can exert the power of your own attributes. Nara Shintaku nodded and said, You. The demon was shocked that his state was seen through. I didn't expect that you were so weak that you needed to use the fabricated body and soul to exert your power to a certain extent. Nara Shintaku looked at him indifferently. Now, it's not even 1% of your heyday. Boom! The demon's face changed drastically as if struck by lightning. Whoosh! He manipulated the flower condensed by the tentacles, CCBH, and aimed at Nara Shintaku, shooting a purple-black light ray. This ray was full of the breath of withering, decaying, and decaying. It was as if death had come in person. Any living creature touched would lose its life directly and fall into a state of death. But Nara Shintaku just glanced at it indifferently. Hiss! A blazing white light lit up, like a sun emerging, and the ancestral hall was illuminated. The atmosphere of holiness, purification, light, and healing filled the surroundings. The purple-black rays disappeared instantly. The surrounding eroding fog also disappeared, and the light area was inverted. DBU. In the light, the demon seemed to be roasted, and its huge body melted little by little. It turned into smoke and drifted away. You. The demon was horrified, and his eyes were unbelievable. You are actually a god with the attribute of saintliness. Why didn't I feel it at the beginning? As a restraining attribute, I should have noticed it at the first time. Puff! Nara Shintaku waved his arm, and the blazing white light fell like a waterfall, extinguishing the demon into nothingness. In an instant, there was only a twisted and misty purple-black substance left on the spot. Outside the ancestral hall, a guard said in surprise. Others also showed shocked expressions. So fast! Konoha's ninjas are so strong. Lord Moroku, the demon country is saved. The guards and maids were delighted. But Moroku didn't laugh. She looked at the purple-black substance on the spot, her expression still solemn, and thought to herself, Chi-mei, I'm afraid she's not dead yet. As expected. The next moment, the purple-black substance made a sound. It's useless. As gods, you should understand that the destruction of the body can't really hurt us. Even if the attribute is restrained, you can't kill me. What? The guards and maids who were delighted suddenly froze. Chi-mei is still alive. He's not dead yet. Impossible, his body has melted. Everyone couldn't believe it. Only Moroku sighed secretly, thinking that it was indeed the case. I don't think so. Nara Shintaku smiled at the purple-black substance, raised his hand and grabbed it, and time and space shifted. Before Moroku could react, he was transferred into the shrine. He appeared in front of Nara Shintaku. Isn't your weakness obvious? Nara Shintaku put a hand on Moroku's shoulder and said to Chi-mei. Chi-mei said nothing and fell into silence. Moroku-sama. Konoha's ninja, what are you going to do? Let go of Moroku-sama. The guards and maids were shocked. In just a blink of an eye, how could Moroku fall into Nara Shintaku's hands? One guard couldn't bear it, suddenly drew his sword and rushed into the shrine. But the strange thing was, no matter how he ran, he couldn't get close to the shrine. It was as if an invisible gap was separated inside and outside the shrine, which could not be crossed. This was Nara Shintaku, and the distance in time and space was lengthened. Ninja-sama, what do you need me to do? Moroku looked calm and said to Nara Shintaku. You are quite calm. Nara nodded in appreciation and said, you don't need to do anything, just, give me your power. While speaking, Nara Shintaku pressed the back of her shoulder, and the star-shaped lines lit up. A usurping power was revealed. Moroku frowned instantly. She felt an invisible big hand reaching into her body, and something deep in her body was grabbed and pulled out. That was the power in her blood. It was also the master of the Osawa Shrine, the once great and noble essence. This essential power can absolutely suppress the subordinate gods. Just like the magma man punched through the chest of the flame man, it was the absolute suppression of the superior power over the inferior power. Stop! The demon was not calm. He didn't expect Nara Shintaku to be able to seize the divine power in the priestess's blood. Swoosh! The demon flashed suddenly, crossed the space, and came in front of Nara Shintaku. For gods, manipulating time and space is a simple skill. Boom! The purple-black substance pierced Nara Shintaku like lightning. The moment of contact, Nara Shintaku's human form collapsed, likening it to the clear light of the essence. One purple-black, one clear light. Two extremely high essence forces collided in the most primitive way. Boom! The power of the gods violently dissipated and rushed to the surroundings. In an instant, the ancestral hall was divided into two, and on one side, all kinds of dazzling moves such as mist, sword light, lightning, flames, giant beasts, time and space, and barriers flashed. It was as if masters of different fields attacked at the same time. On the other side, it was deep and profound, and things quickly withered and died. What a joke! A guard turned pale, frightened by the fierce scene in the ancestral hall. Is this a god? Just the aftermath of the power is enough to kill us tens of thousands of times. What should we do with Lord Maitreya? Their expressions became desperate. Bang! The two forces stalemated for a moment, and the purple-black side was the first to bounce away. Pa! A ball of purple-black material fell to the ground and released its gas. As the mist surged, a huge body with one eye and multiple tentacles was restored. The witch Maitreya was intact, and was tightly protected by more than 10 tentacles. On the other side, the clear light turned into Nara Shintaku's figure appeared. On both sides of the ancestral hall, the original strange scene disappeared, but on the ground, ceiling, and walls, it left a deep mark. On Nara Shintaku's side, it was chopped by knives, roasted by fire, splashed by lightning, and melted and changed. On the Chimei's side, the soil turned purple and black, and the material structure was completely eroded and transformed into a new material. If the power of the gods is fully released, it will permanently change the properties of an area. For thousands of years. You obviously want to be the new owner of Osawa Shrine, but you are protecting her. Nara Shintaku looked at Chimei in surprise. Under the protection of the heavy tentacles, Maitreya also showed a complicated expression and looked at Chimei in surprise. Lord Maitreya. The people outside were stagnant. They also didn't expect that Chimei would protect Maitreya. Chapter 98. This is not a conflict. Chimei stared at Nara Shintaku and said slowly, Osawa is dead. I just want to inherit his power and status. I never thought of cutting off his bloodline. On the contrary, I will protect his descendants. Let his power continue to be passed on. Moroko's expression was even more surprised. The conversation between Nara Shintaku and Chimei surprised her. I am a descendant of God? The people outside the ancestral hall also showed shocked expressions. Descendant of God. Chimei is actually, from God. What this Konoha Shinobi said is true. Inside the ancestral hall, Nara Shintaku looked indifferent, looked at him lightly, and asked, So? I want to make a deal with you. Chimei's eyes were stern, and he said, although I don't know what concept you sublimate, if I'm not mistaken, you need the power of other gods, right? Nara Shintaku's expression was undeniable. Let Maitreya go, and ensure the continuation of the Osawa Shrine in the land of demons. In exchange, I can give you my power. Chimei said. I can't be tempted by this condition. Nara Shintaku stared at him. I will take away her bloodline power and gain more. Moroko couldn't help holding his breath. She realized that my research situation had changed. This Konoha Shinobi who came to support is now her enemy. Chimei has become a friend instead. But if you kill me, you won't get my memory. Chimei's eyes did not change, and he said calmly, in this era when the path to becoming a god is cut off, you must need the shadow of the road ahead. I have all these things in my memory. Moreover, the owner of the Osawa Shrine left something behind. That thing guarantees my current strength. I can give it to you. Nara Shintaku was silent. This condition was enough to make him tempted. The experience of practicing in the realm of gods was exactly what he wanted. And the things left by the owner of the Osawa shrine in Chi-Mei's mouth also made him tempted. If I guessed correctly, that thing should be. Okay. Nara Shintaku nodded and said, but it's not possible to protect the continuation of the Osawa shrine. At most, I can share Yi's current achievements. As he said that, Nara Shintaku flicked his fingers and a ray of light popped out. Chi-Mei did not hesitate and caught it with his tentacles. In an instant. Through the light, he understood the changes in all aspects of Konoha and the various technological achievements developed. This. The demon was greatly surprised. He did not expect that the god Nara Shintaku had found so many achievements on the road of chakra. He pondered for a while. The demon nodded and said, okay. Then, the deal is done. Nara Shintaku stretched out his hand and grabbed. Time and space were distorted. The huge demon shrank rapidly and turned into a purple-black eye, falling into Nara Shintaku's hand. Swish! The star-shaped pattern on the back of Nara Shintaku's hand lit up. It was taken. The power of the purple-black eye was instantly extracted and entered Nara Shintaku's body, and was quickly analyzed by the concept of all things. In an instant, a large amount of information, understanding, experience, and memory surged into Nara Shintaku's mind. Is this the case? Nara Shintaku digested this information, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Crack! After being drained of all its power, the purple-black eyes turned grey, as if petrified. Nara Shintaku let go of his hand. The petrified eyes fell to the ground, penetrated the soil, and fell all the way to a depth of tens of thousands of meters. All this happened extremely suddenly. Maitreya couldn't help but widen his eyes. The two gods suddenly reached a deal, and Chi-Mei suddenly disappeared. It was so fast that she couldn't react. That. Chi-Mei, how is he? Maitreya couldn't help asking. He lost his power, but he is not dead. It will take a long time to recover. Nara Shintaku looked at her and said lightly, it will probably take more than 10,000 years. After that, Nara Shintaku turned into a clear light, and the light flashed, and he disappeared. The ancestral hall. It became empty in an instant. Hey! Maitreya looked surprised, thinking that he was leaving now. He really didn't take away her blood power. Lord Maitreya! The people outside the ancestral hall rushed in. Are you okay? Are you injured? I am guilty of failing to protect you. The guards knelt on the ground with shame on their faces. The maids were also ashamed. It's not your fault. Maitreya comforted them, and his expression was slightly startled. She suddenly found that there was some unfamiliar information in her mind. The road to the gods. 1315. Asterisk. 11. This. Maitreya's heart was in turmoil. The demon actually left her a complete set of knowledge on how to cultivate to become a god? Outside the shrine, the clay figurines, having lost the power of the demon, all stopped. Restored to their original dead clay. The immortal demon has stopped. One person discovered this and immediately shouted, everyone, the enclosure has stopped. The others were stunned for a moment and looked back. All the clay figurines all over the mountains and plains were frozen. The evil power on the clay figurines also disappeared. It really stopped. Great, no need to run away. Is it Lord Maitreya who sealed the demon? Yes, Lord Maitreya must have successfully sealed the demon. The people of the land of ghosts all cheered. They ran towards the Osawa shrine happily. The land of ghosts. East of the Osawa shrine, the abandoned tomb of the Sheep King in the Japanese film. Nara Shintaku separated time and space, entered the interior of the cemetery, and saw a huge coffin. Osawa shrine, the master's grave. Nara looked at the coffin and sighed slightly. The memory given to him by the demon was extremely rich, and it recorded in detail the battle with the local gods after the arrival of the sacred tree thousands of years ago. It was a man with 2 horns, calling himself Tsuchikage. Controlling the monster named Ten Tails, it brutally devoured the gods on the planet and turned them into nutrients for cultivating chakra fruits. The path of the gods is finally clear. Nara's eyes flashed with brilliance. According to the memory of the demons, the local gods divide all beings into subordinate gods, true gods, living gods, and gods on the battlefield. Subordinate gods have divine power, but no concept of sublimation. Their attributes are attached to the concept of true gods, and become the derivative or deepening of the concept of true gods. The true gods sublimate their own concepts, resonate with the world, and practice the priesthood. According to this, I am only half a true god now. Nara Shintaku murmured. It is not absolutely necessary for the true gods to condense the priesthood, but condensing the priesthood will help build the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God is the place where the power of God radiates. The rules of an area are all assimilated into the attributes of God. In the legends of the Hokage world, all kinds of special worlds, small space and time, etc., are actually the kingdom of God of a main God. The same is true for the 3 holy places today. However, the 3 holy places are not the real kingdom of God. It can only be said that it is an independent space with the potential to develop into a kingdom of God. After building the kingdom of God, the gods can modify the rules within the kingdom of God, calculate life and death, protect creations, and do all kinds of incredible things. This is the ultimate of the gods of the old times. But the Tsuchikage clan is the realm of the gods above the gods. A hint of surprise flashed in Nara's eyes. The kingdom of God is separated from the original world, forming a complete cycle inside, and can exist independently in any corner of the universe. This is the realm of the gods above the gods. The Tsuchikage clan is in this realm. Therefore, Tsuchikige's move 1,000 years ago was able to kill the immortal gods because it crossed a realm. No, it wasn't really killed. There are still many gods alive, and now, they have become sage of 6 paths. No wonder Tsuchikage gave birth to offspring. It is difficult for gods to give birth to offspring, but Tsuchikage gave birth to 2 at once. It turns out that through giving birth, the will of the gods who failed to survive was expelled from the body. Nara Shintaku's expression was shocked. He didn't expect that there were so many secrets hidden behind the original plot. In the animated version of the plot, Tsuchikage gave birth to Sage of 6 Paths and Tsuki Hamura with a human. But in the original comics, Kage gave birth to a child because of everyone's blessing. This everyone's blessing is very suspicious. Now it seems that it was the will of the local gods. No wonder the Sage of 6 Paths betrayed without hesitation and chose to stand on the side of the planet. Nara touched his chin and said to himself, wait, so, Tsuchikage's betrayal may have been the work of this king of gods. The local gods couldn't beat Tsuki head-on, so they bewitched Tsuchikage. Well, it's very likely. Nara nodded. He also thought of a hidden setting in the original work. The Tsuchikage clan cultivated 10 tails, and the chakra fruit they harvested was not swallowed immediately. Instead, it was sent back to the elders of the tribe for alchemy. This so-called alchemy is probably a procedure to completely eliminate the will of the gods. Without this procedure, the will of the gods still remains in the chakra fruit. Tsuchikage had to expel the will of the gods from the body through reproduction and turned into Sage of 6 Paths according to the memory of the demons. Sage of 6 Paths is an aggregate of the remaining will of the gods. With the help of fate, they became 6 paths, sealed Tsuchikage, and sorted out the destroyed natural environment for thousands of years. At the same time, the 2 reincarnations are a ritual. Indra's eyes represent the external chakra power, and Ashura represents the local power. According to Black Zetsu, all the reincarnations of Indra are stronger. But in the Senju Hashirama generation, Senju Hashirama was stronger than Uchiha Madara. Nara Shintaku couldn't help but show an expression of admiration. Sure enough, Black Zetsu was also a chess piece deliberately kept by 6 paths. The purpose of deliberately keeping Black Zetsu was to guide the reincarnations to fight each other, constantly let Ashura reincarnate, gather the power of the people, and defeat the reincarnation of Indra. Finally, in the Senju Hashirama generation, the local power won. The chakra was completely tamed, and the will of Satsuki was clear, turning into a harmless energy. And the generation of Naruto and Sasuke was the final ceremony of completely clearing up and reaping the fruits of victory. The ritual product of ninja. There is no need for it to exist. Therefore, after the generation of Naruto, the era of ninja ended and the era of tattoos came. What an amazing secret! Nara sighed and said, I said, how can the immortal gods die so easily? As a newborn god, I have hundreds of ways to avoid Satsuki. What's more, a god who has been entrenched on this planet for tens of thousands of years. Nara showed admiration. At the same time, he also deeply understood that Tsuchikage was indeed a waste. He was used many times by the local gods, so stupid that he couldn't even beat his grandson's reincarnation, and was sealed for the second time as soon as he came out. If it were Nara, he would have been killed by a car accident. But the god's plan has nothing to do with me. Nara stopped thinking and looked at the coffin in front of him. He raised his hand and grabbed it. Time and space deformed. Time and space outside the coffin overlapped with the time and space inside the coffin. A stone statue with a blurred face was grabbed by Nara and surrounded by his hands. The moment the stone statue was in his hand, the surrounding energy shook violently. Some amazing law awakened in the stone statue, as if to transform the area of 1,000 miles into another world. A world of the dead. The master of Osawa's shrine, the god of the dead in his lifetime. This is the priesthood he left behind. The priesthood can be in any form and anything. The essence transcends the form and is the sublimation and embodiment of the concept. Nara Shintaku looked at the stone statue in his hand. It contains the path and accumulation of the god of the dead. Crack! Nara Shintaku squeezed it hard, and the clear light in his hand shone and merged into the stone statue king. Calculate! The stone statue suddenly shattered and turned into a deep black color, drifting out like smoke and fog. Then in an instant, it was swallowed by the clear light. In an instant, the information, power, understanding, experience, attributes, and even the mysterious concepts in the priesthood were all obtained by Nara Shintaku. Nara Shintaku closed his eyes. Sitting cross-legged in the air. All things turned at full speed, quickly analyzing the duties of the god of the dead. Gradually, a dark and misty crown with 2 gems inlaid on it appeared on Nara's head. Osawa's shrine. In the palace. Has the relief food been distributed? Are there enough medicines? After the number of victims is counted, write a report for me. Maitreya arranged the reconstruction work in an orderly manner. Her face was firm and her eyes were deep. After just a few days of not seeing her, she had an air of superiority, deep and unfathomable. This air was accompanied by an inexplicable sense of dignity and sacredness. When facing Maitreya, the people below all felt awe. Even the maid who was usually close to her trembled and did not dare to look Maitreya in the eye. Is this the power of the gods? Maitreya took in the expressions of the crowd and sighed in his heart. Just by developing some blood power, he had opened up a gap with ordinary people and created a huge gap. No wonder the gods in the legends all stand in the sky and overlook the earth. It turns out that as the power increases, everything will happen naturally. But I don't regret it. The power of the ancestors must not be cut off in my hands. Moroku thought with a firm look in his eyes. But in an instant, he became gloomy again. In this era, it is too difficult to practice. According to the information left by the demons, a descendant of a god like her should have naturally possessed powerful power when she reached adulthood. Compared to ninjas, at least 5 shadows are upgraded. But now, she has practiced for several days and has only increased her power a little. It may take a lifetime for other ninjas to reach the 5th Kage level. Not enough time. Moroka frowned secretly, feeling anxious. The power of blood will decline from generation to generation even if one practices diligently. Unless someone breaks through the boundaries and enters the level of a god, the bloodline crystal can be guaranteed not to be exhausted. Descendants of gods who break through the gods often become subordinate gods of the true gods. This is also one of the main sources of subordinate gods. But with Maitriya's qualifications, it is impossible for him to practice to become a god in this life. Even 1,000 years ago, there were very few descendants of gods who could become subordinate gods. Not to mention the current era? Is that the only way? Maitreya bit his lip and looked at the window beside him with a complicated expression. To be precise, he looked in a certain direction outside the window. 10 kilometers away in that direction. There is an ancient tomb group. In the center of the tomb group, there is a tomb of the owner of the Osawa shrine. The demon left a message, telling her that her ancestors left a lot of things there. The most important thing was traded to the Konoha Shinobi. In addition, there are many things that the gods don't like, but Maitreya can use. Chapter 99. But those things are not important. What is important is that Konoha Shinobi. Chimei said that I can try to become his subordinate god. Maitreya's expression became gloomy. According to Chimei, under normal circumstances, the attributes and paths between the main god and the subordinate god are required to be consistent. As a descendant of a god, it is impossible for her to become a subordinate god of another god. But that Konoha Shinobi is very special. His attributes and concepts seem to be all-encompassing and boundless, and can accommodate all paths and attributes. In other words, any existence with a cultivation path and cultivation attributes can serve as a subordinate of that Konoha Shinobi. Maitreya can naturally do it. Becoming a subordinate god is a good choice. Maitreya nodded, thinking to himself, even 1,000 years ago, there was not one person in 100 million who cultivated to become a god by his own strength. What's more, in this era, if I don't rely on a god, relying on my own strength, after 3/5 generation people, the power of my bloodline will be exhausted and disappear. This is something Maitreya cannot accept. The education she received since childhood was to pass on the power and duties of the Osawa Shrine and the Shrine Maidens. This has become her life goal. At present, it seems that joining the Konoha Shinobi is the best choice. Maitreya thought of this, and his eyes became firm. Neither she nor Chimei thought that joining the gods and becoming a subordinate god was an insult. Quite the contrary. This is a great opportunity. How many people are eager to share the glory of the gods but cannot? In the message left by Chimei, she even encouraged her to strive for it. Because the owner of the Osawa shrine has disappeared, even Chimei, the subordinate god, has to find a new way out. I just don't know if he thinks highly of me. Maitreya sighed. She got up and walked into the room and closed the door. Standing alone in front of the floor-length mirror, Maitreya looked at himself in the mirror, hesitated for a moment, and went to the sun with a bloated and wide white robe. Under the white robe is a close-fitting lining. The beautiful figure with curves is reflected in the mirror. I am still somewhat confident about my appearance. Moroka looked at himself in the mirror, raised his head and chest, and turned around from time to time. The woman in the mirror was outstanding and graceful. Her white neck was as slender as a swan, her waist was slender, and her body was full, which could be called a slender branch with fruitful results. A pair of plump white legs, long and straight, with perfect leg shape, without a trace of fat. Wearing a bloated and loose robe on weekdays, it is impossible to tell that Moroka has such an excellent figure. It's just that figure and appearance are not important to gods, right? Moroka was a little distressed and worried. She had no confidence in becoming Nara Shintaku's subordinate god. There are thousands of beautiful women in the world. If she hadn't inherited the power of God and commanded the land of demons and Osawa Shrine at the same time, she would not have had the confidence to even walk in front of Nara Shintaku. Never mind, let's try it first. Moroku patted his smooth face and calmed his mind. She turned around to take a bath and change clothes. After washing, she changed into a clean shrine maiden's clothes and walked out. You, Moroku-sama? The close maid was shocked and asked quickly, have you decided? Yes. Moroku, who was dressed in a shrine maiden's clothes and had a pure temperament, nodded solemnly, send me to the tomb group. The maid bit her lips tightly and felt sad. In her opinion, Lord Moroku sacrificed himself for the people of the land of ghosts. That Konoha Shinobi was too strong and was already a god. Even the terrifying ghosts and gods like Chime were easily killed. In order to protect the Osawa Shrine, Lord Moroku had to sacrifice himself and begged the Konoha Shinobi for magnanimity. Yes. The maid choked with grief. After bowing to mate Rhea, he turned around and walked away quickly to prepare for his trip to work. Moroku looked at her in silence, knowing that they had definitely misunderstood something. However, Moroku did not explain. Because, those who surrendered to Konoha Shinobi and invited outsiders to take over the Osawa Shrine. This behavior was no different from ceding land and begging for mercy in the eyes of the people of the ghost country. As the leading shrine maiden, she would naturally be added with stories such as feeding the devil with her body. Moroku had no way to explain. Should he tell the people below that the god of Osawa had died a long time ago and he was going to find a new support for the ghost country? In this case, the people below would not believe it. That's it. Moroku sighed softly, without stopping the suspicion and discussion of the people below. At the same time, in the tomb group, there was silence, and the cold and deep breath filled the air, turning the area of 1,000 meters into a dead area. Life seemed to disappear from it. Desolate, deep, and dead. There were no living things, even neutrons avoided this area far away. The sunlight from the sky fell, and when it shone on this area, it seemed to dim a little. And the light became pale and cold, and lost its temperature. The god of the dead. Inside the tomb group, Nara opened his eyes, and the stone statue in his hand had turned into powder and drifted away. The power of the priesthood was completely taken away by him. What a powerful god! Today's Pure Land is actually his former kingdom of God. Nara sighed, muttering, even the Shinigami of the Uzumaki mask is a spirit body transformed from a trace of power left by his former life. Have gods of this level fallen? The Tsuchikage clan should not be underestimated. Nara sighed softly. It's not that the Tsuchikage people are strong. It's that this clan is born with powerful power and is a clan of gods. What Nara was afraid of was a certain ancestor of the Tsuchikage clan, when the clan mentioned a certain strong man of the god clan. However, they will not arrive until a long time later. Don't worry too much. Focus on the present first. Nara reached out and took off the soul crown on his head. On the left side of the crown, there was a dark gem inlaid on it. The appearance of priesthood varies, all depending on the will of the gods. Nara directly forged the soul crown into his own priesthood. This dark gem is the priesthood left by the owner of the Osawa Shrine. After being refined by him, it became the gem on the crown. The god of the dead. Nara stared at the dark gem and whispered, the owner of the Osawa Shrine is called the god of the dead. He is a natural god, born from the breath of the dead, the natural king of the dead. His path and power are very simple. There is only one, that is, to dominate the dead. This kind of domination. It is not the forced suppression of power, nor the coercion of secular authority. It is the absolute domination in terms of rules and status. For all the dead, their life skills, emotions, memories, will, strength, life and death, beliefs, etc. are all controlled by the god of the dead. And everything in the world is either alive or dead. This god of the dead is equivalent to controlling half of the world. He can be called the king of half the world. If the world can be swallowed up, the kingdom of God will abolish the planet and turn it into the kingdom of the dead, or sublimate the opposite concept of life and merge into the God of life and death. Then the God of the dead will be promoted to the level of God above God. Unfortunately, both of these paths are difficult to achieve. Nara Shintaku sighed slightly. Because these two paths are equivalent to turning all living beings into their own believers, and turning gods into their own subordinate gods and holy spirits, they will inevitably be resisted and hostile by other gods. Therefore, the God of the dead was born for more than 10,000 years, but he has not been able to break through the realm of God above God. It can be seen how difficult it is. However, it is much simpler for me. Nara Shintaku narrowed his eyes, because in this era, there are no powerful gods anymore. In other words, this is a blue ocean. Moreover, my path does not need to devour the entire world, and will not cause fierce resistance from fate. At the same time, there are many powers of gods from the old times left on the earth. These are my resources, which can help me accumulate quickly. At this point, Tsuchikage Shintaku couldn't help but click to buy. For him, now is the best time. Suddenly, Nara Shintaku's face moved and he looked in the direction outside the group. In his perception, a team from the Kingdom of Demons, escorting the priestess Moroku, walked towards him. What does this mean? Nara Shintaku raised his eyebrows in confusion. His deal with Chime was over. Konoha also sent a message to inform the past. Various research and development results of the technical department will be gradually released to the Kingdom of Demons, and provided to the Kingdom of Demons in a mostly free and a small part paid way. Outside the tomb group, the team of the Kingdom of Demons accompanied the tomb group. Let's stop here. Moroku, wearing a bloated robe, walked down the sedan chair. Lord Moroku. In the back, a group of guards and maids all showed expressions of pity. They looked at Moroku who walked into the tomb group alone, as if they were looking at a poor man who sacrificed himself to feed the tiger. Lord Moroku has sacrificed too much for this country. Damn it, it's all our fault for being incompetent. I have no face to return to Osawa Shrine. The guards were ashamed. Letting the master sacrifice himself is a manifestation of incompetence for the subordinates. But facing the powerful power of the gods, ordinary people like them can't do anything. Tay. Moroku sighed faintly, without looking back, and went straight into the cemetery. The destination is underground. There is a passage opened up. As soon as she entered the passage, Moroku took off the bloated robe outside, wearing only a shrine maiden's costume, and walked into the core area with light steps. As soon as she entered, her expression changed slightly, and she sensed the death breath inside, which was like the world of the dead. And the center of the breath of the dead. It was Nara Gen's, whose momentum was as deep as the abyss and unfathomable. Lord. Moroku stepped forward quickly and bowed. The thin shrine maiden's clothes are extremely close-fitting, outlining her beautiful figure. At the same time, because the fabric of the shrine maiden's clothes is thin, nothing can be worn inside, and the same is true for kimonos. Because when you walk, the outline of the clothes inside will be outlined. This is a kind of disrespect. But in Nara Shintaku, there is nothing inside, but it is even more astringent. When Moroku bowed, he could clearly see the outline and traces of Moroku himself. What's the matter? Nara Shintaku glanced at her and was surprised to find that the body and mind of this shrine maiden actually exuded a pure and flawless atmosphere. As if it was an uncultivated treasure land, smooth and delicate. Maiko. Nara thought about it and felt it was normal. The profession of shrine maiden is to serve the gods. People who served as shrine maidens in the past generations either had a special relationship with the gods, such as couples, spokespersons, descendants, etc. Or, the shrine maiden herself was a sacrifice to the gods. Since it is a sacrifice, it must be pure. Please forgive my offense. Maitreya bowed and stood up, took a deep breath, and said, I will serve you and serve you at all times. Why? Nara's face was indifferent. If you are worried about the transaction, you can rest assured. I will arrange the things promised to the demon. Fo. Maitreya shook his head, looked at Nara seriously, and said sincerely, it is my personal request. The demon told me that without the help of the gods, the blood power I inherited will be exhausted after the 3rd and 5th generations, and I will become an ordinary person. So what? Nara raised his eyebrows. I hope to join you and become your follower, and pass on the power in my veins. Maitreya said seriously. Nara Shintaku was stunned. This was the first time he had heard such a novel reason. Do you know what it means to be a follower? Nara Shintaku asked. Yes. Maitreya nodded and answered in a serious tone, the demon told me that the Holy Spirit is the spokesperson of the gods, and the follower is the practitioner and pioneer of the path of the gods. Did the demon tell you that to become a follower, you need to devote your body and mind? Nara Shintaku interrupted. Ah! Maitreya was stunned and opened his mouth in disbelief. If you don't believe in me from the bottom of your heart and practice my path, you can't become my follower at all. Nara Shintaku looked at her indifferently and said, and if you believe in me from the bottom of your heart, your body and mind will be owned by me. Maitreya's expression was sluggish. She had never expected that becoming a follower would have such a price. Why didn't the demon say it? Wait, for the demon, physical and mental belief doesn't seem to be a problem at all. Moroku couldn't help but purse his lips, his expression hesitant. She originally just wanted to invite Nara Shintaku to take over the Osawa shrine. I never thought that it would cost such a price. For a long time. Moroku's expression became firm, and she said decisively, please, let me be your subordinate god. In her heart, passing on the power of bloodline is the first priority. No matter what the price, you have to do it. I can't make you a subordinate god immediately, and I can't do it, I will only give you one chance. Whether you can cross the boundary between human and god depends on you. Nara Shintaku said indifferently. That's enough, sir. Moroku bowed deeply. Well, let's start the ceremony now, Nara Shintaku's voice came. Ceremony? What ceremony? Before Moroku could react, she felt a big hand on her head. No need to look up, just kneel like this. An hour later. Moroku's face flushed, his steps were unsteady, and he walked out of the tombs. Everyone, Master Shintaku has agreed to my request, and will soon enter the Osawa shrine to accept the worship of the land of ghosts. You can go back without worry. Moroku said with heavy breathing. She seemed very tired. But she was in high spirits, her eyes were bright and full of brilliance. She also had a bit more feminine charm. It seemed that in just a short time, she had grown from a young girl to a woman. Master Moroku. Several maids looked at each other with dim eyes. They all saw what Moroku had experienced. Master Moroku, are you not going back? Asked a guard. I am already Master Shintaku's priestess, and as a priestess, I naturally have to serve Master day and night. Maitreya said solemnly. It is impossible to think wrongly. But in fact, what happened in the tomb group just now made Maitreya ashamed and angry. This god is definitely not serious. I am afraid that her future service will become real worship. We understand, do you need to send daily necessities? The guards were deceived by Maitreya's solemn expression and asked normally. In their opinion, it is a tradition for priestesses to serve gods. The priestesses of all generations in the Ghost Kingdom have such activities. It is probably something like saying good things and helping out. Please help you. Maitreya smiled and said to the guards, paused, looked at the maids again, and waved to them. A maid stepped forward in confusion. Lord Maitreya. Go back and send all the priestesses' clothes in the palace. Maitreya whispered. Chapter 100. Just the shrine maiden's clothes. The maid was slightly startled. Don't you need other clothes? Others are also needed, but not too many. The key is to have all the shrine maiden's clothes. Maid Rhea emphasized, saying, if there are not enough 10 sets in the palace, make 10 sets of shrine maiden's clothes and send them to me. Yes, the maid nodded in confusion. Maitreya did not explain, and sighed in his heart. Who made this unruly god like to tear the shrine maiden's clothes? The shrine maiden's clothes and robes she was wearing now had been ravaged and could not be seen. Nara Shintaku used his divine power to turn them into a new set. But we can't always let the gods spend their energy to do trivial things, right? Prepare for a rainy day. Maitreya could only ask people to send all the shrine maiden's clothes in her palace. Well, don't make this public. Maid Rhea thought about it, and then said, if there are hunting clothes, bring me 5 sets of beds. Hunting clothes. The maid was even more confused. Hunting clothes are clothes worn for sports hunting. But are there any animals that can be hunted in this tomb complex? Do you want to bring your longbow? The maid asked. No, the hunting clothes are enough. Maid Rhea shook his head. Yes. The maid nodded in confusion, completely unable to understand why Lord Maid Rhea wanted these things. Deep in the earth. An independent small world. Pure land. This small world is dark, and countless souls of the dead are sleeping on the dry earth. Until the long years, the forms of these souls are erased. Then, in the form of negative energy, they re-enter the world's reincarnation ministers. This reincarnation has been going on peacefully for thousands of years. Until today. Boom! The dark, withered, and dead power accumulated in the Pure Land suddenly fluctuated, surging like a violent wave. Layer after layer of power fluctuations swept across the entire Pure Land. Countless sleeping souls were engulfed and melted into strange and powerful beings, looking up and roaring. These beings have different shapes, with fangs and horns. Like the ghosts in the legend, they bowed in a certain direction. Relieve. Suddenly a light shout spread throughout the Pure Land. A gentle force fell, like a breeze, blowing through each evil ghost. All the evil ghosts resisted. The next moment, they all collapsed into basic yin energy and sank into the depths of the Pure Land. My control over the Pure Land suddenly dropped by 30%. The owner of the voice just now appeared. He was an old man with 2 small horns on his forehead, pale skin, purple eyes, and circles of water-like lines. He held a pitch-black tin staff in his hand and sat cross-legged in the air. 9 pitch-black balls were rotating under him. It was the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. Did he sense the power of the old master? Sage of 6 Paths sat cross-legged in the sky, looking down at the vast Pure Land. He couldn't help but frowned and said to himself, but the god of the dead has completely fallen. Even his subordinate gods are struggling to survive, and most of their power has been lost. Who inherited the power of the god of the dead? Sage of 6 Paths raised his head, and Rinnegan's eyes penetrated the boundary between the Pure Land and reality and fell into the world of the living. Instinctively, he looked at Yeshi first. Konoha was the place where he established the ninja sect and passed on his teachings when he was alive. After his death, the descendants of Indra and Ashura, along with other descendants of the ninja sect, have been fighting in that area. Although those descendants have forgotten the reason for their fight. But the fight has never stopped. It has become part of the ritual of Indra and Ashura. Why is Konoha like this? It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but when you look at it, the Sage of 6 Paths is immediately shocked. Konoha now. Almost 90% of the ninjas have the blood power of the Senju clan. Although most of them are very weak, they do have it. What's going on? The Sage of 6 Paths looked astonished. Even if Ashura's descendants cast a wide net, coupled with the second Hokage's integration policy, so that the Senju bloodline is widely spread, it is not possible for everyone to awaken? Moonlight, Inyazuka, Abarame, Nara, Kurama. Where is your own blood power? Why is the blood concentration of the Senju clan so high? The direct descendants are catching up with Ashura's grandchildren. The Sage of Six Paths was shocked. Not only that, he also saw many Konoha Shinobi practicing some novel beds. Blood armor technique. Flying sickle kick technique. Soul weapon forging technique. Kim. Ki. Tave. Sage of Six Paths. Forget about the blood armor technique that is too exquisite to be of this era. Forget about the flying sickle kick technique involving natural energy. But among the Jainin, is it too much for everyone to have a bloodline limit? Sage of Six Paths can't help but turn their eyes to the beginning of the change Technical Development Department. Technical Development Department. In an office inside. Hirako, wearing a white coat and a photo of supervisor, looked down at a feedback on the use of Bloodline Limit Awakening Potion. Since the Bloodline Limit Awakening Potion of the Senju clan, the technical department has launched Magnet Style, Scorch Style, Ice Release, Storm Release, Lava Style, Boil Style, and many other awakening potions. After the Jainin used it, 70% of them successfully mastered the corresponding bloodline limit. The remaining 30% also successfully mastered it after using the second awakening potion of the same type. In addition, the technical department also launched a customized service. Specially for the village's ninja clan, customized potions to strengthen their bloodline limit power. At present, except for the Hōgyoku clan, all ninja clans have purchased the service. Among them, the Uchiha clan has a high praise rate. 1/3 of them have successfully awakened Manjiki Sharingan. Currently, the Uchiha clan has 27 pairs of Manjiki. Not bad, let the people below hurry up and push the potion to the market of other hidden villages. I don't believe they can hold back. Bilo looked at the feedback report and signed his name readily. Then, he looked at the ninja who came to report. He casually asked, "Is the dust release potion eliminated by the bloodline almost ready?" "Yes." The reporter puffed up his chest. "It has been tested on humans. Among the Jainin, 5 out of 10 can master dust release after using it for the first time. Not bad data. Dust release is more difficult, so it is normal that fewer people can master it." Hirako nodded. Sage of Six Paths looked at this conversation, and his mouth twitched. Dust release has been developed? This is too outrageous. I just haven't seen it for a few years, not hundreds of years. Sage of Six Paths said speechlessly. Then, his eyes fell on the current 4th Hokage of Konoha. Sage of Six Paths' mouth twitched even more. Sage. This 4th Hokage of Konoha is actually a sage. What a joke. Even thousands of years ago, sages were rare and had the potential to be promoted to gods. In this era that is no longer suitable for cultivation. How can someone cultivate to become a sage? And it's a brand new path, although there are some traces of Raikage, the overall framework is a brand new path to sage. Sage of Six Paths looked at Orochimaru with an expression of admiration. Then, he retracted his gaze. He turned to look into the distance, at the tombs of the land of demons. That was the source of all the changes. A young man named Nara Shintaku. Sage of Six Paths stared for a long time, but found nothing. In his field of vision, the tombs were shrouded in a layer of mist, and the power of the Rinnegan was blocked outside, and he could not see it all. And, if he did not look for it on purpose, Sage of Six Paths would even subconsciously ignore the existence of the tombs. It seemed that there was a force that was reducing the sense of existence. No wonder I didn't notice it before. It turns out that there is a special concealment ability. Sage of Six Paths' eyes pondered. You have seized the priesthood left by the god of the dead, Nara Shintaku? You seem to want to collect more power from the gods. This will disrupt my arrangement. Sage of Six Paths' expression became serious. He had been preparing for many years, using the continuous reincarnation of his 2 sons as a ritual to eliminate the hidden dangers within the chakra, and at the same time, to eliminate Tsuchikage's will. Finally, in the generation of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, we succeeded. Next, it is time to reap the fruits of victory. No one else can destroy it. You can't destroy the order I created. Sage of Six Paths said solemnly. Present world. Nara Shintaku suddenly had an idea and turned his head to look down. Moroku, who was kneeling in front of him, opened his beautiful eyes and showed a puzzled expression. You do your thing. Nara Shintaku touched her head and asked Moroku to continue serving. Moroku continued her daily service obediently. Nara Shintaku squinted his eyes and enjoyed it while thinking. The peeping feeling just now, was it Six Paths? I refined the priesthood of the god of the dead and felt a huge space, located underground, which was connected to the power of the god of the dead. That was the former kingdom of the dead, now the Pure Land. Nara Shintaku refined the priesthood and also got a lot of information about the god of the dead. The Pure Land was once his kingdom. After his death, it was transformed into a pure land for the dead by the Sage of Six Paths, a collection of God's will. I inherited the position of the god of the dead, so the kingdom of God should naturally belong to me. But the Sage of Six Paths will not give it up easily. So, we need to fight again. Nara Shintaku thought, stroking his chin. He and the Sage of Six Paths must fight, because he is incompatible with fate and is out of the plan. The Sage of Six Paths has been planning for thousands of years, using the reincarnation of two children as a ritual. Now it is only a matter of time before the harvest. In order to ensure the smooth completion of the plan, they will definitely try to eliminate the variable Narataku. This has nothing to do with position, it is just interest. Well, let's fight again. Nara Shintaku's eyes flashed with a fierce look. He knew that there would be no lack of fighting on the path of God. So he would not escape. When Osawa Shrine has built my statue, Konoha will send support, and I will go out to fight. Nara Shintaku nodded in his heart. As for now, he hugged the fragrant, soft, pure, and flawless Miko. Again. Moroku opened his eyes with difficulty, his face was full of sleepiness, and he didn't want to bend a finger. It's okay, you sleep, I'll hold you. Nara Shintaku said. Really? Moroku showed a suspicious look, stared at Nara Shintaku for several times, and then closed his eyes again half-believingly. She was too tired. She had to serve and practice every day. She didn't have enough physical strength. It's only been a few days, and she was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. If it weren't for the divine power of the bloodline, Moroku would have collapsed from exhaustion. However, Moroku's distressed look, which was obviously trying hard to adapt but still not being able to do it, was also quite interesting. Nara Shintaku smiled and appreciated the different reactions of different girls. After refining the priesthood of the god of the dead, his concept has changed. He no longer sees the human body as an object that can be discarded at any time. Instead, he sees it as an incarnation, a symbol. According to the understanding of the god of the dead, gods are a powerful existence that spans countless dimensions. Therefore, at different levels, in different environments, and in different species. As long as the power of the gods radiates, different symbolic images will be born. Just like Zeus in Greek mythology, looking at the incarnations of symbols such as bulls, eagles, golden rain, and rams. Nara Shintaku thought and breathed a sigh of relief. 13.13 Moroku stood up, covered his mouth with his white palm, and coughed painfully. He was choked a little. After a while, she calmed down and looked at Nara with resentment. This improper god is really too much. He asked her to serve him 12 hours out of 24 hours a day. He doesn't look like a god at all, but like an unsatisfied *X hungry ghost. Come. Nara smiled and patted his thigh, motioning for Moroku to sit in his arms. Maitreya sighed deeply, lowered his head in resignation, and walked over. 1 month later. The dust settled. Nara Shintaku left the cemetery and stepped out. The surrounding time and space changed, and the deep and dark darkness surged. He seemed to be falling. He kept falling towards the concept below. In this process, Nara Shintaku found a bright land in the depths of infinite darkness through the connection of the power of the god of the dead. It was the Pure Land. Whoosh! Nara Shintaku appeared above the Pure Land with the clear light. The light shone. The Sage of Six Paths noticed him as an outsider at the first time, and his figure flashed and appeared in front of Nara Shintaku, and said, "Nara Shintaku! You actually came to me on your own initiative. What a courage!" The Sage of Six Paths looked at Nara Shintaku in surprise. In his opinion, this new god was too late to hide from him. How could he take the initiative to come to his door? But he didn't want to. Nara Shintaku actually took the initiative to come to the Pure Land and find him. No need to talk nonsense. Nara Shintaku looked at the Sage of Six Paths with a faint smile and said, "I have learned everything I need to know from the priesthood of demons and the god of the dead. Dali Zhao, let's do it. We are destined to have a fight." After saying this, the Sage of Six Paths was slightly stunned, and they did not expect Nara Shintaku's decisiveness. He could not help but remain silent. For a while, Sage of Six Paths nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, "That's right, then come on." The two attacked at the same time. Bad wind. Sage art. The energy around Nara Shintaku collided violently in an instant, turning into a terrifying energy storm, blowing towards Deoxyanran with a breath of crushing everything. Sage of Six Paths waved his tin staff, and the natural energy and chakra were perfectly integrated to form 7 types of ninjutsu, including yin, yang, wind, earth, fire, water, and thunder. Thousands of ninjutsu were released at the same time in the area. Boom! The power of both sides collided with everything. The bad wind shattered the ninjutsu, and the ninjutsu pierced the bad wind. Annihilation. Shock. Crush. The moves of the two seemed to divide the Pure Land into 2 worlds. One side was the 7 colors of ninjutsu light, and the other side was the storm of nothingness. The 2 worlds continued to erode each other, but they could do nothing. In the end, they could only consume each other's power. The center of the battlefield. Nara Shintaku and Sage of Six Paths looked at each other calmly. "I am surprised at your proficiency in divine power." Sage of Six Paths' eyes flashed with a strange color, and there was a hint of surprise and doubt in his voice. "It's just basic power." Nara Shintaku smiled faintly. But outside the two of them, the collision of bad wind and sage art set off a terrifying shock wave. The shock wave surged to all corners of the Pure Land like a tidal wave. What's going on? Countless dead souls were awakened, looking at the shock wave sweeping from afar in horror. Where is this? Aren't I dead? Is it the world after death? Wait, there are strong people fighting. What a terrible aftermath, it almost tore me apart from such a distance. Countless dead souls fled in fear. Most of the dead souls are ordinary creatures and ordinary humans. Chapter 101. Most of the dead souls are ordinary creatures and ordinary humans. For them, the shock wave is like a tsunami or earthquake, which is unstoppable. If they don't escape quickly, their souls will be torn apart and they will die on the spot. Only some souls who were strong in their lives dare to stay. They are all ninjas. They formed seals and performed defensive ninjutsu. Earth-style rising rock technique. Water-style water barrier. Ice-style ice mirror. Swish, swish, swish. A Taoist light lit up. Ninjutsu of various attributes were performed, forming thick walls to block the front. Is this okay? It should be fine. You are all Jainin. With so many of us Jainin performing together, there can be no accidents. A group of ninjas said. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the shock wave hit, shaking the wall and making it tremble and crumble. Crack, large pieces of cracks spread on the wall. The expressions of all the dead ninja souls froze. Bang! A stronger shock wave hit, shattering the wall and blowing away all the defensive ninjutsu. Not good. The ninjutsu can't be blocked. Too many shock waves. The dead souls looked bitter, with nowhere to escape, and could only watch the shock waves fall. In despair, a righteous voice came from behind. Wood-style wood expulsion jutsu. A huge wooden face appeared, turned into a hard shield, blocking the dead souls. Bang bang bang! The shock waves hit one after another. But it only shook the wooden shield slightly, not directly shattered like the ninjutsu just now. Wood style. Is it the first Hokage of Konoha? Is it the god of ninja? Great, it's Lord Hashirama. The dead souls were surprised and happy. Even if they were not ninjas from Konoha, they felt relieved. Everyone knew that the first Hokage was a friendly and tolerant person. Although he was powerful, he would not abuse his power. In the absence of conflicts of interest, such a person is their greatest security guarantee. Are you okay, everyone? Senju Hashirama appeared, wearing red armor, with a broad face and peaceful eyes. Behind him, there were many ninjas with extraordinary demeanor. We are fine. A ghost ninja shook his head and looked at this group of ghost ninjas with extraordinary demeanor in surprise. Other ghosts also showed shocked expressions. Are you, the first generation 5-Kage and the second generation 5-Kage? And the guys from the Uzumaki clan? The feathered clan of Cloud Shinobi? Hyaga Tenin? They saw the powerful people who were once famous. But many people have long been dead. Could it be that this is really the world after death? 860 The legendary Pure Land. What's going on now? The ghosts were stunned. Bang! The last shock wave, the redwood fragrance trembled and exploded. But that was all. No Madara. Senju Hashirama glanced at the ghosts in confusion, and sighed regretfully in his heart, maybe he won't fight back. He calmed down. Senju Hashirama said to everyone, I plan to take a closer look at what happened over there. He pointed to the direction of the shock wave. Do any of you want to go with me? The ghosts hesitated. But soon, many people stood up and expressed their willingness to follow. I'll go. Add me. Let's go together. I want to know what's going on. Really? Can't even be at peace after death. For the dead souls, they have already died once, and the meaning of life has completely ended. They don't worry about what will happen next. At worst, the soul will be scattered. It's not like they haven't died before. Okay. Senju Hashirama nodded, and without any nonsense, he ran in front. Countless ninjas' dead souls followed behind Senju Hashirama. As they ran, they talked to each other. Is anyone fighting? Impossible, that kind of power is more terrifying than the aftermath of the Battle of the Tailed Beasts. Although the 5 shadows can do it, they can only cause one wave. Yes, that is dozens of shock waves in succession. Maybe it's some kind of natural phenomenon. Most of the dead souls denied the idea of fighting. It is judged to be a natural force, just like the storms, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, etc. in the world today. It is powerful, but not caused by humans. Brother, what do you think? Second Hokage Senju Tobirama asked in a low voice. Tis. Senju Hashirama rarely hesitated. The 5-Kage around were shocked when they saw this. This is the god of ninja. Is it difficult to determine even the god of ninja? Theoretically, the power of the shock wave exceeds that of the tailed beast, and it is unlikely to be man-made. Senju Hashirama said thoughtfully, but it doesn't look like a natural force. Because it is too concentrated. Although the power of nature is strong, it is more diffuse, and the shock wave just now is more like the aftermath of a force. But the truth still needs to be confirmed with your own eyes. Senju Hashirama said. The 5 Kage all looked solemn when they heard this. The aftermath of a force? They believed that if there was no self, Senju Hashirama would not say it. Therefore, this shock wave is most likely not a natural force, but a powerful existence fighting to remove the dam. Swoosh! They quickly crossed several kilometers and came to a huge basin. All the dead souls stopped in shock. Because this is not a natural basin. It is a huge depression created by a powerful force. It is a wound to the earth. This range is larger than Konoha. Senju Tobirama said with an ugly face. The faces of the other 5 shadows were also extremely solemn. Even if the tailed beast bombed directly, it would not be able to blow up this range. Look there! Senju Hashirama suddenly pointed upwards and said in a deep voice. The dead souls were startled and looked up quickly. Is that 2 people? Are they sitting in the air? No, look at a person wearing Konoha's ninja vest. And carrying an Uzumaki forehead protector. Some of the dead souls inherited the powerful eyesight of their lifetime and instantly noticed some special situations. Could it be a ninja from Konoha? The dead souls turned their heads and looked at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama in shock. You Konoha, there are still such strong ninjas. Yes, and they look very young. In the real world, I'm afraid the entire ninja world is under the rule of Konoha. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were also shocked. At least when they were alive, Konoha didn't have such powerful young people. That is to say, after their death, a young strong man was born? And he is stronger than Senju Hashirama? Wait, look at the one opposite, that person. An Uchiha ninja suddenly changed his face and said in a trembling voice. The dead souls were stunned for a moment and tried their best to look. They saw a figure wearing a simple robe. It seemed to be an old man. The man held a tin-like object, and seemed to have horns on his head, looking not like a human. But because the distance was too far, the ghosts couldn't see their appearance clearly for a moment. Until the man in the robe turned his head and looked in the direction of the dead souls. The 2 sides looked at each other. Impossible! The dead souls almost had a death, and their faces changed in horror. It's actually the Rin Egan. That dress and appearance, I remember. I've seen it in some myths and legends. Yes, I've seen it too. 6. Path, immortal. Even Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were stunned. The other 5 Kages were dumbfounded and speechless. Shua! But the old man who seemed to be the sage of 6 paths waved his hand at them gently. The next moment, the sky spun and the scene changed. Before the dead souls could react, they were transferred thousands of miles away. When they came to their senses, the figures of the suspected Konoha Shinobi and the suspected sage of 6 paths were no longer visible. All they could see was that huge basin, like a peanut, appeared on the distant horizon. What the hell? A ghost muttered in shock. Other ghosts nodded. Myths are actually true, Sage of 6 Paths actually exist. Who is the person fighting Sage of 6 Paths? First Hokage, second Hokage, do you have any clues? The ghosts looked at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Being watched by everyone. Both Hokage smiled bitterly. I don't know. Senju Hashirama shook his head, at least when I was alive, there was no sign. How could such a strong man be cultivated by humans? Senju Tobirama directly denied it. Everyone thought about it. Just like Senju Hashirama, he was born strong. The top strong men of all generations were not cultivated, but were born by luck. And when many of them were alive, the first Hokage and the second Hokage had already died, and there was no news of a new strong man appearing in the art leaf. The dead souls were in confusion. In the huge basin. After sending the first Hokage and other dead souls away, Sage of 6 Paths calmly put down his hands. This was not the first batch of dead souls he transferred. Although there was a reincarnation of his son among them, Sage of Six Paths did not take a second look. For the gods. In the long time, countless descendants have been born. Once something is in large quantities, it is not valuable. Sage of Six Paths no longer has any fluctuations in his heart for the reincarnation of a child's power. It seems that I have to be serious. Sage of Six Paths sighed softly, raised the tin staff, and aimed at Nara Shintaku. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 9 truth-seeking balls under him suddenly flew out, the speed soared, and in an instant entered the sublight speed state, pulling out 9 dazzling flames. This is not the burning caused by friction with the air. Rather, it is the violent crushing and explosion of countless tiny material particles and energy particles under the collision of sublight speed. The speed of ultimate means the power of ultimate. Boom! 9 truth-seeking balls bombarded Nara Shintaku, releasing a terrifying energy tide like the shattering of stars. A huge amount of light and heat were released. Instantly spread to Senju Hashirama and others thousands of miles away. No, it's coming again. Senju Hashirama's face changed drastically. This time the shock wave was 10,000 times more terrifying than the last time. He quickly formed a seal and performed ninjutsu defense. Sage art wood style true several thousand hands. Senju Hashirama entered sage mode in an instant, using the fairy art chakra to create 2 huge trapped bodhisattvas. The bodhisattva's arms were thousands of arms, slowly raised, and aimed at the energy tide in front. Boom! Thousands of arms, with the power of fairy art chakra, suddenly bombarded the doctor. Bang bang bang! However, the energy tide was only stopped for a moment. The entire wooden golem bodhisattva was submerged by the energy tide and turned into dust. What? Senju Hashirama's eyes shrank suddenly, and he couldn't believe it. Fortunately, true several thousand hands bought time. Other ninjas provided chakra, and first Kazekage, first Mizukage, first Tsuchikage, and first Raikage stood at the 4 corners and cast a huge red barrier. 4 red yang formation. Boom! The energy tide hit the barrier, like a sea pressing down, causing the barrier to twist and deform. The barrier, which was originally tens of meters in range, was forcibly suppressed to 5 points. No, I can't hold on any longer. What the hell is this shock wave? How can it be so powerful? The legendary Sage of Six Paths is indeed extremely powerful. What the hell is that Konoha Shinobi? The expressions of the 4 first-generation cages were distorted. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama stepped forward to provide chakra to help the 4 cages maintain the realm. The other ghost ninjas also provided their own chakra. That's it. Relying on the efforts of all the ghosts, they barely withstood the impact this time. On the basin. Didn't it hit? The Sage of Six Paths recalled 9 truth-seeking balls and frowned at the empty space in front. This empty space was where Nara Shintaku was before. What a terrible trick! If it hits, I'm afraid I'll be suppressed for a while. Nara Shintaku appeared behind Six Paths, smiling. Six Paths didn't look back, but frowned even more. Where is your real body? In his perception, Nara Shintaku behind him was just an illusion. Not a real existence. Haha, guess. Nara Shintaku smiled, raised a hand, and shouted. Kananbiriki Benihai Maratum. Wow! A huge woman's figure appeared. The woman had a guanyin bun, but her body was like a puppet frame, and her arms were like bamboo poles. A strange aura emanated from her body. It seemed that there were suddenly many gaps in the surrounding things. Through these gaps, things can be plugged and spliced at will to form all kinds of strange shapes that violate common sense. Swish! The woman stretched out her hands towards Six Paths without joy or sadness. The space seemed to be penetrated. These hands instantly crossed hundreds of meters and came to the front of the Sage of Six Paths. It wanted to take Six Paths reconnect and assemble. It's clearly an illusion, but the moves it performs are real. Sage of Six Paths' face was solemn, his eyes slightly opened, and purple pupils lit up. Shinra Tensei! Boom! An invisible and huge force crashed into the woman like a tidal wave. The woman stretched out her hand and pressed on this majestic force. In an instant, gaps appeared in Shinra Tensei's pupil power. It actually wanted to disassemble and assemble the Rinnegan's pupil power. Sage of Six Paths' face sank, one hand raised the ninja seal, and whispered, "Remove." Swish! The time and space in front of him suddenly froze. Then, like a picture, it was opened by invisible fingers and turned into invisible. In the picture, the woman, Shinra Tensei, and Nara Shintaku, all three of them disappeared together like the scenery on the picture. Yu Xinyang escaped to rewrite reality. Another Nara Shintaku appeared in Sage of Six Paths was not far away, smiling. What a powerful method, you should be fully proficient in chakra energy. I think, after the Sage of Six Paths completes the mission and the will returns to the various places, you will restore your original gods, you should all be able to make further progress, right? There is hope to reach the realm of the gods above the gods. Sage of Six Paths did not answer. Just waved the staff, 9 truth-seeking balls burst out. At the same time, the pupils in his eyes suddenly lit up, releasing a huge amount of pupil power. Universal pull. Hehe. Yuji Sahaba Phoenix falling 8 scenes. Nara Shintaku used the power of the universe to simulate a Zanpakuta solution. 2. Shua. A huge virtual white figure appeared, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. The virtual white figure followed the power of universal pull and ignored the 9 truth-seeking pressures. It stretched out its palm, wrapped in a terrifying storm, and slapped Sage of Six Paths hard. Boom! A huge shock wave erupted again. Chapter 102. In the distance, the red barrier was overwhelmed and finally shattered. The expressions of the dead souls were stiff, and they were knocked away by the terrifying shock wave and rushed into the distance. They looked back for the last time. In the direction of the basin, there was a radiant light and constant vibration. Various terrifying auras, accompanied by various strange scenes, appeared and disappeared at the same time. It was as if the gods came down to earth and messed with the celestial phenomena at will. It's not human power at all. Yes, it's a battle between gods. I didn't expect to see such a spectacular scene after death. In front of these two, the tailed beasts are just toys. Many dead souls sighed. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were no exception. Both were extremely shocked. The village has successors. Senju Hashirama sighed in a low voice. Don't be too optimistic, big brother. Senju Tobirama exhaled, let's just assume he is a ninja from Konoha. Being too powerful is a disaster for ordinary people. One. What do you mean? Senju Hashirama was stunned. Because he could kill countless weak humans with an unintentional move. Senju Tobirama said calmly, so, the people below will be afraid and will praise him to a higher position than when you were alive, big brother. Is there any problem with this? Senju Hashirama was even more puzzled. Big brother, think about it yourself. Senju Tobirama did not answer. When a person has the power of God and is praised like a god, he is no different from a god. And the whole world will be ruled by this god. He can kill and give life, and take whatever he wants. With such a supreme position, will the person sitting on it still regard humans as his own kind? Senju Tobirama was skeptical. But he could do nothing. I hope Konoha is fine. He could only pray, and then he was swept away by the shock wave. On the basin, various lights flashed, and the power of different attributes rose up within a radius of 10 kilometers like 100 flowers blooming, and then collided violently. Boom! 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 Hell rode Yan Wang. A Yan Wang with a strong aura, comparable to the god level, rose from the ground. The huge volume filled the entire basin. Swish! Yan Wang flicked his tongue, like a curtain, swallowing and digesting all kinds of power in the air. Bang bang bang! Some of the power fell on Yan Wang's body, causing various scars. But in the next moment, all healed and recovered. Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Nara Shintaku stretched out his hand and a piece of sakura-colored petals changed. The petals split into 100, and the king. Instantly, it turned into a huge sea of flowers. This sea of flowers washed over the king of hell, and each petal was extremely sharp, directly grinding the king of hell into flesh and blood at the cellular level. Hungry Kid Sealing Technique Absorption Seal. Sage of Six Paths stretched out a hand and took away all the discrete energy around. Kamishini no Yuri. Nara Shintaku summoned a slender blade, and the blade stretched at sublight speed and shot towards the body of Sage of Six Paths. Bang! Sage of Six Paths' body swelled and suddenly became burly. Sure road physical strengthening. The blade only left a few shallow white marks on the surface of his skin. Not even the skin was broken. Sage of Six Paths waved the tin staff, intending to break the blade, but suddenly his expression froze and looked at the place where the tip of the knife had just pierced his hand. I saw a black butterfly-like pattern appear at that position. A strange power, dormant in the lines, waiting to be unleashed, was connected to the power flowing in his body. Once it is unleashed, will it destroy my body from the inside? Sage of Six Paths glanced at it and retracted his gaze. He suddenly took off a piece of paper at the location where the butterfly lines appeared. Yin-Yang Escape, Dissociation. The power of this pattern was directly rewritten and erased by him. Animal Path 10,000 Beasts. Nyangxia Babao Pass. Boom. The battle lasted for several hours. Sage of Six Paths was getting more and more frightened. This young god was as proficient in power as he was. Various attributes, various tricks, at his fingertips. You should know that many gods, because of their single-mindedness in the path, are often powerful, but have single tricks. Only when they reach the realm of the main god and obtain the kingdom of God can they develop a series of derivative tricks. Sage of Six Paths is also because it is a collection of the remaining wills of many gods, so it can use various powers like a cheat. God of all things. Sage of Six Paths took a deep breath, with a helpless expression. What a tricky priesthood. I thought I could defeat and seal it with ordinary tricks. In the end, do we still have to take real action? Sage of Six Paths let go of the staff and spread his hands. In the palms of his left and right hands, a moon and a sun mark appeared respectively. This is the power of yin and yang. Are you finally going to be serious, Six Paths? Nara Shintaku smiled. I thought you were going to keep playing. For gods, form is not important. The battle just now seemed to be fancy, but in fact the damage was equal to 0, at most destroying the opponent's form. But form is something that can be molded into a new one at any time. The idea of Sage of Six Paths is to destroy his form, suppress him at the output end, and thus form a seal. Because although gods are immortal, there is an upper limit to their output. If the output is not as good as other gods, the body will be broken up again and again, unable to control the surrounding power, and can only be controlled like a fool, being controlled in place. For example, if an ice god has an upper limit of output, and is broken by a fire god, then the fire god can take the opportunity to control the surrounding power and assimilate it into fire. Then the ice god will be dumbfounded. He has no power to restore his body, and because of the attribute restraint, he cannot manipulate the surrounding power to do anything. In other words, it is equivalent to coming to the forbidden magic area. He can only rely on his own immortal characteristics and wait slowly until the day when the opposite god gets tired and gives up controlling the surrounding power, and then he can regain his freedom. This is a disguised way of sealing. The god of the dead has this part of information in his priesthood. Nara Shintaku touched his chin and laughed with interest. Unfortunately, my priesthood is Wangxiang, and in terms of output limit, even the old gods can't compare with it. Snap! Sage of Six Paths also gave up ordinary attacks and clasped his hands expressionlessly. The power of yin and yang, combined into one. Six Paths planetary devastation. Boom! Instantly, the entire Pure Land moved. Time, space, energy, matter, the four things in the universe, all stopped at this moment. Countless dead souls stagnated in place. The power of the Pure Land stopped flowing. Even time and space stopped at this moment, unable to move forward or backward. Nara Shintaku was like amber, frozen in mid-air, unable to move his eyelids. Unable to mobilize a trace of power, unable to make any action. This move directly blocked all fluidity from the rule level. Even death was still at this moment. Only by relying on the immortality of the gods can we keep room for thinking. Haha, but how could I not be prepared? Nara's mind smiled softly. I've seen this move of yours on the computer a long time ago. Jed. Sage of Six Paths made seals with both hands and looked at the frozen Nara. I will let you out after I deal with the Tsuchikage clan. We will have a good chat then. He has no ill will towards Nara. It's just that there is a conflict of interest and they have to fight. Haha, that's not necessarily true. Nara's voice suddenly sounded. What? Sage of Six Paths' face changed drastically and stared at the frozen Nara. Nara's whole body was still and he fell into his seal. Where did that sound come from? Boom! The Pure Land shook, the space reverberated, and Nara's voice sounded, where are you looking for? The sound was huge and boundless. Impossible! Sage of Six Paths looked around in shock. Pure Land! It was the Pure Land that responded to Nara's will and made a sound. Have you forgotten? The Pure Land trembled and made the sound of Nara's voice. I have inherited the priesthood of the God of the Dead, and the Pure Land was once the kingdom of the God of the Dead. I now order you to sleep. Boom! Instantly, the Pure Land roared, and every inch of space trembled, responding to Nara's will. Sleep! 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 The Pure Land trembled, as if countless voices shouted together. Boom! Sage of Six Paths' head suddenly sank, as if a mountain had pressed down on him. His thoughts suddenly stagnated, like a rusty spring, and became extremely stuck. It became difficult to think. Sleep! 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 The power of the Pure Land continued to surge, and countless dead souls turned into fanatics, roaring in the direction of the Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths' body stiffened, and he almost couldn't maintain his strength and fell from the air. He couldn't help but frown. Even the will of the gods in his body was affected, and his mind became drowsy. You overlooked the most important thing, Six Paths. Nara Shintaku's voice sounded again, this is the kingdom of the dead, and you are also a dead person. Swish! Sage of Six Paths' face changed drastically. He actually forgot this. The power of the God of the Dead is the ruler. Now he is also a dead person, even if he is also a god, but because of his identity as a dead person, he will also be constrained and affected by the rules. Sleep! 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 The voice of the Pure Land was like a thunderstorm, rolling in. Layer upon layer of power, like the sea of the universe, kept coming, dragging the will of Sage of Six Paths into sleep little by little. Want to revive? No. Resurrection means giving up the Pure Land and completely abandoning the plan. Sage of Six Paths' eyes flickered. His thoughts raced. After a while, he made a decision, suddenly looked up at Nara Shintaku, and shouted, I give up. Tens of thousands of miles away. Senju Hashirama's expression was stiff, and he looked at the dead souls around him in horror. Sleep! 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 No matter men, women, young or old, animals or humans. All of a sudden, all of them roared wildly in a certain direction. The same goes for ninjas. Including his brother Senju Tobirama, who also fell into madness. Why is this happening? Senju Hashirama looked around and couldn't find a second awake soul besides him. Is it the battle of the Sage of Six Paths that caused the impact? This is too terrible. All the souls were instantly manipulated to make the same movements. Even Madara can't do this with illusions. Senju Hashirama looked in horror at the direction where the souls were roaring. That was the direction of the shock wave. On the basin, Sage of Six Paths separated his hands. Time, space, energy, matter. The four laws of the universe began to flow again. Surrender. Nara Shintaku resumed his actions. He temporarily stopped using the power of the god of the dead and looked at the Sage of Six Paths in surprise. You will get used to it in the future. Sage of Six Paths looked helpless. It is very difficult to kill a god. Even a god needs thousands of years to do it. If it cannot be sealed, then peace talks are the best result. Besides, we are not to the point where we must kill each other. Sage of Six Paths said, exuding a deep breath. The moment this breath appeared, the Pure Land shook continuously, as if it had encountered a terrible enemy. If you continue to fight, I can only abandon this identity in advance and return to my original appearance. Sage of Six Paths looked at Nara Shintaku and said seriously, at that time, although you won, the Pure Land will definitely explode, and we will also need a long time to recover our strength. This outcome is a lose-lose situation. Nara Shintaku narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Sage of Six Paths deeply. This breath is a deterrent. Sage of Six Paths is an aggregate of the will of the remaining gods. If he abandons his identity as a Six Paths in advance, his remaining will return, dormant in every corner of the world, and slowly recover his strength. If he really wants to do this, he and these gods are doomed to die. Well. Nara Shintaku gathered his strength and asked calmly, tell me your conditions. I'll give you this, and you can't interfere with my ritual. Sage of Six Paths rubbed his hands together and created a small stone ball the size of a ping-pong ball. At the same time, before the ritual is completed, the Pure Land will also be borrowed by me. The stone ball contains the pure yin and yang calendar. Like a Tai Chi fish, it entangles and chases, suppresses the four things, and blocks all changes. This is the original power of Sage of Six Paths. It is the embodiment of his path. If he can get this thing, Nara Shintaku's accumulation will be directly improved by a large margin. He can even touch the threshold of the realm of the kingdom of God. Okay. Nara Shintaku agreed decisively. The deal is done. Sage of Six Paths breathed a sigh of relief, and with a push of his palm, the stone ball flew towards Nara Shintaku. Nara Shintaku grabbed the stone ball from the air and took it away. The two looked at each other silently. Whoosh! One turned into a clear light and disappeared, and the other turned into a chakra light and left. The Pure Land returned to tranquility. Many fanatical dead souls also calmed down again. What happened to me just now? There is a force controlling me. What a terrible force! I can't resist it at all. Thousands of miles away. Senju Hashirama saw everyone regain consciousness, and just breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly a feeling of sleepiness came over him. The same was true for other dead souls, and their expressions became sleepy. I feel so sleepy all of a sudden. Strange, I really want to fall asleep. Why is this happening? The souls of the dead ninjas staggered into a deep sleep. The souls of the 5 Kage could resist the sleepiness a little, but they couldn't hold on for much longer. They looked at Senju Hashirama and smiled friendly. Goodbye, first generation. The god of ninja is worthy of his reputation. I never thought that after I died, I would be able to see the elegance of wood style again. After this time, I probably won't wake up again. After that, they all closed their eyes. Senju Hashirama smiled and nodded, and also began to be unable to resist the sleepiness, and his eyelids began to fight. Brother, are we really going to fall asleep again like this? Senju Tobirama was unwilling and gritted his teeth to resist the sleepiness. The dead should sleep forever. Senju Hashirama smiled and touched his brother's head. Go to sleep, everyone feels sleepy, I think the battle over there is over, we don't need to worry about being thrown away again. Okay. Senju Tobirama sighed helplessly. Finally, he couldn't resist the sleepiness and closed his eyes. Senju Hashirama smiled and hugged his brother's shoulders, and closed his eyes beside him. In the Pure Land, all the awakened souls fell asleep again. In the present world, a clear light fell and appeared in the largest manor of the Nara clan. Nara Shintaku appeared.